A beleaguered employee makes a desperate call to resign, admitting he has finally reached his absolute physical limit and cannot continue. His coworker screams in panic that he cannot leave before the delivery deadline, revealing the entire team has already quit and left him alone in the darkness. Whispering a final plea for help as his vision fades to black, the overworked man decides to close his eyes for just a moment of rest. He awakes to the jolting rhythm of a carriage and a stranger's voice commanding him to get down, only to realize he is staring at a child's hand. Ruthlessly shoved from the carriage, he splashes into the mud and recoils from the sharp pain of the impact. A cold woman throws food at him like a dog and tells him to eat, while he stares in shock at his reflection and realizes he has become a child. Surrounded by a hyper-realistic landscape of mountains and other children eating in silence, he desperately wonders where he is and what has happened to him. The woman stares down at him with dead eyes, remarking that he would have been lucky to die easily from the fall. Confused by her talk of buying and selling, he asks where they are going, only to be told they are heading to the capital to sell him. The carriage crests a hill, revealing the sprawling, fortified architecture of the capital city below. They arrive at their grim destination, the bustling and terrifying slave market. An auctioneer announces the start of the slave auction with booming theatricality. The protagonist is shoved onto the stage first, humiliated as the bidding opens at 1,000 G for a 6-year-old boy. The crowd mocks him as useless, driving the price down to a pitiful 600 G while he laments his fate to die as a slave in a strange world. Just as the auctioneer threatens to dispose of him for lack of bidders, the boy locks eyes with a noble group and the price bottoms out at 500. A deal is struck for Lady Basim, and the boy is roughly shoved into a back room to meet his new owner. He comes face to face with the elderly Lady Basim and her attendant, recognizing them as the ones who met his gaze earlier. The attendant demands the boy's hand to begin the procedure for ownership transfer immediately. A blinding light erupts from the shackles as the attendant uses magic to break the seal, snapping at the boy to stay quiet during the transfer. With the magical contract complete, the auctioneer excuses himself, leaving the lady to decide on a name for her new property. The attendant introduces himself as Falco and his master as Lady Basim von Urza, before bestowing the name Linos upon the boy. Falco commands Linos to stay still and suddenly dumps a bucket of water over the boy's head. To Linos' astonishment, the water instantly cleans him through magic, leaving him sparkling and dry. Falco scolds the boy for his ignorance, incredulous that he does not know common sense about magic or his own latent power. He reveals the shocking truth that Linos possesses the rare aptitude to become a shield master. Falco explains that he used appraisal magic at the market to see the boy's hidden potential before buying him. Laughing that Linos is still just an egg of a warrior, Falco explains that the lady needs a shield master to protect her from political enemies. Linos realizes this is no joke as Falco confirms that appraisal is never wrong, prompting the boy to ask if he too can learn to use magic. Falco grins and signals the end of the conversation, ordering Linos to follow them on the long walk back to the mansion. As they walk, Falco points out Juka Castle, the impenetrable and self-sufficient home of the king. They finally arrive at their destination, leaving Linos to worry about the mistreatment slaves usually suffer as he approaches the gate. Falco presents the modest but dignified estate of the Basim residence. Falco yanks Linos away from the front gate to save him from a magical trap, dragging him toward the servants' entrance instead. Inside, Falco introduces Linos to the kitchen staff and the intimidating head maid, Warsa, explaining his role as a barrier master trainee. Warsa looms over him with a threat of death for disobedience, only to instantly switch to a warm smile and ask if he has eaten yet. She enthusiastically slaps his back, telling him to eat plenty to build strength for his training, and guides him to the dining hall. Presented with a simple meal of bread and soup, Linos hesitates, prompting Warsa to ask if the food is to his liking. Tears well up in his eyes as he is overwhelmed by the kindness of the Basim household, unable to believe a slave would be treated so well. After he finishes eating, Warsa instructs him to memorize the layout of the mansion as she escorts him to his room. She explains the floor plan, noting the Lord's rare presence and the location of the guest rooms and Lady Urza's quarters. Warsa points out the servants' quarters down the hall, and when Linos asks if he can sleep near her room, she smacks him for the second time. She opens the door to his new room, apologizing for the mess since it has not been used in a long time. Handing him a rag to help clean, Warsa explains the daily cycle of work, meals, and magic practice he must follow as a servant. Alone in his clean room, Linos reflects on how lucky he is to have food and shelter instead of dying in the wilderness. His thoughts drift to his past life as company livestock, and how he ended up abandoning the company's delivery plan. Restless and unable to sleep, he gazes out the window, wondering if he can ever return home or if he would even be happy doing so. The next day, Falco begins magic training by instructing Linos to visualize a hemispherical barrier protecting his body. Linos concentrates hard on the image, feeling the blood flow and heat rising within his body as the magic activates. He successfully manifests a barrier, but Falco strikes it to test its solidity, declaring it imperfect but definitely real. Falco explains that barrier masters are rare and essential on the battlefield, requiring immense magic power and mental strength. The mood turns serious as Falco warns that a single mistake will result in the death of his master and fellow slaves. Falco breaks the tension with a loud laugh, promising to teach the terrified boy everything, starting with magic defense. He explains the difficulty of sphere-shaped barriers and casually prepares to launch a front siege attack to test Linos. Linos panics as Falco unleashes a massive torrent of magical fire, shouting for the boy to block the impossible attack. After the smoke clears, Falco laughs that Linos survived and can now learn healing magic, implying the boy took a beating. Back at the mansion gate, a chef kicks Linos down the stairs for being late while Falco heads off to the pub. The chef stomps on Linos, berating him for not prepping the food and reminding him that slaves have no right to talk back. Linos realizes no one is stepping in to help, understanding that this brutal treatment is the norm for slaves in this world. Warsa opens the door and welcomes him back, noticing his unsettled expression after the harsh encounter outside. She pats his head and tells him to go to Lady Urza's room immediately before having dinner. In the ladies' room, Linos is presented with a fine suit and hesitates to accept such splendid clothes for a slave. Lady Basim smiles warmly, insisting he accept them because he is already considered family. She explicitly states that he is a member of their household, cementing his place among them. Moved by the gesture, Linos puts on the suit and vows to become strong enough to protect these kind people. In the dining hall, the maids gush over his new appearance and warn him to eat carefully to avoid staining the fabric. They pile his plate high with food, treating him with affection rather than disdain. As Linos eats, the maids gossip about King Fan's new mistress and the state of the government affairs. They discuss how Prince Orland might ascend the throne soon, noting the Lord is his right-hand man. Linos realizes the Basim family is deeply entrenched in dangerous politics involving the king's brother and the army. The maids suddenly perk up at the news that a specific person is arriving today, causing Linos to worry about a new threat. Head butler Whiten waits at the entrance as the mysterious guest arrives earlier than expected. A young woman steps out of the carriage, greeting Whiten with familiarity and high spirits. She bursts into the room, announcing her arrival to her dear great-aunt, with overwhelming energy. Lady Basim notes that Errol is early, as she was supposed to still be in the Jug Kingdom for military training. Lady Basim explains that Errol, divorced and childless, returned to the mansion to pursue her childhood passion for sword training. Errol declares she trained under the Holy Sword Master to protect the mansion so Falco can stay by Basim's side. She turns her intense gaze on Linos, realizing he is the one Falco found, and warns him he will lose his job if he isn't careful. With a cold stare, she warns him that in this era, magic alone is insufficient to protect anything. Errol declares she will take over his training and put his life on the line to make him the strongest barrier master. Cut to the training ground, where Errol effortlessly beats Linos, disappointed that he crumbled under only 10% of her power. Falco and Errol tease Linos with terrifying smiles, joking that they will train him until it feels like they are killing him. Linos settles into his new life, bonding with the maids over meals while enduring brutal sword training with Errol and intense magical study with Falco. For years pass and Lady Urza visits the royal palace, remarking with surprise that she never expected an invitation from Whiten. Whiten questions her sarcasm, but Urza retorts that she only sees him during palace visits before shifting the topic to the good news she brings. Back at the mansion, the air crackles with the sound of steel clashing against steel as an intense sparring session takes place. Errol lunges forward with a ferocious shout, swinging her blade with enough force to shatter ordinary defenses. Linos scrambles to dodge the lethal strike as Errol leaps into the air, bringing her sword down with terrifying speed. Linos manifests a magical shield to repel the heavy blow, causing Errol to click her tongue in frustration as her attack is deflected. The impact of the strike reverberates through the training grounds as Linos struggles to maintain his defensive stance. Errol lands gracefully and glances back with a sharp grin, assessing her student's ability to withstand her assault. Falco intervenes to end the match, but Errol protests that she isn't finished yet while Linos catches his breath behind his barrier. Falco praises Linos for his growth, noting that his magical power has increased significantly since he first arrived at the mansion. Linos is shocked to hear that it is time for his graduation, but Falco assures him that his barrier is now strong enough to rival the palace masters. Falco reveals the graduation exam is a solo mission to hunt a dangerous monster in the Runoa forest within 3 days. Linos enters the forest with Errol and asks why she is tagging along, to which she claims she is merely his bodyguard protecting him from a strong monster. Errol's facade crumbles as she excitedly admits she is actually there to hunt the monster herself, dragging Linos along in her battle-hungry frenzy. Errol stomps through the woods in frustration, unable to find the beast even with detection magic, while Linos wonders if her killing intent is scaring it away. Just as Linos suggests the monster is hiding from Errol's bloodlust, she senses a presence and swings her sword into the brush. A massive, hulking beast bursts from the foliage, revealing itself to be the fearsome Karst Cherole. Errol's sword bounces harmlessly off the monster's hide, and she realizes neither steel nor magic can penetrate its thick skin. Errol dances around the charging beast, delivering a flurry of strikes that fail to leave a scratch as the monster rampages through the trees. Realizing the beast is as hard as rock, Errol orders Linos to flee while she holds it off, but he refuses to run. Linos steps forward and declares that he wants to fight, refusing to be happy if he is always the one being protected. Linos unleashes his magic, casting a complex barrier spell that completely encases the massive bowl and begins to manipulate the space inside. Errol questions his plan to trap it, but Linos reveals he is vacuuming the oxygen out of the barrier to suffocate the beast. Deprived of oxygen, the massive Karst Cherole collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, defeated without a single physical blow. Errol praises Linos's incredible magic application with newfound respect, while Linos smiles wearily that his plan worked. Errol hands Linos a small pouch, instructing him to store the massive carcass inside it, and chuckles at his confusion. She explains that the pouch is a Basim family treasure that uses magic to store large objects, surprising Linos with its utility. Following Errol's instruction, Linos chants the command word, apt, and the giant bowl is magically sucked into the small bag. Errol eagerly suggests they hunt for side ingredients because she plans to eat the monster, much to Linos's horror as she jokes about skinning it. The two forage for mushrooms and wild herbs, with Errol enjoying the freedom of the forest and the prospect of a delicious meal. Linos remarks that he is surprised by her interest in food, seeing a different and more relaxed side to his master. Errol admits that her training usually restricts her to fruits and vegetables, so foraging for her own meal is a rare and fun delight. Linos tries to herd her back to the mansion, but Errol insists on holding their next training session in the forest so they can eat more delicacies. Their banter is interrupted when they stumble upon a second Karst Cherole, freezing Linos in his tracks. Back at the meeting point, Errol recounts the battle to Lady Basim, explaining how Linos suffocated the beast with a vacuum barrier. Falco proudly announces that Linos has passed his graduation exam, and Linos beams with happiness as he thanks his mentors. Errol excitedly declares the monster meat a feast for the whole house, while Lady Basim warmly welcomes Linos back from his trial. Lady Basim gazes at Linos with a knowing look while Errol laughs heartily, already planning the menu for their monster feast. Linos insists he has done nothing to deserve praise, but Lady Basim smiles and insists on thanking him. Basim remarks that Errol has started smiling beautifully ever since she began spending time with the boy. She wishes for Errol's happiness from the bottom of her heart and thanks Linos for saving her niece. Basim tells Linos he is an irreplaceable part of the house and urges him not to hesitate to share his troubles. Overwhelmed by her kindness, Linos tears up and vows to be someone the family can count on. He receives a handkerchief for his tears, feeling incredibly fortunate and blessed to be in this household. Basim worries she pushed Errol too hard but feels secure knowing her niece is there to protect them. She reveals the tragic past where she was forced by the king's order to marry Errol off at 12 to an abusive husband. Basim explains that Errol changed drastically after that trauma, but now she treats Linos like a brother. Basim credits Linos for the positive changes and assigns Whiten to be his personal butler. Whiten reveals that Errol surprisingly accepted an invitation to a salon, a gathering she usually despises. He explains that Errol was nervous and caused an accident that could have damaged the family's reputation. Linos saved the situation by comparing her mistake to an old fable, turning the awkward moment into a triumph. Whiten laughs that the fable was a complete lie Linos invented, impressing Basim with the boy's wit. Basim excuses herself, leaving the two servants to finish their conversation. Whiten bows and takes his leave, intending to thank Linos properly later. Alone in the hallway, Whiten smiles, looking forward to seeing how Linos will grow in the future. Errol suddenly drags Linos out to the Runoa forest for training, ignoring his protests. Linos screams in pain as Errol puts him in a tight wrestling hold, physically crushing him under the guise of training. Errol admits she is having too much fun bullying him, ignoring his plea to stop the morning pranks. Later, a servant summons Linos to the master's room for an urgent matter. Linos knocks and enters the room, apologizing for the intrusion. He is shocked to find not just Lady Basim, but His Highness the Crown Prince waiting for him. Linos wonders why the prince is visiting during the day, as he usually comes in secret at night. The prince announces he will soon be crowned regent and formally requests Linos' assistance. He tasks Linos with securing 100 plumes from the legendary golden bird for the inauguration banquet. Linos suggests Lady Basim would be better suited for the hunt, but she fears her magic would burn the forest. Basim explains she recommended Linos because his infinite storage magic can keep the plumes perfectly fresh. The prince gives a 2-week deadline, and Linos realizes the heavy atmosphere makes refusal impossible. Impressed by the prince's praise of his reliability, Linos vows to devote himself entirely to the mission. In the forest, Linos scans the area with the 1,000-mile looking glass but fails to spot the birds. Errol announces her arrival with a slap to Linos' back, declaring she is there to help him. Linos is less than thrilled by her aggressive support, but Errol demands he show some gratitude. When Linos asks if she found the bird, he suspects she only wants to catch it to eat it. Errol orders him to set up a barrier for camp, and Linos resigns himself to following her lead. He strengthens his resolve to complete the request for the sake of the prince and Lady Basim. Using his detection magic, Linos finally identifies a flock that matches their target. He worries the quest might take all day, but remains hopeful as they close in on the location. They spot the flock of golden birds, and Linos prepares to move in carefully. Linos strategizes on how to capture them, debating between individual barriers or a large cage to avoid trapping other monsters. Linos and his companions spot the scout bird, strategizing a secure method to capture it without killing the creature or alerting the rest of the flock. The bird happily crunches on the fruit Linos threw, its golden radiance seemingly unrelated to its actual diet of fruit. Seeing the bird enjoy the treat, the girl wonders if they can gather a massive amount of fruit to scatter as bait. Linos hesitates but formulates a risky plan, asking what the girl intends to do once the barrier is set. He explains his intent to alter the environment inside the barrier to make it comfortable rather than suffocating the prey like before. As Linos adjusts the temperature and scent to trick the scout into feeling safe, the bird begins to look strangely flushed and disoriented. The plan succeeds as the bird falls into a deep, peaceful sleep, much to the girl's amazement. While the girl prepares to move the captured ones, Linos mimics their chirps perfectly to lure the rest of the flock. The sky lights up with blinding brilliance as a massive flock descends, drawn in by the deceptive call. As the birds land with a rumble, Linos suggests a taste test, but the girl immediately halts him to take over. In a gruesome display of speed, the girl instantly snaps necks and disembowels the birds while Linos watches the swift massacre. Drooling at the prospect of the meal, she demands Linos heat up the frying pan she brought in her luggage. Linos gulps nervously as the meat sizzles in the pan, signaling that the impromptu feast is ready. They take a bite and are immediately overwhelmed by the incredible flavor. Consumed by satisfaction, they praise the perfect balance of umami and sweetness despite the simple salt and pepper seasoning. Realizing they hunted too many, the girl decides to bring the surplus back to the residence for Great Aunt and the others. As they travel through the mountains, Linos wonders if his lady will be pleased with their haul. They arrive back at the estate, greeted warmly by the staff as they unload their golden bounty. Linos serves tea to the lady of the house, who commends him for his splendid job acquiring the golden birds. He humbly insists he is just a servant, but the lady conveys her husband's gratitude for the banquet's success. She reveals that Falco was sent to hunt a substitute because the original request was unreasonable, then hands Linos a heavy bag. Linos is shocked to find gold inside, extracted from the birds, which the master insisted be given entirely to him. The lady solemnly announces that when she and her husband pass away, Linos will be released from his servitude. Overcome with emotion, Linos weeps as she explains that their advanced age means his freedom is approaching fast. He accepts the gold, realizing they want to ensure he isn't left destitute and lonely when they are gone. The other servants celebrate his reward, noting that the master has not yet returned from his own hunt. A week later, Falco finally returns, traumatized and screaming that he can't go back until he hunts the yellow dragon. Linos is suddenly dragged out of bed in the middle of the night by the noisy staff. The lights turn on to reveal a surprise party congratulating him on his coming of age. Confused and overwhelmed, Linos is seated in a throne-like chair while the maids cheer for the star of the show. A lavish feast is revealed, planned for months by Warsa, leaving Linos questioning if he deserves such grandeur. Warsa tears up realizing how quickly the years have passed, transforming the frail boy into a full-fledged adult. Linos smiles warmly and offers a handkerchief to the sobbing Warsa, thanking her for her kindness. Falco joins in, reminiscing about the days when Linos was weak enough to be defeated in training. Linos freezes in shock as he recognizes Great Uncle Arden standing among the guests. The servants gasp in awe as Linos identifies the distinguished visitor as his great uncle. Stammering nervously, Linos tries to express his gratitude to the Basim family for saving his life. Arden apologizes for the delay in meeting him, noting that Urza and the others have spoken highly of his protection of the family. As the head of the Basim household, Arden formally offers his sincere blessings and congratulations on Linos' adulthood. Arden encourages everyone to enjoy the party while Linos asks if he has greeted Great Aunt Urza yet. Linos reads a letter from Lord Whiten, touched that the busy nobleman still makes time to write home. The Lord apologizes for his absence, dashing Linos' hope that he returned for the coming-of-age celebration. Whiten reveals he will stay for a few days, prompting Linos to worry if trouble occurred at the castle. The Lord clarifies that the trouble isn't at the castle, but rather something important is about to happen here. Falco informs Linos that Lady Urza has summoned him, Lady Basim, and Falco for a serious discussion. Lady Urza apologizes for interrupting the festivities, gathering the key members of the household for a private meeting. She hands Linos a gift and entrusts him with a secret mission, requiring Falco and Errol to bear witness. Urza presents Linos with a special permit, granting him unrestricted access to the town's residential and commercial sectors. She smiles mischievously, promising to take him to a familiar store later since he can now travel freely. The mood shifts as she assigns him a grave new responsibility, supervisor of the Basim family treasury. She explains that the treasury houses national-class treasures, which must be protected by his unique barrier magic. Linos hesitates at the magnitude of the task, but Urza insists he is the only one capable of handling the pressure. Accepting the duty with honor, Linos listens as she promises to reveal the unlocking method later. Urza mentions that this appointment is part of a larger gift involving a visitor arriving tomorrow. She reveals that she returned home specifically to receive this guest, who will arrive alone the next day. The household buzzes with tension as they await a visitor powerful enough to give orders to their lord. The mysterious guest is revealed to be the prince, who personally comes to congratulate Linos on his coming of age. The prince calls Linos his benefactor for finding the golden birds, waving off the boy's humble denials. Shifting to business, the prince confirms Linos' new role as treasury supervisor and his travel permit. The prince expresses total confidence in the safety of the treasury, having already witnessed Linos' barrier skills. He then addresses the Basim family directly, stating he has a request that is not for Linos, but for them. The prince drops a bombshell, asking the family to release Linos from slavery and adopt him as a son. The room freezes in shock as the weight of the royal request sinks in. The prince explains that since the Golden Bird incident, he has wanted to secure Linos' talents for the country. He declares his intention to employ Linos as a royal barrier master once the adoption is finalized. Lord Whiten asks for time to discuss this life-changing proposal with his wife before giving an answer. The prince agrees but expects a positive response, leaving the lord overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, in a shadowy room, a spy reports to a mysterious figure about the new barrier master. The conspirators decide to assassinate Linos and his allies once he begins his service at the royal palace. 2 years later, Linos reflects on how the immediate service turned into a long period of waiting. He laments the mountain of etiquette training required to survive the complex customs of the royal palace. As tailors measure him for noble attire, he learns that appearances are a crucial weapon in court politics. Lady Urza warns him that ability alone is insufficient. He must cultivate an image of absolute trustworthiness. She explains that rival factions will judge him harshly, so he must win over even those who seek to antagonize him. The court will scrutinize his pedigree and assets, looking for any weakness to exploit. Lady Urza cautions that if he fails to gain trust, enemies will isolate him and obstruct his work as the black sheep. She commands him to hold himself with dignity, assuring him that the Basim family prays for his safety. She bestows upon him his new noble name, Linos Dake Basim, reviving the founder's name by royal decree. Overcome with emotion, Linos accepts his new identity, but Errol abruptly interrupts to drag him shopping. Errol cheerfully declares him her baggage carrier, leading the newly minted noble toward the bustling market district. Errol misunderstands the shopping trip, assuming they are buying supplies for Linos since he won't be home as often. Linos corrects her, insisting this is an advanced celebration for her and urging her to ask for anything she wants. Reflecting on his new life, Linos lists the luxuries of freedom, warm meals, and kindness he now enjoys daily. A smile crosses his face as he realizes he has been so blessed that he momentarily forgot his status as a slave. They arrive at a market stall, but Errol gets angry when Linos focuses on a bag of beans instead of buying her a gift. Linos excitedly explains that these red beans are adzuki, recalling how he used to cook them with his grandmother. The shopkeeper is impressed by the boy's knowledge of how to process the beans into butter and paste. Errol immediately decides to buy them after tasting a sample, though Linos reminds her they still need his daily necessities. As they walk, they discuss his upcoming departure in November, both admitting to feeling nervous about the separation. Linos notes that despite his adoption into the Basim family, their social status dynamic hasn't really changed. Errol suggests he drop the formalities and just call her Errol, causing Linos to shout in pure shock. He stammers helplessly, unable to bring himself to say her name without the usual honorifics. Errol demands he practice immediately, complaining that his formal speech feels distant and disgusting. Distracted by a window display, Errol instantly forgets the lesson and begs to try on a suit she sees inside. She steps out in a frilly white dress, and Linos compliments her, saying it suits her well. The fashion show continues with various outfits, and Linos praises every single one of them with a smile. Linos teases that she looks beautiful only when silent, prompting her to violently twist his arm and stab his hand. They leave the store empty-handed because Errol claims nothing called out to her, much to Linos' exhaustion. Errol shyly hands him a small package, mumbling that it is a thank-you gift for the adzuki beans. She reveals it is a ribbon she found earlier, offering to give it to someone else if he dislikes it. Linos ties his hair back with the gift and beams a bright smile, telling her he loves it. Flustered by his genuine gratitude, Errol stammers until a massive explosion suddenly rocks the street. The crowd screams in panic as Linos and Errol look up to see the sky filled with smoke and shapes. A swarm of wyverns descends upon the city, heading straight for the strategic target in the distance. The monsters swarm the royal castle, signaling a massive and coordinated attack on the capital. Realizing the danger to the prince and great-uncle, Linos and Errol frantically search for a horse to reach the distant castle. Amidst the stampede of fleeing civilians, a single armored man walks calmly against the flow of the crowd. Linos freezes as the man passes them, unsettled by his eerie composure in the chaos. The soldier stops and smiles menacingly, correctly identifying them as Sir Linos and Lady Errol. He announces that the royal army has seized the castle and that his master wishes to see them. Errol recognizes him as Lukua Madison of the Juka military and accuses him of rebelling alongside Marshal Kurugi. Lukua smirks at the accusation, seemingly amused by the word rebellion. He dismisses her questions, claiming their uprising is a noble act to redirect the kingdom to its rightful path. Errol catches a contradiction in his orders, but Lukua clarifies he was only told to bring Linos to the palace. With a twisted grin, he attacks Errol with lethal intent, forcing Linos to shove her out of the way. Lukua taunts Linos for his fear, his calm demeanor making the threat even more sickening. Linos clenches his fist and declares he cannot disobey his standing order to protect his lady. Lukua counters that if he is truly a loyal slave, he should return to his master's side at the castle immediately. He reiterates that Linos will be taken to the palace where his master is waiting. Linos demands proof that his master is there, and Lukua pulls out an item that leaves both of them in shock. Severed arms fall from the sky and land with a gruesome drop on the cobblestones below. The horrifying realization sets in that these severed limbs belong to Falco, the great wizard and protector of the master. A dark swordsman launches a vicious slash at the woman, forcing her into immediate defensive combat. The woman grits her teeth in exertion while her opponent smiles with sadistic confidence. He commands her not to dodge as he unleashes a flurry of high-speed slashes intended to overwhelm her. Calling him a beast, she defiantly screams for him to take her attacks instead of just dodging. The swordsman mocks her wasted movements and emotional fighting style while Linos watches in shock. Metal clashes against metal as their weapons collide in a spark of friction. The attacker stops his blade inches from her face, noting with satisfaction that she has a barrier on her as expected. He sheathes his weapon, disappointed that a disciple approved by the swordmaster would waste time playing around. Snickering at their predicament, he declares he will simply starve them out since Linos's barrier protects the great ant. He taunts that their defense cannot stop starvation, prompting the woman to surrender to his demands to save them. Linos agrees to surrender, prioritizing the safety of the others while privately needing to verify if the severed arms are truly real. Before they are taken away in the prepared carriage, Linos begs the captor for one specific condition. He demands to meet his master, teacher, and his excellency, which the captor grants with a sinister smirk. The carriage rattles as they travel, leaving Linos and his weeping companion in a tense, heavy silence. Linos frantically wonders if there is a traitor, realizing the barrier failed to activate when soldiers infiltrated the mansion. Watching his lady tremble, he questions why the enemy is treating him with more care than her. She weeps and offers to exchange herself for the other's release, but Linos reassures her that the enemy is actually after him. As the carriage rattles on, Linos apologizes for the situation while she tries to compose herself and stop crying. Approaching the palace, Linos notes with growing concern that the number of soldiers is increasing significantly. Passing through the main gate, the soldiers chatter grimly as Linos notices the smell of blood becoming overwhelming. They spot the group of wyverns from before and realize the fleeing people likely ran to the palace for help. The captor orders them outside, leaving the woman confused as to why the beasts aren't attacking the palace structure. A massive dragon growls silently, imposing its terrifying presence over the gathered soldiers. Linos asks if someone is standing above the main gate, wondering if the army somehow defeated the dragons. He looks up to see a figure commanding the scene from high atop the castle ramparts, visual interpretation of page 27. Linos identifies the man as Marshal Kurugi, who glares down at the scene with cold authority. Shirhaya Kurugi addresses the crowd, proclaiming his title as the Marshal of the Kingdom Juka. He announces that the royal army has seized the throne and overthrown the wretched kingdom to establish a new order. Amidst the roar of the crowd, he declares they will build a powerful kingdom by purging the old, weak blood. The wind howls around the ramparts as the military might of the coup is fully displayed. The crowd is horrified to see the royals treated like cattle in a glass box, screaming for someone to kill the traitor Kurugi. Kurugi orders the destruction of these traitors, demanding anyone to step forward and do the deed. A man pushes a chained captive toward the edge, urged on by Kurugi's ruthless command to do it. The victim plummets from the wall, screaming in terror before hitting the ground with a sickening splatter. The king's younger brother laughs maniacally as he pushes them, claiming he supported Kurugi just for this chance to take the throne. The onlookers flinch as the wyverns approach the fallen bodies, realizing Kurugi intends to eradicate the entire royal family. The beasts feast on the living and the dead, crunching bones in a gruesome spectacle that lacks any nobility. Linos watches in horror as they keep dropping people, realizing he must make a barrier to save even the children falling to their deaths. A man with a sharp mustache warns the group to refrain from interfering as the atmosphere turns deadly. Linos realizes the commotion is coming from the main gate and rushes forward in a panic. He arrives to find the household guards defeated and his family held captive by armed soldiers. Seeing his great-aunt, uncle, and Falco bound, Linos prepares to fight, but Falco warns him not to underestimate the enemy. The enemy leader asks if he is the barrier master, and Linos curses his own carelessness for walking into a trap. The leader admits he tortured the information out of Falco and demands Linos become his shield using his barrier arm. Linos clenches his fist and agrees to comply, but only if the leader releases the prince, his master, and his teacher. The leader ruthlessly denies the request, stating their executions are inescapable and ordering Linos to obey or die. Desperate to save them, Linos tries to negotiate by saying he wants to ask a question before the judgment is passed. He asks about the Basim treasury, demanding to know how to unlock the vault that holds the national treasures. The leader reveals he knows Linos possesses the key and demands the answer immediately, leaving Linos stunned. Linos refuses to speak if his teacher dies, realizing with horror that the leak could only have come from a traitor. The leader commands Shane to take action, mocking Linos for misunderstanding the situation. A familiar voice replies, "As you wish," and the traitor steps forward to execute the order. Lady Urza and Linos stare in disbelief as they recognize the traitor as a trusted member of their circle. In a flashback, a young Shirhaya Kurugi asks his grandfather to tell him war stories again. The grandfather embraces the boy, who excitedly declares his dream to become a soldier just like him. The young Kurugi vows to make his country second to none with innocent but intense determination. His grandfather praises him, teaching him the core belief that a soldier must never be defeated. Years later, Kurugi is celebrated as a prodigy at the military academy, hailing from a line of superior soldiers. His peers admire his excellence and leadership, noting that he is already better than his teachers. Alongside him, a student named Basim van Arden is also praised for his brilliance and noble lineage. Observers predict that these two young men will become the pillars supporting the royal family in the future. In the field, Corps Commander Kurugi is presented with a rare wyvern egg by his subordinates. His subordinate confirms the retrieval, and Kurugi smiles at the potential power it holds. Kurugi reveals his controversial plan to use the egg to subjugate demons, aiming to weaponize them. A subordinate warns that the corrupt nobles and the royal family will never approve of such a dangerous experiment. Kurugi laughs off the concern, questioning if the current leadership is truly fit to guide the country's future. He clenches his fist and declares that the royal army is the true protector of the nation, hinting at his radical ambition. Soldiers worry about Prime Minister Basim's opposition, but the faction believes in Kurugi's immense military power. Kurugi states he cannot reveal his full plans unless war breaks out with the neighboring country of Hydata. His faction argues for an immediate attack to expand territory, claiming the enemy is weak and ripe for conquest. A moderate voice objects to the war, pointing out the country's limits and the logistical nightmare. The argument escalates over whether to protect citizens or plunder villages to fuel the war machine. The marshal silences the room, insisting that enhancing national power is the ultimate priority above all else. The crown prince intervenes to support the peaceful faction, humiliating the marshal and rejecting the military expansion. Kurugi seethes with hatred for the weaklings, who refuse to do what is necessary to strengthen the nation. He resolves to destroy the current order if it means building a strong, undying country. His face twists into a mask of ruthlessness as he decides to purge anyone who stands in the way of his vision. Back in the present, Shane Whiten introduces himself as the intelligence commander, coldly greeting the family he betrayed. Lukua holds up the severed arm of the butler Falco, asking Linos if he has any final words before the end. He forces Linos to kneel in submission and coldly orders his subordinate Shane to proceed with the execution. Linos stares in stunned silence, his mind unable to process the sudden and brutal escalation of violence. Lukua explains he cut off Falco's arms to break the butler's resistance and has now appointed himself the new slave supervisor. He grabs Errol by the hair, warning her that absolute obedience is the only rule in this new reality. Lukua reveals he used an appraisal spell to expose his own background and learned forbidden magic to breach their defenses. He admits that passing through the barrier was an agonizing experience that nearly killed him. Mocking Linos, he claims he only succeeded because of the boy's imperfect barrier and his own desperate need to contact his allies. Linos crumbles under the weight of guilt, realizing his own magic provided the opening for this tragedy. Lukua coldly recounts how he burned the other captives to death when they refused to reveal the password. He notes with sadistic curiosity that while the bodies burned, Errol's magical clothes remained untouched. He confirms that Falco, the Marquis, and His Highness were all tortured with fire until they died for their silence. Tears stream down Errol's face as she declares she would rather be beheaded than betray her family. Lukua demands the password from Linos, offering a quick end to the suffering in exchange for compliance. Linos refuses to speak, while Errol screams at him to forget about her and save his own life. Lukua blasts Linos with magic, calling him as stubborn as his late master while the boy screams in agony. Linos struggles to understand how the slavery magic can be so overpowering when his master never once used it on him. Enraged by the defiance, Lukua loses his composure and screams that he is ridiculed everywhere he goes. Losing all patience, he orders Shane to dissolve the barrier and kill everyone immediately. As Shane prepares the killing blow, Lino screams in a desperate attempt to stop the massacre. Lukua gives the final command to slaughter them all without mercy. Lady Basim suddenly throws herself in front of the attack, taking the fatal blow intended for the others. Linos and Errol freeze in horror as the matriarch of the family collapses before their eyes. Errol screams her aunt's name in anguish as the older woman lies motionless in a pool of blood. A mysterious magic circle activates on Linos' hand, triggering a dormant power within him. Linos clenches his fist, fighting against the paralysis of the slave contract to move his body. The slave mark on his arm shimmers and warps as he forces his body to disobey the binding magic. He bursts into motion, shocking the enemies who cannot comprehend how a slave is defying the absolute order. Memories of the prince flood his mind as he apologizes for taking voluntary action to save them. He realizes this defiance is the final gift he can offer to the people who treated him like family. Errol wails in despair as she looks upon the corpses of her uncle, aunt, and the loyal butler Falco. Lukua coldly orders the wyvern to devour the bodies of the fallen to clean up the mess. Errol screams for them to stop, unable to bear the desecration of her loved ones. Lukua ignores her pleas, watching dispassionately as the monster prepares to feast. Linos screams for his lady, desperate to prevent the final horror. The wyvern lunges, but Errol charges forward with her sword in a blinded rage. She jumps toward the beast, shouting for it to return her precious people. Linos frantically tries to erect a barrier to protect her, realizing he is too late. The wyvern's jaws snap shut, crushing Errol's body in a spray of blood. Dying in the monster's mouth, Errol whispers Linos' name one last time before she is gone. Marshal Karugi watches with sadistic glee as the wyvern crunches on its victim, taunting the beast to eat Linos next. The massive dragon looms over the trembling boy, its jaws dripping with blood as it prepares to strike. Linos stares up in horror, his mind snapping as he processes the sheer cruelty unfolding before him. A dark resolve floods his eyes, and he vows he will never forgive them for this atrocity. Power erupts from him as he declares he will make them regret every breath they take in his presence. As the wyvern destroys the castle structure, Karugi and Whiten dismiss the damage, arrogantly claiming they can simply rebuild a new one. Linos levitates the heavy debris with his magic, wondering why these monsters are laughing after slaughtering his master and friends. Karugi realizes too late that Linos' barrier magic has permeated the very air around them, reaching even their location. The heat inside the barrier intensifies rapidly, causing the villain to realize the deadly trap they are standing in. Linos coldly explains that the heat will boil the water and iron in their blood, causing a steam explosion from within their own bodies. The wyvern shrieks in agony as its body violently combusts from the inside out, collapsing in a bloody heap. Linos steps onto the smoking carcass, asking the terrified men if the pain compares to the suffering his loved ones faced. He grinds his heel into the beast's remains, recounting the fear his lady felt while being eaten alive. Glaring at them with a glowing eye, he asks how much terror they think she endured in her final moments. With a single word, he commands the wyvern to die, finalizing its destruction. A massive explosion engulfs the creature, sending shockwaves toward the horrified marshal. Karugi tries to retreat, but Linos corners him, reminding him of his ambition to build a strong country. Linos declares that Karugi will never build anything again because he is going to end his life right now. Standing amidst the rubble, Linos screams that the marshal killed everyone who ever supported him. He unleashes his rage, demanding to know how they dared to do such a thing to his family. The barrier expands to cover the entire palace, leaving the villains confused and terrified by the scale of the magic. Remembering that his master freed him from slavery, Linos manipulates the debris to shift and collapse. Whiten screams for an evacuation as the ground rumbles and the palace ruins begin to cave in on them. The floor gives way beneath them, sending the marshal plummeting into the abyss of falling stone. Karugi screams in terror as he falls, consumed by the destruction he provoked. A colossal crystal structure erupts from the ground, swallowing the castle and the surrounding area in a blinding light. The townspeople watch in confusion and fear, checking their homes and wondering what just vanished. They realize with shock that the entire royal palace has simply disappeared from the landscape. Inside the crater, Linos sits alone on the barren ground, surrounded by the silence of the aftermath. The massive crystal barrier towers over him, sealing away the tragedy that occurred within. He touches the smooth surface of the barrier, unable to bring himself to leave the remains of his loved ones exposed. Tears stream down his face as he acknowledges that his lady, master, and the king are all buried here. He apologizes brokenly, blaming his own weakness for failing to save or protect them. Unsure of how much magic he has left, he begs for forgiveness as he prepares to move their resting place properly. He vows to encase them so that no one will ever be able to touch or see them again. The barrier shifts and cracks under his command as he finalizes the tomb for his fallen family. Linos decides he must leave immediately before the townspeople arrive to investigate the scene. His thoughts turn to Miss Warsa and the other servants from the mansion, hoping they might still be alive. He recalls that the staff excelled in martial arts and holds onto a sliver of hope that they survived the initial capture. Wiping his tears, Linos turns away from the ruins, resolving that he won't know the truth unless he goes to find them. Linos stands alone on the balcony, panting heavily as he overlooks the city under the night sky. He recalls that his lady was standing right beside him just a few hours ago. Memories flood back of his first arrival in this world, walking down this very road while staring at the castle and his teacher's back. He remembers how helpless he felt back then, overwhelmed by the sheer number of things he didn't know. A haunting silence falls over the estate as he stares at the mansion standing against the dark mountains. The reality of the destruction hits him, and he gasps in horror realizing that half the mansion and everyone in it is simply gone. Desperate denial turns into panic as he screams out for Miss Warsa and the others to answer him. He frantically activates his magic, trying to use detection spells to find any sign of life. He casts the spell with trembling hands, praying to find even just one person amidst the ruins. He collapses to his knees and screams for anyone to respond, but only silence answers his plea. A sudden creak catches his attention, but he bitterly tells himself it is likely just the wind or small animals. Walking through the hallway, he notes with confusion that there are no bodies or blood, only the clean severance of the building. He hallucinates speaking to Warsa, imagining her complaining about work as he stares at the void where the servants' room used to be. The illusion shatters, and he whispers a heartbreaking apology to the empty air, acknowledging that they are truly gone. He approaches the heavy double doors at the end of the hall, his heart heavy with the task ahead. He enters the dining room and touches the fireplace, relieved to find the secret mechanism intact. He recalls his master's solemn instruction to retrieve the treasures if the worst should ever happen. Following the protocol, he activates the stone that responds only to those with permission. A memory of Lady Basim surfaces, smiling as she teaches him the password he must use. He recites the password, "I don't get it at all," repeating the confused phrase he once said to her. The stone mechanism grinds open, revealing the hidden passage to the family's secret vault. He steps inside the treasury and sees the legendary artifacts resting silently in their cases. He grabs the heirloom swords and cloth, apologizing to his master for the circumstances of their retrieval. Looking at the items, he clenches his fist and questions if these mere objects were worth the price of everyone's lives. He leaves the vault and instinctively decides to clean up the mess in the hallway, clinging to his identity as a servant. For a moment, he vividly imagines the maids greeting him with smiles and his favorite meal. The vision fades, leaving him standing alone in the cold, silent kitchen. He walks up the stairs, feeling a jarring dissonance as the remaining part of the house feels completely normal despite the tragedy. He spots a package on the floor that wasn't there before and wonders if someone returned from shopping. Opening the box, he is stunned to find it filled with bread and preserved food meant for a long journey. He pulls out a coat and stares at it, a realization slowly forming in his mind. He recognizes the button ornament and remembers the day his master unexpectedly called a tailor for him. He realizes his master and the tailor were secretly working on this survival gear specifically for him. The truth crushes him as he understands they protected this side of the mansion not for the treasury, but to ensure he got these supplies. Tears stream down his face as he acknowledges that everyone in the Basim house was always kind to him. He breaks down completely, wishing they had chosen to run and save themselves instead of preparing for his survival. He realizes that the love and sacrifice they left behind is far more important than any treasure in the vault. He looks around the empty halls, mourning that while the memories remain, the home and people are gone forever. Sensing movement, he snaps into combat mode and prepares a barrier, only to realize the intruders are townspeople. He tries to offer help to the terrified civilians, but they flinch in horror at his intense, injured appearance. Terrified civilians flee in panic, screaming as they sprint past a confused Linos who stands frozen in the street. A man recoils in absolute horror, shouting for Linos to stay back while the boy futilely tries to ask what is wrong. The villagers brand him a monster and scream for him to keep his distance, shattering his confusion with their harsh accusations. Linos frantically looks around for a beast, only to realize with dawning horror that their trembling fingers are pointing at him. He stares blankly as the realization hits him, wondering if he has truly become a creature to be feared. Touching his face and checking his body, he frantically searches for any sign of horns or transformation that would justify their terror. He finds no blood or deformity, leaving him utterly bewildered by the accusation that he is a monster. Alone in the forest, Linos sinks into deep despair, questioning why he is the only one left alive. He gazes at the empty space beside him, tormented by the absence of the family who always stood by his side. The weight of loneliness crushes him as he huddles in a cave, his heart heavy with grief and frustration. He sits silently before a crackling fire, the flames offering no warmth to his frozen, grieving soul. Exhaustion finally overtakes him, and he drifts into a sleep born of pure emotional fatigue. He prays to never wake up, wishing to remain in a dream where the tragedy of the day never happened. A familiar voice calls his name, jolting him from his slumber to face a presence he thought was gone forever. Linos stares in disbelief as Falco stands before him, whole and unharmed, contradicting the gruesome death he witnessed. He questions his sanity, recalling the severed limbs and fatal wounds that should have ended their lives. Falco laughs off the confusion, claiming the only thing that matters is that Linos survived the ordeal. Errol teases him for his crying face, her playful demeanor unchanged despite the horror they supposedly faced. Overwhelmed by relief, Linos breaks down in tears, sobbing that he is so glad they are safe. The entire group stands together in the light, smiling warmly at the boy who thought he had lost them forever. Falco apologizes for the intense reunion and suggests they sit down to rest the elderly members of the group. They gather around the fire like a family, creating a circle of warmth and comfort in the cold cave. Linos wipes his tears and offers to cook the red beans he bought, eager to serve them one last time. Errol mocks the appearance of the dish, but Falco calls Linos over for a private word while the pot simmers. Falco notices the worry etched on Linos's face and gently asks what is troubling him. The prince joins the conversation, joking that he can't research the monster issue since the royal library is destroyed. Linos is shocked to see his highness, realizing that even the crown prince has joined this spectral gathering. The prince apologizes sincerely for his past words, acknowledging that Linos saved the country from ruin. He assures Linos that the nation will rejoice at his survival, though the boy denies he deserves such praise. The prince laughs that starting fresh as a common man is an exciting prospect, shedding his royal burden. He reminds Linos that he is no longer a slave, but a free man who can walk the same path as him. Lord Baldurm intervenes, telling Linos that the family treasures are now his to help him on his journey. He reveals that he never told the servants the vault's location to protect them, knowing the enemy would torture them for it. He explains that the supplies Linos found were hidden there by luck, or perhaps fate, to ensure his survival. Falco adds that Errol likely believed Linos would return, which is why she prepared the gifts for him. Linos serves the finished bean soup, crying tears of gratitude as Errol looks on with a gentle smile. They enjoy the warm meal together, the simple taste of Tensei bringing a moment of peace to their final farewell. Lord Baldurm commands Linos to never forget the flavor of their family, a legacy passed down through food. Lady Baldurm reveals the heartbreaking truth that Linos was the name of their biological son who died at birth. With loving smiles, they bestow the family name upon him, asking him to live on as Linos Baldurm, their true son. Sitting by the campfire with his adoptive parents, Linos gratefully accepts both his given name and the Baldurm family name. The scene shifts abruptly to a cave where spirits of his past appear, asking why he is saying such things now. As Linos realizes dawn is breaking, Errol smiles and tells him it is time for him to wake up. His former mentors and family gather around, praising his strength and urging him to live freely however he chooses. Desperate to keep the vision from fading, Linos reaches out and screams that he doesn't want to hear their farewells. Images of his past futile chases flash through his mind as he realizes that no matter how much he runs, he can never reach them. Refusing to accept the separation, he screams Errol's name and lunges toward her fading figure. Errol catches him in a spectral embrace, teasing him for finally calling her by name only at a time like this. She gently scolds him, warning that if he cries too much, his eyes will be swollen when he wakes up in the real world. Linos argues back through his tears, demanding to know the point of living if he can't see, touch, or talk to her. Breaking down into tears herself, Errol apologizes profusely for leaving him behind and making him so lonely. She comforts him by promising that even though they are gone, all of them will continue to live on within him. She reminds him that his magic, his kindness, and his righteous anger are all proofs of their existence. Smiling through her tears, she explains that every little action he takes contains a piece of the people who loved him. They hold each other tightly as she begs him never to forget that truth, even if it sounds like mere platitudes. Pulling away with a tearful smile, she encourages Linos to do his best because she intends to do the same. She makes a solemn vow that they will meet again one day and asks him to promise her the same. To seal the vow, she holds out her hand and asks him to hook his little finger with hers in a traditional promise. Linos hesitates, remembering he cannot touch a spirit, but is shocked when their fingers actually connect in a moment she calls romantic. Grateful for the contact, Linos thanks her while she declares that she is fired up despite the odds being against them. With a bright, final smile, Errol bids him farewell and vanishes into the light. Linos wakes up alone in the forest, realizing with a heavy heart that the encounter was just a dream. However, he clutches his hand, feeling a lingering warmth on his pinky finger that proves the promise with Errol was real. Standing up with no clear goals but a new resolve to live freely, he is suddenly interrupted by a growl nearby. He spots beasts fighting and decides to intervene with a light stun spell to give the victim a chance to escape. He unleashes the magic, but instead of a light tap, a massive bolt of lightning obliterates the area with a deafening shriek. Staring at the charred remains, Linos wonders if his half-asleep state caused him to drastically miscalculate his power. A small, white fox with a third eye approaches him, cheerfully thanking him for saving its life. Linos freezes in shock, staring at the animal that just spoke to him in human language. The fox confirms that it was indeed the one speaking, leaving Linos completely bewildered. The creature trembles and asks if the terrifying human plans to eat it, prompting a confused reaction from Linos. Linos frantically waves his hands to deny it, explaining he only used magic to help and doesn't know why it was so strong. Satisfied he isn't a threat, the fox sniffs him and offers to heal his wounds to repay the favor. The fox places a paw on his forehead, and a warm light envelopes him as the healing magic takes effect. Linos asks the fox to heal his friend, pointing toward the injured unicorn nearby. As the fox climbs onto his head to accept the request, Linos wonders if talking animals are normal in this world. The fox explains that it is a 200-year-old spirit who gained the gift of speech and white fur through accumulated virtue. Linos approaches the injured unicorn, gently telling it to stay still because it is hurt. Panic overtakes the unicorn, and it rears up with a loud neigh, refusing to let the human near. The fox shouts from Linos' head, ordering the unicorn to stop moving and assuring it that this human is safe. Linos apologizes for the scare and activates his healing magic to treat the unicorn's severe wounds. As the light of recovery shines, Linos sorrowfully thinks that he could have saved everyone if he had been this capable sooner. He envisions his lost family smiling at him, a painful reminder of the people who can no longer be healed. The unicorn recovers completely and nudges him with gratitude, signaling that the danger has passed. The fox spirit observes Linos' tears and points out that the people he mourns are truly gone. Linos admits that even though he can't repay their kindness, they still visit him in his dreams to cheer him on. The fox spirit suddenly nuzzles against Linos' cheek, trying to comfort the grieving mage with its soft fur. Linos embraces the small creature, feeling the warmth of its heartbeat and thanking it for the consolation. The mood lightens as the fox happily devours a strip of dried meat, praising the culinary skills of Linos' late chef. Linos asks how the fox knew he was a bad person who had killed many, confused by the creature's insight. The fox explains that the accumulation of his enemies' grudges clings to him, creating a palpable aura of fear. It warns that the sheer number of deaths has piled up inside him, becoming a curse that distorts how others perceive him. Linos realizes this curse is why the townspeople were terrified of him, understanding the weight he now carries. He agonizes over the families of the soldiers he killed, wondering if he has the right to be at peace. The fox comforts him by stating that his good deeds like saving them also count, slightly lifting the heavy curse. Offering a solution, the fox reveals it can use its spiritual power to fully undo the curse for him. Linos hesitates, wondering if he should bear the curse as atonement rather than taking the easy way out. The fox argues that anyone would feel that way, but carrying the curse might hinder him from doing what he must. It advises him to live a life that his late master and family would not be ashamed of, rather than suffering uselessly. A memory of Lady Urza telling him to fight on surfaces, giving him the resolve to accept the fox's help. Linos asks if the ritual involves anything bad, and upon being reassured, he agrees to proceed. Following the fox's instructions, Linos holds out his hands as the spirit begins the purification process. A dark, sludge-like substance slithers out of his palms, physically manifesting the heavy curse leaving his body. The fox asks for a name now that the curse is broken, pointing out that they look different to him now. It explains that if god retainers like them receive a name, their divinity increases, prompting Linos to think. Linos cheerfully names the fox Gon, striking a pose as he bestows the simple title. The fox freezes in disbelief, clearly underwhelmed by the plain sound of its new identity. Turning to the unicorn, Linos considers its noble appearance and white coat before deciding on a name. He names the unicorn Ilimo, causing Gon to look on with jealousy at the much cooler-sounding name. Gon complains about the disparity, convinced that Ilimo is just relieved to have escaped a name like Gon. The fox resigns itself to the name and declares that they will join Linos on his journey since it's more fun with friends. Linos smiles and admits he is glad for the company, as he knows very little about the world outside the forest. Gon takes the lead and suggests they head toward the kingdom of Hydaita since it is the closest destination. Linos notices wings on the unicorn, and Gon reveals Ilimo is a fugitive royal pet who fled Hydaita's harsh treatment. Linos quickly decides that Hydaita is out of the question to avoid danger, but Ilimo nuzzles him affectionately. Gon translates that Ilimo wants to follow his savior anywhere, regardless of the risk involved. Linos promises to protect them both if trouble arises, and the animals accept his vow with joy. Gon cheers, "Yes, sir," and the trio solidifies their pact to travel together as a new family. Setting their course, the group begins their trek toward the kingdom of Hydaita despite the potential perils. After a long journey, Linos looks out over a vast landscape and asks if they have finally arrived at their destination. Linos and his group lament their arduous journey out of Runoa Forest, realizing too late that they could have simply flown out on Ilimo instead of facing the dragon. A guard confronts Linos at the border, demanding his identity after the boy claims to have traversed the dangerous forest all the way from the Juka kingdom. The soldiers are left in disbelief when Linos identifies himself as a barrier master from the noble house of Basim, shocked that a mere kid survived the forest. Realizing he may have said too much to an enemy nation, Linos tries to play it cool while the guards order him to wait right there. A knight named Siono rushes to the scene, urgently asking if the reports are true that Linos crossed the Runoa forest from Juka. Siono presses for intelligence, asking directly if the Juka kingdom has truly collapsed as the rumors suggest. Linos confirms the collapse with a solemn expression, stating clearly that there is no mistake about the kingdom's fall. Siono asks about the Great Demon King, and Linos explains it was actually a coup by Marshal Kurugi who controlled the demons, hiding the fact that he himself destroyed the castle. The knight muses on the conflicting rumors about a dragon destroying the capital, realizing that the truth is more complex than simple monster attacks. Siono expresses relief that their intel was correct and thanks Linos, muttering to himself that everything checks out. He apologizes for the sudden request but asks the exhausted Linos to meet with the Prime Minister the very next day to share this information. Linos is taken aback by the scale of the request, stammering in confusion at the thought of meeting the Prime Minister. Siono arranges an inn for Linos' stay, while Linos anxiously asks his companions if it is really okay for him to meet such a high-ranking official. Arriving at the inn, Linos is overwhelmed by the luxurious hospitality, feeling out of place in such a grand establishment. Siono departs with a promise to return in the morning, leaving Linos to marvel at the softness of the bed in his lavish room. Linos flops onto the bed to relax, but his barrier senses immediately detect surveillance magic hidden throughout the room. Realizing he cannot be rude despite the surveillance, Linos resolves to simply report the facts about Juka and decides he needs better clothes for the meeting. The next morning, Siono arrives promptly at the door to collect Linos for the important audience. Siono is momentarily stunned by Linos' formal appearance, then leads him to a waiting carriage for their journey. As they travel, Linos looks out the window and is startled to see they are approaching a massive royal castle. Panicking that this is not a military office, Linos questions their destination as Siono hands him over to a palace guide. The guide escorts him to a massive set of double doors, announcing that His Excellency is waiting inside the reception room. Linos steps inside and is immediately put on edge by the presence of an armed knight guarding the room. Detecting magical surveillance inside this room as well, Linos sharpens his focus, determining that he must be extremely careful with his words. An elderly man with a monocle welcomes him warmly, introducing himself as the Prime Minister and inviting Linos to take a seat. The Prime Minister reveals he knows about Linos's background as the adopted slave of the Marquis, and Linos confirms his identity as a barrier master of House Basim. Getting to business, the Prime Minister asks if the Juka leadership was truly wiped out, and Linos confirms the deaths while asking if Hidaita will send troops. The Prime Minister dismisses the idea of intervention, stating that a civil war yields no merit and lamenting the loss of the talented Marquis and Marshal. He fondly recalls stories of the Marquis's tireless work ethic and celebrations, expressing genuine regret over the nobleman's death. The conversation shifts abruptly when the Prime Minister asks if Linos knows what became of the great mage Falco. Linos explains that Falco left the Empire after training his students, and the Prime Minister reveals that he and the eccentric mage were actually childhood friends. While the Prime Minister chuckles that Falco lived the fun life he wanted, Linos gravely admits that the tough instructor was like a father to him. Suddenly, the Prime Minister stands up and invites Linos to come along, stating that he needs to go report to His Highness immediately. Linos is brought before the Emperor himself, and he bows deeply to introduce himself as a barrier master of House Basim. The Emperor stares down at Linos with an intense, unreadable expression and simply murmurs, "I wonder." Linos strains to hear as the Emperor speaks again, unable to make out the words but sensing a terrifying pressure. The Prime Minister nods in satisfaction, but Linos is left confused and unsettled, sensing a distinct evil aura emanating from the Emperor's lips. The audience is abruptly ended, and Linos leaves the room, bewildered by the encounter and wondering what the Emperor and Prime Minister are secretly discussing. Stepping out onto the palace stairs, Linos stretches his arms and sighs in relief, glad that the nerve-wracking ordeal is finally over. Siono greets him cheerfully at the bottom of the stairs, and Linos happily accepts the knight's offer to guide him around the city. Overwhelmed by the exhausting lessons on sophisticated conversation and table manners, Linos is relieved when a messenger interrupts with a dinner invitation from His Excellency. Walking through the capital with his companion, he observes the lack of division between commercial and residential areas while confirming his attendance. His guide points out the Grand Theater and the university, explaining that many residences lie behind the main buildings along the road. Linos remarks on the pleasant nature of the enemy nation, prompting his companion to offer him more clothes to blend in. While examining a piece of fabric, his thoughts drift melancholically to Errol, wondering if he will ever see her again. Shaking off his gloom, he purchases a mountain of supplies and contemplates settling down in this city permanently. Back in his room, he confides in his familiar that he wants to use the upcoming dinner to ask about getting a job based on his abilities. Arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Linos speculates that the host simply wants to reminisce about old times with his master. As the meal is served, Linos stares at the plates, confirming his suspicion that this isn't just a casual social call. The atmosphere shifts as the Prime Minister introduces the late arrival as Prince Vilas, the second Prince of Hidaita. Linos is bewildered that a prince would come to see him, but Vilas smiles warmly and asks him to relax and talk. The Prime Minister reveals the prince is his grandson and drops the bombshell request for Linos to become a bodyguard for the royal family. Linos is stunned by the proposal, while the old man praises the Crown Prince's kind-hearted nature to persuade him. Vilas explains that his ambitious older sister, Princess Ricolette, is being manipulated by aristocrats plotting to seize the government. He grimly notes that people close to the Crown Prince, and even Vilas himself, have been targeted and harmed by these schemes. The Prime Minister begs for help to prevent a civil war within the family, specifically asking Linos to protect Vilas and the Crown Prince. Linos hesitates, arguing that as a newcomer to the country, the responsibility is too great and he might fail. The old man counters that as the adopted child of the Basim house and Falco's disciple, Linos is more than qualified and trustworthy. Vilas apologizes for the pressure, but Linos senses a familiar determination that reminds him of the Basim household's atmosphere. Resolute, Linos accepts the request, swearing to serve as a member of the Basim house and a disciple of the great mage Falco. Returning to his pets, Gon and Ilimo, he cheerfully announces that they have finally found a new house. They arrive at a massive estate in the woods, and Linos stares in awe at the sheer size of their new home. Looking over the balcony, he hopes to start his bodyguard work soon, while his familiar teases him for calling the mansion shabby compared to a hotel. Despite his excitement, a wave of nervousness hits him as he realizes the situation mirrors his troubled past with the crown prince. He explores the interior with his familiar, trying to convince himself he just wants to maintain the property properly. The estate is revealed to be a bargain because it is located in a monster-infested area 1 hour from the capital. Linos joyfully tours the fully equipped facilities, celebrating the kitchen, lounge, bath, and stables. He excitedly assigns bedrooms to himself and his companions, noting there is plenty of space for guests. Realizing the bedroom lacks essentials, he decides to ride Ilimo into the capital to shop and get his affairs in order. On the stairs, he tells his familiar he plans to start a barrier company and has already asked the Prime Minister for permission. He proudly christens it the Date Company after his middle name, ignoring his familiar's dread about the potential for bad puns. Arriving in the bustling capital, their carriage passes through a lively district filled with hotels and soliciting women. Elsewhere, Princess Ricolette watches the red light district from a window, noting that it is unusually active for the early hour. She observes the women flirting with men on the street, her expression hardening with disapproval. Turning to her subordinate Shooter, she confirms the plan is ready and that soldiers will raid the businesses in an hour. Shooter assures her the arrests will be simple, while noting that such establishments are common. He questions the morality of the raid since brothels are entertainment, but Ricolette argues that prostitutes are not inherently evil. Her eyes blaze with conviction as she declares that allowing people to buy and sell bodies as they please is unacceptable. She vows to purge the district of this perceived evil, determined to root it out completely. Her subordinate agrees with a smile, affirming they must patrol for disturbances against public order and morals as the princess commands. Linos waves a casual goodbye to the informant named Shooter, thanking him for the directions as he walks away with his fox companion and Errol. Checking his map against the street signs, he mutters that the location should be just past the next intersection on the right. His face lights up as he spots the Date Company building, excitedly telling Gon that they have finally found their new base of operations. He enthusiastically outlines his plan to use the first floor for reception and the second for office space, intending to offer bodyguard services using his magic and swordsmanship. Turning to the small fox on his shoulder, Linos asks with a hopeful grin if Gon thinks the business venture will go well. He clasps his hands in prayer to God Inari for business prosperity, confusing Gon, who points out that he is literally a divine fox messenger right there. Their peaceful moment is shattered by a terrified scream tearing through the air nearby. Rushing to the window, Linos spots soldiers aggressively harassing a brothel, noting with disgust that the attackers are the same men who frequent the place. Anger boils within him as he laments that such violence is happening in a country he thought was peaceful and nice to live in. The soldiers scream at the women to shut up, calling them whores and dragging them out while the women cry that they haven't done anything wrong. A female commander sneers at the captives, declaring them villains of public morals, but Linos retorts from the crowd asking how many of her own men are customers. The soldiers argue they have the king's permission, but the commander silences them by invoking the decree of Princess Ricolette to abolish all brothels. Unable to watch any longer, Linos steps forward and shouts for them to please wait. He confronts the commander with a sharp smile, warning that they won't achieve their goal of abolition by using such crude and violent methods. A noblewoman inside a nearby carriage is warned to stay back, while the guard threatens to cut Linos down if he doesn't hold his tongue. Linos argues logically that businesses only exist because of demand, and if the customers disappeared, the brothels would shut down on their own. He leans in with a mocking grin, suggesting that if they really want to stop it, the soldiers should try stopping their own visits first. The soldiers' faces turn red with humiliation and rage as they surround Linos, drawing their weapons to silence him. One soldier tries to bend Linos's finger back, but Linos uses magic to twist the man's arm instead, asking if he wants to see what happens to his body next. Realizing they are outmatched, the soldiers retreat in a huff, swearing to report this insolence to Lady Ricolette and Lord Shooter. As soon as the soldiers leave, the brothel workers swarm Linos with tearful hugs, thanking him profusely for driving away the stinky guys. Inside the carriage, a man suggests adjusting their plans while Princess Ricolette comments that the interlopers seemed rather interesting. The princess looks uncertain about her righteous crusade, but her companion reassures her that the people of the empire will understand in time. By the next day, a massive line of potential customers has formed outside Linos's new shop, buzzing with curiosity. Linos is overwhelmed but happy as he takes orders for everything from caravan guarding to babysitting, while Gon holds a sign asking people to write down their requests. The neighbors drop by with sandwiches for lunch, insisting he eat and thanking him for his service to the community. As the rush finally dies down, Lino sighs with relief and starts eating, only for the door to chime again with another arrival. 2 new customers approach the counter, confirming that this is indeed the famous Barrier Master's shop. A bipedal cat in full armor struts in and arrogantly demands that Linos wait a moment before being addressed. Linos stares in disbelief at the rude creature, who puffs out his chest and demands to know what kind of treatment he is forcing the great hero Willis to endure. The cat slams a request paper onto the counter, demanding the Barrier Master join his party to help defeat the Demon King. Linos stares blankly at the paper, then at the ridiculous cat, trying to process the absurdity of the request. He immediately refuses and slams the door, leaving the self-proclaimed hero Willis shocked that someone wouldn't know his name. The neighbors laugh and explain that Linos's fame from the brothel incident has spread, unfortunately attracting all the weirdos in town. The conversation turns to Princess Riko, with the neighbors gossiping that she has a one-track mind focused on becoming the next emperor. Linos recalls the name, Shooter, being mentioned by the soldiers and realizes the princess is a scholar whose investigations have recently intensified. He decides to gather more information by asking the Prime Minister, while Ricolade stares out a high window at the castle. Ricolade stands amidst piles of books, determined to study more to be useful to her father, though she remains annoyed by Linos's interference. Her mind drifts to a memory of her childhood, calling out to her father, mother, and older brother as she tries to follow them. In the present, she stands beside a man who resembles her brother, her expression hardened with resolve as she whispers, "Father." Young Ricolette watches the adults from a distance, saddened that they are too busy to play with her. She worries that her family hates her and wonders if she would be loved if she were as useful as her brother, the future emperor. Desperate for affection, she asks herself if becoming useful would finally make them treat her with kindness. She approaches the adults with a determined look and asks for a home tutor to begin her studies immediately. Ricolette meets her new teacher, Kuruma Fao, and eagerly declares that she wants to learn absolutely everything. Kurumu is touched by the small girl's intense dedication as Ricolette throws herself into her studies. Ricolette pushes herself relentlessly, believing that if she becomes flawless and useful, her loneliness will finally end. Overwhelmed by the pressure and isolation, she sniffs back tears but refuses to stop trying. She convinces herself that once she succeeds, her family will surely turn their eyes toward her and smile. 2 observers discuss Ricolette's potential, noting her intelligence but questioning if she is a suitable supporter for the next emperor. They criticize her for meddling in affairs unbefitting her status and gathering attention from noble girls instead of focusing on succession. Ricolette realizes that while her father rules well, many nobles are useless, so she seeks knowledge to fill the gaps. She resolves to show her father that capable people exist in the lower classes, even if it risks her own position. Despite her efforts, she feels a crushing sense of insufficiency and begs for more knowledge to fill the void. She pleads with her teacher to teach her more, heartbroken that she still doesn't feel useful to her father. The teacher decides to introduce someone who can help Ricolette turn her thoughts and feelings into tangible action. A man named Shooter is introduced as the one who will become her hands and feet. He is an outstanding member of the Imperial Guard and promises to become her greatest strength. Shooter warns her that her path will be grueling enough to make her vomit blood, but he sees her anxiety for her family. He kneels before her, vowing that she can count on him for absolutely anything she needs. With absolute conviction, Shooter declares himself to be Her Highness's eternal ally. The duo moves to execute her will, stepping in to confront the corrupt officials hindering her goals. The Chamberlain screams in outrage, refusing to accept that he is being fired by a mere child. He accuses her of abusing her position and acting without the consent of the emperor or her lineage. Ricolette wavers, terrified that her actions will make her father hate her, but looks to Shooter for reassurance. Shooter comforts her, affirming that her unconventional methods and knowledge will ultimately save the country. He assures her that the day will come when everyone understands and appreciates her tireless efforts. Reaffirming his loyalty, he tells her to be at ease because he will always remain her ally against the slanderers. Ricolette holds onto the hope that one day her family will simply say thank you and call her a good girl. A servant announces that the princess has requested an audience, and Shooter is en route to join her. Back in the present, Lino stares in confusion at a Japanese-style shrine sitting inexplicably in the backyard. He turns to ask Gon about it, but the fox is freezing up and munching nervously on a snack. Linos recoils as he sees Gon shaking violently with a face that looks like he has seen a ghost. Gon stammers that every 3 years, the white foxes must undergo a terrifying inspection by the fox god. He reveals that the princess who leads the white foxes is coming, and the inspection is brutally strict. Linos tries to comfort the trembling furball, reminding Gon that he has been helpful with the curse and work. He pats the shaking fox, assuring him that despite some laziness, he has been perfectly diligent. Gon whispers a confession, admitting that he does things when his master isn't looking. Linos demands to know what stupid things he has been doing, and Gon admits to slacking off. To Linos' exasperation, Gon reveals a pile of bribery snacks he prepared to brown-nose the scary fox princess. Linos arrives at the shrine with a heavy box in hand, hoping the entities within will go easy on him while Gon rides nervously on his shoulder. Stepping through the overgrown path toward the imposing wooden gate, Linos reassures himself that everything will be fine. A sudden shift in the atmosphere strikes him, making it feel as though he has momentarily returned to Japan just as they reach their destination. The heavy wooden doors creak open ominously, revealing the mysterious interior of the shrine to the startled pair. 2 fox servants greet them, noting that talking animals are common here, and guide them toward the princess. Linos enters a grand Japanese-style room and kneels on the tatami, waiting respectfully for the princess to summon him. A massive, terrifying wolf deity suddenly looms over him, commanding him to bow down and crushing him with its presence. Pressed against the floor, Linos breaks into a cold sweat, terrified by the overwhelming aura and unable to stop trembling. The commanding voice orders him to lift his head, prompting him to slowly look up. As he raises his eyes, Linos gasps in sheer awe at the entity before him. A gigantic, majestic fox deity with multiple tails sits upon the dais, radiating divine power and sparkles. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the being, Linos can only stare in shock at her immense form. Linos tries to introduce himself formally as a chaperone, but the deity smiles warmly upon seeing Gon, catching Linos off guard. The deity addresses the small fox directly, recognizing him as the master who gave her a name and noting his reputation precedes him. Linos quickly defends his companion, explaining that despite Gon's carefree nature, he is helpful and has stood by his side through curses and hardships. Worried that his outburst might have offended her, Linos panics until the deity asks what he intends to gain with his words. Remembering his strategy, Linos presents the tiered box he brought, announcing with all due respect that he has brought gifts. A heavy silence fills the room before the deity abruptly orders her servants to leave, confusing the terrified Linos. The boxes float into the air through magic as Linos explains they contain food from his hometown intended as offerings for fox gods. The deity eagerly devours the food with a happy expression, while Linos watches with a pounding heart. Declaring the offering delicious, the deity demands regular deliveries of this food and promises to bestow a favor upon Linos in return. Linos seizes the chance to ask if Gon can remain his follower, to which the deity easily agrees while still savoring the meal. Realizing their plan was seen through but not caring, the deity approves the request on the sole condition that she receives more of those tasty offerings. Shifting the tone, the deity addresses the matter of Linos becoming the demon king, noting that his curse came from slaughtering many humans. She explains that the accumulated experience from those deaths has caused an immense and dangerous increase in his magic power. The deity issues a grave warning that he must never use this power for evil, and Linos solemnly vows to engrave that command into his heart. Accepting his resolve, the deity decides she must still properly express her gratitude for the food offering since the previous favor was too easy. She grants him the powers of divine protection and refinement to maintain balance, ignoring his humble attempts to decline. She explains that refinement will let him converse with other species like his unicorn, while divine protection allows him to share and retrieve power at will. The deity cuddles Gon affectionately while reminding Linos not to forget the food offerings, leaving him thinking the arrangement seems nice. The meeting concludes peacefully as they bid farewell to the satisfied deity. Outside, Linos collapses on the grass in relief, while Gon looks absolutely traumatized by the encounter. Gon tearfully pledges to follow his master for life after avoiding a demotion, and they return home noting the princess has gained weight. Some time later, an exhausted Linos runs into Siono the knight while rushing to a store, completely out of breath. Siono informs him that the Prime Minister demands his immediate presence, questioning what kind of trouble Linos has gotten into. Despite Linos' fatigue, Siono drags him toward the castle, insisting he come right away. The Prime Minister welcomes Linos with a sinister expression, stating there is a person he needs Linos to make disappear immediately. He corrects himself to say he needs Linos to guard a certain royal who is being sent close to the border. The royal turns out to be a self-proclaimed hero and prince of the Catman race named Piao, who was arrested for his suspicious attire and insistence on subjugating the Demon King. Linos is shocked to learn this deluded prince brought his own equipment and cash to stage a performance of defeating the Demon Lord. The Prime Minister explains that the careless prince has been banished and his equipment seized, though the confiscation turned violently troublesome. Linos learns with dread that the strict First Imperial Princess, Reincarnated, has been put in charge of the entire chaotic affair. Fearing the political fallout of executing a royal, the princess has instead ordered Linos to stealthily dump the slandering prince at the border. When Linos suggests using the knights, the Prime Minister implies they would simply behead the insulter rather than transport him safely. The Prime Minister subtly threatens Linos's store to ensure compliance just as the intimidating Princess Reincarnated arrives on the scene. Linos turns to face the icy, beautiful First Imperial Princess as she approaches him in the hallway. He attempts a polite introduction, but Reincarnated cuts him off with a cold stare and asks if she can help him. Ignoring his pleasantries, she bluntly asks who he is, maintaining her distant and imposing demeanor. Linos hurriedly kneels to apologize for his insolence, but Reincarnated immediately tells him there is no need for such gestures. She lectures him that he should only bow to those he truly respects or serves, pointing out that he is not her retainer. Linos realizes that despite her royal status, she despises unnecessary foppery, which explains why the court finds her difficult to handle. Watching her walk away, he muses that her rigid, honest way of thinking dangerously jeopardizes the traditional values of the nobility. They arrive at the dungeon, where the imprisoned cat prince recognizes Linos as the rude barrier master from their previous encounter. Linos releases the arrogant catman, Willis, and promptly whacks him for his rudeness while explaining the deportation order. As they fly toward the border on Ilimo the unicorn, Linos silently thanks the fox princess for the gift of understanding animal speech. Willis boasts about his strength as a hero destined to defeat the Demon Lord, while Linos laments being stuck with this noisy task. Linos sharply questions what achievements Willis actually has to support his hero claims, silencing the catman's bluster. Willis attempts to demonstrate his power with a weak magic blast, but Linos scoffs that subjugating the Demon King is impossible with such meager skills. As the carriage lands with a heavy thud, Linos points out that the self-proclaimed hero is lacking in far too many areas. They arrive at the border, where Willis sulkily reintroduces himself, though Linos ignores the redundant information. Willis suddenly dashes off upon seeing a familiar figure, shouting out to his Gramps in excitement. The grandfather greets the former prince with a swift punch to the face, screaming at him for being an idiot. The old catman berates Willis for stealing treasure and cutting ties with his country without permission, calling his actions utterly foolish. Overwhelmed with guilt, Willis sobs uncontrollably while his grandfather scolds him for being unreliable and causing so much worry. Linos watches the emotional reunion awkwardly, realizing his escort mission is effectively over and wondering what to do next. He advises the crying prince to use this fresh start to learn about the world and eventually prove his strength to his grandfather. Linos hands over a bag of burgers to keep them fed on their journey, though the distracted pair barely seems to listen. Mission accomplished, Linos collapses in the carriage, completely exhausted by the mental toll despite using little magic. Returning home, Linos relaxes in bed while Gon cheerfully reports that everything was peaceful during his absence. The tranquility is shattered by a sudden, ominous rumbling that puts both Linos and Gon on high alert. Linos looks out over the forest, pinpointing the source of the disturbance near the edge of his barrier. Commanding Ilimo to descend, he realizes with shock that a massive horde of demons is gathering right where his protection ends. He orders Gon and Ilimo to hide, confident his barrier will hold, but a terrifying roar shakes his resolve. Giant demons tear through the magical shield with ease, shattering Linos' assumption that his barrier was impenetrable. As the monsters crash into the forest, Linos realizes he cannot use fire or lightning magic without causing a forest fire. He decides to counter the incoming attack with water magic, clenching his fist as the demons spot him. The demons lunge with lethal intent, but Linos stands his ground, preparing to negate their assault. Unleashing a massive torrent of water, Linos blasts the demons back with overwhelming force. Terrified by his unexpected power, the demons scream for a retreat, shocked that a human could be this strong. Linos watches them flee, panting and unsure if he should pursue, but relieved that he somehow repelled the invasion. Linos pushes through the brush, concerned about the current strength of his barrier and the consequences of excessive killing. Startled by a noise, he peers into the hollow of a tree and discovers a small figure hiding there. A terrified demon child recoils in panic, begging him not to hurt her and promising to disappear immediately. Overcome with fear, the little demon wails loudly, crying out for her mommy. Linos is bewildered to find a crying girl in the forest as her sobs echo through the trees. Regaining her composure, the girl introduces herself as Paris, the princess of the Belial family. She bows her head in shame, apologizing profusely for the rudeness and invasion committed by her family. Linos reassures her with a casual smile, stating that he isn't actually angry about the incident. Paris explains that her father died due to the king's will, which decreed she would marry whoever subjugated the great demon king. She pouts and assumes the candidates were awful, while Linos asks if she resents being used as a political prize. Paris denies it, but Linos sharply asks if her father truly prioritized the country over his own daughter's happiness. A memory triggers, and she recalls screaming at her father, demanding to know the meaning of his decisions. In the flashback, she refuses to become queen or marry, only for her father to reveal he was just about to discuss that very topic. Her father gently tells her that the subjugation will fail and that the life of a scholar suits her far better than royalty. Paris stares in shock, unable to comprehend why her father is changing the course of her fate. He gazes at her with deep affection, urging her to become someone who sees the world with her own eyes. Admitting his mistake regarding the succession, he asks if she is willing to be free, valuing her strength over bloodlines. He points across the room, suggesting that her uncle is a capable replacement for the throne. He speaks highly of his younger brother, confident that he will make a splendid successor in her place. With a tender look, he strokes her head, calling her his sweet and cute Paris. Tears stream down her face as he hugs her, regretting he won't see her grow up but rejoicing in her freedom. Back in the present, Linos comforts the weeping girl, acknowledging that she had a truly splendid father. Paris argues that her prudent uncle wouldn't invade another country, while Linos jokingly wishes to be left alone as the former demon lord. Paris freezes in shock, her eyes going wide as she processes the word, former. Linos quickly backpedals, explaining that he was originally just a normal human working as a barrier master. He vaguely explains that he left his country to secure the bare necessities for survival. Changing the subject, Linos asks Paris what she intends to do with her life from now on. Her eyes light up as she declares her desire to travel and learn about all the things she doesn't know. Linos considers hiring her but hesitates, realizing he currently lacks the funds to support a traveler. He looks at her expectant face and worries that offering her a home might feel like restricting the freedom her father gave her. Deciding to test her utility, he asks if she has any skills with swords or magic, and she confirms she was drilled in both. Linos explains his current job of accompanying merchants to various places as a bodyguard. He proposes that she come work for him, suggesting it would be a good way to expand her world one job at a time. He offers her a position with no questions asked, promising she can leave whenever she feels ready to live independently. Paris blushes with joy and accepts the offer immediately, thanking him for the opportunity. Gon pops up on Linos' head, declaring that since it is decided, they must hold a welcome party right away. Paris eagerly mentions she wants to learn to cook, while Linos realizes he is the only one capable of preparing the meal. Linos welcomes her to the team, confident that with her sword, magic, and cooking skills, she will be a great help. Paris beams with a radiant smile, shouting a happy yes to her new beginning. Meanwhile, a woman lies awake in a luxurious bed, sighing over yet another sleepless night. Princess Ricolette permits her maid to enter, who notes the princess's poor complexion caused by a sleepless night of worry. Determined to attend the meeting despite the opposition to women participating, Ricolette insists there are things only she can do. Quena looks on with concern, noting that the princess has become thin from constantly worrying about the country and her father. Learning that her father seems better today, Ricolette asks for rouge to brighten her face and hide her fatigue. The maid reveals the emperor had alcohol instead of breakfast, shocking Ricolette with the news of his poor habits. The Imperial Council gathers to discuss the defense of the country and the consequences of the great demon lord's revival. The key royals, Crown Prince Haito, Prince Virus, and Princess Ricolette, take their places as the fateful meeting begins. The Prime Minister opens the session by requesting a report on changes since the last meeting, while the Emperor sighs. Chaos erupts immediately as the nobles bicker and panic amongst themselves, creating a cacophony of fear. A messenger confirms the great demon lord is hiding near the empire, citing a recent demon attack at the border. The emperor dismisses the link to the attack while coughing, stating he has already received reports from his own barrier master. Catching Ricolette's concerned gaze, the emperor weakly commands her not to look at him with such pity. Ricolette inwardly questions why the prime minister and her brothers remain oblivious to the emperor's deteriorating condition. She realizes the emperor has been drinking wine solely to mask the pain of his illness from the court. Prince Haito panics about a potential invasion, but the emperor sternly orders the future ruler not to avert his eyes. Prince Virus suggests suppressing the citizens with taxes for defense, sparking outrage among the nobles about their own burdens. As the argument intensifies, Ricolette stands up to intervene, silencing the room with her presence. The emperor cuts her off before she can speak, claiming he has already issued detailed instructions to the army. He orders her to leave the rest to the generals, and Ricolette hesitates, biting back her objection. Struggling to breathe, the emperor asserts that he alone will make the decisions to prevent further panic. He resolves to protect his nation and people, knowing that withdrawing now would only incite more fear. In a moment of vulnerability, he asks if Ricolette still cares for him despite his coldness, to which she answers yes. He warns her that her presence is dangerous in the current political climate and that she is creating too many enemies. With a final, stern command, the emperor orders his daughter to leave the council chamber immediately. Ricolette accepts the order with a bow, apologizing to her father before turning to exit the room. Outside the doors, she breaks down in silent tears for a moment before steeling herself to continue. Meanwhile in town, a cheerful Paris begs Linos to buy more food supplies for her chef training. Linos agrees to the expense but teases her about buying too much as she piles boxes into his arms. Watching Paris gush over apples, Linos smiles as she reminds him of his old friend Errol. Paris excitedly suggests they go to the canteen for lunch, and Linos happily agrees to the break. They arrive at the store only to find it unusually closed for this time of day, confusing them both. The owner rushes out in a panic, apologizing for the closure and explaining she is in a huge hurry. She excitedly reveals that a slave market has opened in town right now. The owner explains she plans to buy a good-looking slave to help with the manpower shortage at her popular store. Seeing Linos's darkened expression, she pauses to ask what is wrong, noticing his sudden shift in mood. Linos admits he knows the harsh treatment slaves receive, causing the owner to misunderstand and ask if he was raised for food. Ignoring the awkward question, Linos declares he is going to the slave market, and Paris decides to join him. They sprint through the streets toward the market, urgency driving Linos forward. Linos explains to Paris that while he was lucky, he knows the horrors children face in slavery and wants to help. He wonders if there is anything he can do to intervene as they rush toward the grim destination. Linos bursts into the slave market, startling the owner who asks if he is there to buy a slave too. The auctioneer tries to sell a human male for a high price, but there are no immediate takers in the crowd. The owner explains that these are criminal slaves who can be forced into terrible work because of their status. As the auctioneer brings out an elf beastman, the owner notes that unsold slaves are often disposed of by the traders. The elf is sold for 5,000 gold, and the auctioneer announces the final item for the day is coming up next. A female sheep beastman is brought onto the stage, and the bidding begins sluggishly. Linos realizes the girl has been cursed, which likely explains why the crowd is instinctively shunning her. Seizing the moment, Linos raises his hand and wins the auction with a low bid of 500 gold. A sudden commotion erupts outside the hall, causing confusion among the patrons just as the sale concludes. Armed soldiers burst in, declaring that the princess has decreed a total ban on slave markets within the empire. The soldiers order all customers to leave immediately, leaving Linos wondering if his bid actually went through. Paris marvels at the sudden arrival of so many soldiers while the market dissolves into chaos. Linos smiles, realizing that amidst the disruption, he successfully managed to secure the contract for the girl. The sheep beastman looks up with a desolate expression, unsure of her fate in this upheaval. The trader initiates the blood contract required for criminal slaves, pricking Linos's finger instead of using a chant. As the blood drips to seal the deal, Linos immediately asks if it is possible to nullify such a contract. He asks about releasing her from her criminal status, but the trader explains that requires the owner's death or a priest's permission. The trader adds that since she allegedly poisoned many people, obtaining priestly permission will be nearly impossible. With a final warning to be careful around the dangerous girl, the trader completes the transaction and leaves. Linos turns to the frightened girl and gently asks her to tell them her name now that the scary trader is gone. She whispers that she is called Mirias, and Linos kindly asks if she would prefer a new name to leave her past behind. Linos invites Mirias to join them for a meal at a nearby store, surprising her with his casual demeanor. Paris excitedly jumps in, demanding to go as well, though Linos jokingly retorts he wasn't asking her. Mirias hesitates, murmuring that slaves cannot eat at the same table, but Linos ignores the norm and urges her to come. Princess Ricolette intercepts them, coldly noting that Linos bought a slave despite his earlier moral stance. She questions how someone living in the castle could possibly have known about this secret market. Linos reveals that he was the informant who tipped her off, knowing someone from the army planned to attend. Ricolette confronts him on the contradiction of buying a person while claiming that trading lives is foolish. Linos admits he intended to free her immediately, but that criminal slave status has complicated his plan. He passionately argues that no one should live in fear like a slave, asserting that their lives are too uncertain. Smiling sadly, Linos reveals he is a former slave himself, stunning Ricolette as he takes his leave. Walking away, Linos reflects that he doesn't actually oppose the princess's strict methods or ideals. Paris scolds him for being so relaxed around royalty, while Linos laughs off the tension with a thumbs up. At the restaurant, Linos orders delicious food and insists the hesitant Mirias sit down with them. Confused by his behavior, Mirias asks why he bought a criminal like her and treats her with such kindness. Linos explains that he sees himself in her, as he is also a former slave who has suffered under a curse. He suggests that, like him, she likely had a reason for her crime, but decides not to pry into it right now. The food arrives steaming hot, and Linos encourages everyone to dig in before it gets cold. Mirias breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by happiness at having a warm meal for the first time in ages. Linos comforts her, promising to remove her curse first, even if legally freeing her will take more time. Linos offers Mirias a home, stating he will hold her contract and take responsibility until she can be freed. Mirias trembles with emotion, stammering a quiet thanks while insisting she is fine. Linos adds a condition that she must honestly tell him if she hates anything, urging her to forget her status as a slave. He gently advises her to take her time adjusting, acknowledging that the transition might be difficult at first. Listing his eccentric family of Ilimo, Paris, and Gon, he wishes her a long and happy life with them. Gon pops up with a grin, declaring that their household is always lively and fun. Linos introduces the group as a rare unicorn Pegasus, a former demon princess, and a talking fox. Mirias stares in disbelief, her mind reeling as she tries to process the absurd identities of her new companions. Overwhelmed by the situation, she bursts into a fit of giggles. The group sits together at the table, formally welcoming her into their care with warm smiles. The majestic mansion stands tall in the sunlight, marking the beginning of her new life. Linos officially welcomes Mirias to her new home, solidifying her place in the family. Paris hugs her tightly and offers to share a room, though Linos mentions there are plenty of guest rooms available. Linos instructs her to sit, promising to take her to the capital to buy whatever she needs. Getting serious, Linos asks her to explain why she believes becoming a criminal slave was a mistake. Mirias looks down in shame, admitting she killed many people and questions if she deserves freedom. Linos reveals he went through the same darkness, empathizing with her guilt and self-doubt. He explains that for the sake of the fallen and his treasured family, he chose to live a proud life. Mirias sadly whispers that her parents are no longer here to see her live on. She reveals her humble background as the daughter of a blacksmith and an apothecary, prompting Linos to ask about her crime. She recalls her blissful childhood, where she happily helped her parents and dreamed of taking over their work. A deadly epidemic swept through her country, forcing the king to order a desperate search for a cure. Her family worked tirelessly to find a remedy, leading her to meet a mysterious mage in the forest. She regrets that fateful meeting, explaining it wasn't unusual to encounter travelers while gathering ingredients. The mage handed her a rare herb with promises of a cure, and she naively brought it home to her parents. Linos questions the deception, and she realizes her expert parents would never have used it without an illusion. The herb was actually a banned poison, and the reported success of the cure was a fabrication. Soldiers raided their home and seized the poison as evidence, blaming her family for the deaths caused by the fake medicine. She realizes in horror that the successful experiment results and the herb's appearance were all magical illusions. Her parents were executed immediately, but she was spared and enslaved by court mages due to her young age. Forced to follow orders, she researched drugs to enhance power and created anti-magic equipment for the army. Linos asks if the dangerous research was completed, noting the progress she achieved. She explains that the demands became impossible, pushing her magic and knowledge to their absolute limits. The failed drugs had horrific side effects, but the army used them anyway despite her attempts to dispose of them. She screams in anguish, terrified by the weight of the countless lives lost because of her creations. Once she could no longer continue her research, she was branded a criminal slave and sold at auction. Linos is puzzled, asking why the kingdom would sell a researcher holding such dangerous state secrets. He argues that selling her risks an information leak, suggesting they might have wanted her to suffer even more. Mirias considers his logic, realizing for the first time how strange their actions truly were. Linos holds his head in frustration, unable to solve the mystery, while Mirias gently tells him not to worry. Linos reveals that the court mages and her parents were manipulated, assuring Mirias that she never killed anyone on purpose. He argues that the dangerous, incomplete drug she created is justification enough for him to destroy the curse immediately. Linos tells her the choice is hers. Accept the hate of the world or live on to make amends for the past. He leans in with a gentle smile, asking her to grant his selfish request to make her burden just a little lighter. Mirias breaks down, sobbing that her life has been a series of betrayals and that removing the curse won't change her misery. Ignoring her despair, Linos tells her to trust him and hold out her hands to begin the ritual. Tears stream down her face as she squeezes her eyes shut and extends her trembling hands toward him. Linos holds her hands dramatically until Gon interrupts, pointing out that the fox does the magic and the touching is creepy. A gentle light envelopes Mirias, lifting the dark weight from her soul as the curse dissolves. Gon declares the curse broken but senses a lingering remnant, while Mirias weeps with overwhelming relief. Gon decides they must consult the fox deity about the residue, while Linos apologizes for his lack of skill. The peaceful moment shatters as Linos suddenly freezes, sensing a dangerous presence closing in. A violent crash rocks the barrier, and Linos hears Ilimo's distress call amidst the chaos outside. A sinister, cloaked figure steps through the debris, smirking as he notes that Mirias is still alive. Mirias goes pale with terror, stammering in disbelief as she recognizes the intruder as her former teacher. The teacher sighs arrogantly, complaining that her survival has caused him unnecessary trouble and forced his hand. Linos glares at the man, realizing this is the architect of her suffering who sold her into slavery.
A shadowy figure approaches, noting that it has been a while since he last saw Mirias and that he has come to finish her off due to a miscalculation. Shocked, the master immediately identifies the creature as a highly dangerous Pausai. He recalls that the Pausai are a race so skilled in illusion magic that their strongest members can blur the lines between fantasy and reality. Steeling himself against the dangerous illusion magic, the master interrogates the creature, asking if he was the one who forced Mirias into doing unreasonable jobs. The creature smiles wickedly, amused that Mirias had already told the master about him and confirming his identity as her former sensei. Stepping protectively in front of Mirias, the master states he was right to follow her, while the sensei decides to eliminate him alongside her to save trouble. The master presses forward, demanding answers to his numerous questions, but the arrogant creature dismisses the interrogation as far too bothersome. Feigning absolute terror, the master sarcastically begs the creature to answer his questions as a final dying wish. Meanwhile, Mirias watches the tense exchange in stunned silence, her body trembling with unresolved trauma. Basking in his perceived superiority, the sensei mocks the master's pitiful display and arrogantly agrees to answer his questions. Dropping the act, the master sharply demands to know why the creature utilized the incomplete drug that Mirias had crafted. The creature coldly explains that forcing Mirias to kill people would strengthen her curse, eventually allowing her to create even more powerful items. He reveals his grand ambition was to forge the ultimate equipment and an elixir of immortality, though he laments that Mirias became useless before those plans could come to fruition. Disgusted, the master presses further, questioning why the creature opted to turn her into a criminal slave rather than just killing her immediately. The creature casually shrugs, stating that since he expected her to die quickly regardless, he figured he might as well squeeze every last drop of usefulness out of her. He details his vile scheme to sell Mirias to an important empire official to build a lucrative rapport, leaving the master appalled by his definition of usefulness. Smiling wickedly, the creature boasts that this plan would allow him to simultaneously uncover the official's weaknesses and establish a strong connection, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Driven by sheer megalomania, the creature declares his mesmerizing desire to look down on everything from the very top and hold the entire world within his grasp. However, his perfect plan was ruined when an opposing unit interfered and the master unexpectedly purchased her at the auction they had set up to cover their tracks. Unfazed by the setback, the creature cruelly plots to simply trick another useful child, strip them of everything, and raise them as entirely new merchandise to sell. Suddenly turning the tables, the master reveals that he was actually referring to the sensei using the incomplete drug that he himself had synthesized. Gesturing to a familiar mark, the master confidently asks if the creature recognizes it, mocking him for not realizing the trap sooner. The master dramatically reveals his hidden ace, pointing out that this specific person and their abilities are already deeply involved in the current situation. He confidently explains that this specific herb will definitely prove to be an invaluable asset against the creature's illusions. With a triumphant smirk, he generously offers to give the creature a potent dose of the very substance he underestimated. Realizing the master's ploy, the malicious sensei pivots to psychologically torture Mirias, revealing that he orchestrated the death of her parents and manipulated her entire childhood, causing her to scream in agonizing heartbreak. Taking sadistic pleasure in her despair, he threatens to cast another illusion over her dull mind and sell her off all over again instead of simply killing her. He laughs maniacally at how completely blind she was to the truth, marveling at how she obediently served her parents' murderer out of a misplaced sense of guilt. Shifting his deadly focus back to the master, the creature declares that he will first eliminate the people protecting her before claiming his prize. A powerful magical blast erupts, forcing the master to desperately shield Mirias while crying out to check if she is all right. Stepping menacingly closer, the creature taunts the master, insisting that defensive barriers are entirely useless and that they are all destined to die. To the master's absolute shock, the creature's devastating strike passes right through his magical barrier and sends him flying with a painful grunt. Coughing up blood, the master realizes the terrifying truth that the creature is flawlessly weaving deadly offensive magic together with harmless illusions. When the master demands to know how he bypassed the defenses, the arrogant sensei explains that simply trapping his physical body does absolutely nothing to dispel his potent illusions. Analyzing the broken defenses, the master deduces that the creature utilized highly mana-draining teleportation magic, perfectly exploiting a fatal blind spot in his spatial barrier. Determined to protect Mirias at all costs, the master resolves to drag the fight out and force the creature to exhaust his massive mana reserves. Suddenly, the confident creature pauses his relentless assault as a highly unusual and pungent smell wafts across the battlefield. A horrifying skittering noise echoes from the shadows as shadowy swarms begin to rapidly close in on the panicked creature. Arrogantly misreading the situation, the sensei assumes the master is attempting to use a sleeping drug and proudly boasts that his kind is completely immune to such petty tricks. His smug confidence instantly shatters into pure terror as massive, terrifying centipedes emerge from the earth and surround him. The master coldly explains that they are fighting right next to the woods, and the strange scent he unleashed is an absolute delicacy for these ravenous carnivorous insects. With a sharp, calculating glare, the master advises the panicked creature to start using his precious magic to defend himself before he is eaten alive. The creature thrashes wildly, screaming in absolute agony as the monstrous bugs swarm over his body and begin to mercilessly tear into his flesh. Watching the brutal scene unfold, the master admits that when his companions are threatened, even he is fully willing to resort to fighting dirty. Overwhelmed by the ravenous swarm, the creature entirely loses his concentration, causing his terrifying rings of illusory fire to vanish into thin air simply. Turning his attention back to the traumatized girl, the master gently holds Mirias and urges her not to hate herself any more than is necessary. Overwhelmed by a flood of complicated emotions and relief, Mirias continues to weep bitterly while safely sheltered in the master's protective embrace. Suddenly, a bloodied and ragged voice cuts through the tender moment, furiously asking if they are already celebrating as if they have won the battle. Huffing for breath and dripping with blood, the battered creature spitefully channels the very last of his mana to cast one final, overwhelmingly powerful illusion directly at Mirias. Caught completely off guard by the desperate final strike, The master gasps in horror as the terrifying magical assault surges forward. The defeated Pausai lies bleeding on the ground, missing its lower half, while Linos stands defensively in front of a terrified Mirias. Linos gently calls out Mirias's name, prompting her to softly and shakily respond. He reassures her that an unknown ally helped them out by completely exterminating all the ravenous bugs in the area. Comforting her further, he insists that nobody will blame her for trying to be happy, especially now that her tormentor is gone for good. He acknowledges that she probably could never forget the trauma even if she wanted to, so he won't ask her to simply erase her past. Instead, he sincerely promises to stay by her side and help her become truly happy moving forward. He gently reminds her that if she refuses to move on with her life, her deceased parents will never be able to rest in peace. Overcome with heavy emotion, Mirias silently cries and gives him several resolute nods of agreement. Grasping her hand warmly, Linos suggests they head back since Paris must be worried about them. Later, Mirias notices Linos carrying a familiar weapon and asks why he didn't just bury the Pausai's sword along with its wicked master. She explains that since she forged that highly dangerous weapon herself, she felt it would be much safer to hold onto it rather than leave it in the earth. Noting that the blade lacks a proper scabbard, Linos listens quietly as she reveals her captors confiscated the sword before she could craft one. Staring thoughtfully at the dark weapon, she admits that even when her former master used it, the blade was never completely filled with magic. Because the sword required massive amounts of magic to draw out its true strength, regular soldiers found it completely ineffective and deemed it a failure. Dismissing her panicked warnings about the danger, Linos confidently grips the hilt to test its dormant power. As he channels his energy, a stunning, glowing pattern magically materializes across the dark metal blade. Dropping the heavy sword in exhaustion, Linos chuckles that he might have overdone it, prompting a shocked Mirias to call his magical capacity monstrous. Despite its ominous history, they both stare at the illuminated weapon and admit that it looks truly beautiful in the light. Mirias prays they will never actually have to draw the blade in combat, though Linos finds comfort in simply possessing it just in case. Peering intently at the magical blade, Mirias softly agrees with his highly practical assessment. Slinging the sword casually over his shoulder, a hungry Linos enthusiastically declares that it is time to head back and eat with everyone. Arriving back in a bustling town, Linos happily waves down his companions from across the busy street. An excited Paris announces they are going shopping for new clothes that will perfectly suit Mirias' style. Hesitant and overwhelmed by the bustling store, Mirias asks Linos if the special treatment is truly all right, and he enthusiastically urges her forward. When Mirias tries to protest by bringing up her status as a slave, Paris playfully muffles her words with a fluffy tail. Paris reminds the startled girl that she is also a former slave, giving her a supportive push toward the boutique. Smiling warmly, Linos gently advises Mirias to permanently stop mentioning her past bondage. Later, Linos sits happily on the sidelines, perfectly satisfied just watching the girls excitedly try on various revealing outfits. Mirias approaches Linos to nervously request some extra pillows, or ideally an entirely new bed, confusing him since the guest rooms are already fully furnished. Assuming she needs more supplies, Linos happily offers to buy whatever she wants, causing Mirias to panic and wave her hands in apology for the misunderstanding. She clarifies that her horns make sleeping on a standard human bed incredibly uncomfortable, forcing her to sleep propped up against a makeshift tower of pillows. Understanding the dilemma, Linos learns that beds specifically designed for horned races lack head mattresses to easily accommodate their unique anatomy. With the specialized beds and clothing safely secured, a cheerful Linos declares that their final task is to purchase food ingredients. Stopping at a local butcher stall, Mirias praises the delicious meals Paris cooks and assumes they use amazing ingredients, prompting Linos to nervously order his usual items. Mirias looks on in absolute horror as the butcher brings out grotesque, terrifying monster meat, while Linos sweats awkwardly at her justified reaction. Back at their home, Mirias politely claps her hands together to thank everyone for the warm meal. When Paris playfully points out that she expresses this gratitude every single day, Mirias earnestly replies that she truly means it. Wearing a comfortable new apron and skirt, Mirias happily hands her empty bowl to Paris and praises the delicious food. A beaming Paris promises her that she will have plenty of chances to eat much more of it in the future. Linos casually asks how her new clothes feel, and Mirias does a happy twirl to show off the comfortable, form-fitting design. She thanks him for letting her pick out her own wardrobe, noting that she heavily prefers garments that allow for easy movement. Smiling warmly, she promises to rely on both of them moving forward and hopes they will count on her in return. Linos firmly rejects the idea of a master-servant dynamic, insisting that he views her strictly as a valued comrade. Touched beyond words, Mirias instantly bursts into loud, cartoonish tears, prompting a panicked Paris to dramatically scold Linos for making her cry. Sobbing uncontrollably through a snotty nose, Mirias wails that she is just incredibly happy while tears pour onto the dining table. After finally calming down and washing the dishes, an excited Mirias pulls Linos aside to give him a special gift. She presents him with a sturdy, custom-made leather scabbard for the dangerous sword they brought back, which Linos gratefully accepts. Standing quietly by the window, Mirias points out that the mysterious weapon seems to have permanently altered since Linos flooded it with his mana. She notes that the blade now feels noticeably sharper, purer, and practically pulses with a strange holy power. Getting giddy with excitement, she fidgets happily and suggests the sword could now be used to easily cut down evil spirits, though Linos dryly reminds her he has no intention of ever actually drawing it. Linos thoughtfully asks Mirias if she is really fine with doing this specific kind of grueling work. He warmly reassures her that they can visit the capital anytime to buy supplies if she wants to continue smithing and making medicine. Mirias smiles brightly and confirms she is perfectly fine with it because she finally has a purpose and someone she wants to work for. Suddenly, an energetic Paris hugs Mirias from behind and enthusiastically declares that she wants to go shopping in the capital too. Linos chuckles and agrees to ask the princess about the trip tomorrow, mentioning that he also wants to investigate the vague presence inside Mirias. He suddenly stops and realizes that they absolutely cannot forget to bring gifts for the royal visit. A quiet establishing shot reveals the exterior of a traditional Japanese-style shrine building nestled deeply among bamboo trees. Linos explains to the princess that he wants to know exactly what the vague, growing anomaly inside the horned girl might be. Presenting the gifts, Linos listens closely as the princess agrees to investigate the strange phenomenon. The princess admits that even she cannot accurately identify the anomaly based solely on such a vague description. Using the fox spirit gon as a magical medium to gather details, she dramatically reveals that the presence is a power called self-restraint. Mirias is shown with her monstrous magical aura superimposed as Linos absorbs the shocking revelation. The princess explains that the power is deeply rooted in self-denial, meaning Mirias must completely overcome her own self-rejection to dispel it. Because the stubborn curse is entirely dependent on her own complex feelings, the princess warns that it will be incredibly difficult to resolve. She details that self-restraint is an ability that intentionally stunts one's own growth when the user desperately wishes to hide their true strength. Realizing the psychological depth of the trauma, Linos mutters that fixing this might be even harder than simply freeing her from physical slavery. Shifting the topic, the princess reveals that Linos will also be able to use the powerful teleportation magic employed by his recent attacker if he continues improving his barriers. Linos politely thanks the princess for her immense help and invaluable magical guidance. The princess explains that by combining his barrier magic with her divine protection, the shrine itself acts as a gateway for his new teleportation abilities. Confused by the complex concept of combining magics, Linos listens closely as she likens the precise process to reciting a spell incantation. She instructs him to chant a specific phrase, picture his destination, speak its name, and pour his magic directly into the ground. While Linos marvels at the newfound power, the princess quickly clarifies that he can only teleport to locations he has previously visited. Pleased with the successful exchange, the princess cheekily demands that Linos bring her many more delicious gifts the next time he visits. An imposing, grand castle looms silently against the darkening evening sky. The scene shifts to the lavish, intricately decorated interior hallways of the sprawling royal palace. Inside a quiet study, Princess Ricolette and her aide suddenly notice a loud commotion echoing from outside their heavy door. Anxious about the sudden noise, a servant apologizes for disturbing them so late in the evening. A panicked maid bursts through the large wooden doors and desperately calls out for Princess Ricolette. Gasping for air, the terrified maid delivers the shocking news that His Majesty's condition has taken a critical turn. A stern-faced man interrupts the chaos, advising the stunned princess that they can continue their political discussion later and urging her to see the king immediately. The aide's eyes widen in terror as she urgently whispers the name Shooter in a sudden realization. Madame Crumfle smirks knowingly, smoothly noting that the grave news of the king's health has already reached their faction. Gathering his allies closely, Shooter commands them to keep quiet because they do not know who might be eavesdropping in the tense palace. Though he admits the king's declining health is an unexpected development that cuts their timeline short, Shooter maintains a sinister, calculating smile. Stealing his dark resolve, Shooter declares that their political faction must now take immediate, decisive action. A devastated Princess Ricolette clutches her chest in absolute horror as she processes the terrible news that her father is passing away. The crushing weight of the impending tragedy bears down on the grieving princess while shadowy figures plot in the background. Biting her finger in profound anxiety, Ricolette stands completely alone in the dimly lit corridor as her royal world crumbles. A man coldly apologizes to the heartbroken princess, bluntly informing her that she was unable to meet His Majesty in time. Forcing a highly pained smile, Ricolette politely thanks the man for informing her about her father's failing condition so quickly. She silently agonizes over whether she would have been allowed to visit him if she had never involved herself in the kingdom's messy politics. Staring blankly ahead with teary eyes, she bitterly wonders if things would have been drastically different if she were born a man. A sudden knock at the heavy door snaps the distraught princess out of her spiraling depressive thoughts. A loyal servant steps inside the freezing room and gently urges the grieving princess to at least warm herself up. Shooter coldly enters the room with his entourage, offering a hollow, politically calculated apology for bothering her during such a tragic time. Glaring at the calculating man, Ricolette sharply notes that he does not look like he came to escort her inside to see her father. Shooter dismissively explains that she must wait her turn to see the dying king, as the crown prince and his highness Virus hold absolute priority. Pushed far past her breaking point, the desperate princess screams that she already knows the protocol, but just wants to see her father. One of Shooter's aides coldly reminds the sobbing princess that the king is currently speaking his final words to his immediate heirs. Gripping her hands together in sheer desperation, Ricolette begs for just 10 seconds to apologize to her father for all her selfish actions. Sitting by her bedridden father, Princess Ricolette holds his hand and desperately wishes he would call her name and say he loves her just once. Overwhelmed by grief, she buries her face into the bedsheets and cries out for him. A dark-haired man approaches from behind, acknowledging her anxiety but insisting there is an urgent matter she must attend to first. Leaning in closely, he whispers that they must do something immediately because it is only a matter of time before the emperor passes away. Startled by his bluntness, she asks what he means as he declares they must eliminate everyone opposed to her. He warns her that once His Majesty is gone, there is a very real chance she will lose her royal position entirely. He bluntly explains that she has only avoided punishment thus far due to her father's kindness, and soon she will merely be the previous emperor's daughter when Heath takes the throne. Shocked and stepping back, she stammers in confusion about his bold claims regarding the emperor's impending death. He continues his grim prediction, stating she will be ostracized and the surrounding nobles will scatter. Without her father's protection, she will completely lose her ability to speak up in the palace. A female servant looks on with concern as the man laments they should have built a relationship with Highness Heath earlier, otherwise they will all be separated from her. Confused and terrified, the princess asks why Heath would do that, to which the man reveals Prime Minister Grimont is the actual threat. She falls silent, struggling to understand why the Prime Minister serving the Emperor would matter. Staring intently, the man asks if she has finally realized the true gravity of their situation. He explains that Grimont's ultimate goal is to make Highness Virus the Emperor, effectively taking control of the entire country. Unyielding, he asks her to consider what Grimont would do to secure the throne for his own family. Gripping her dress in terror, she listens as he coldly states that anyone obstructing the new emperor or his policies will be permanently disposed of. She tries to deny the grim reality, claiming the prime minister isn't that sort of man, but he immediately challenges her certainty. He sternly calls her name, confirming that her worst fears are entirely justified. Trembling and clutching her arms, she finally realizes he means she will be the one disposed of. The man insists that Madame Crumful and all her loyal servants share this fear, praising her for always looking out for the Empire's citizens. He notes she is painfully aware of the massive gap between the future she wishes for and the dark path the Empire is currently taking. Her eyes widen in fearful realization of the political trap closing around them. He paints a bleak picture of worthless nobles abusing their status and ignoring true ability, asking if they must purge them to save the weak. He stares at her with unyielding resolve, waiting for her to accept the bloody necessity of their survival. The princess is left entirely speechless, sweat beading on her face as she processes the immense weight of his words. Suddenly, a frantic double knock on the door interrupts the tense conversation, visibly startling the female servant. He argues that given Heath's personality, the new ruler will inevitably become a mere puppet of the Prime Minister. Pressing his advantage, he urges her to save His Highness right now in order to create a better country. A tearful maid enters the room to announce the Emperor has just passed away, prompting a stunned Recolette to ask if she can see him. The man cuts off the maid, declaring they will handle it, and urgently warns the princess that their time is up unless they act before the public announcement. Overwhelmed by the news and the immense pressure, Recolette collapses onto the floor in a complete daze. Stepping forward, the man opens a document folder and presents it directly to the fallen princess. He thrusts the ornate, official order in front of her face and demands her signature. With a chilling smile, he assures her it will just be a temporary imprisonment to get rid of their enemies until the nation calms down, claiming they won't need to kill them. The female servant steps up, agreeing with the ruthless plan and hoping to convince the hesitant princess. They beg her to step up and save the suffering people to secure the country's future. The servant embraces Recolette, crying that she couldn't bear to see all the princess's hard work and ambitions go up in smoke. The man leans in close, forcefully preparing to press a quill pen into her trembling hands. Recolette stares at the offering, her eyes wide with mounting fear and indecision. The servant desperately calls her name while the man watches her struggle with a cold, calculating gaze. Clutching the document, the princess cries out that she cannot cause chaos in the empire immediately after her father's passing. Tears streaming down her face, she shouts that she simply cannot bring herself to do it. Seeing her absolute refusal, the man and the servant exchange a meaningful, quiet look. Shifting tactics, he proposes a supposedly lesser alternative and asks if she will sign an approval instead. He smirks, noting that her emotional hesitation is exactly what he expected from her. He explains that because of her position, he needs formal permission from her or the head court lady for Madame Crumfel to accompany him into her room. Realizing his intent is to protect her, she listens as he vows to rush to her side immediately if she ever faces any danger. Bowing respectfully at the door, he promises they will be her allies to the end, and she finally agrees, thanking him for his loyalty. Left alone in the dark room, a sinister smile creeps across Recollette's face as she softly whispers for her father. Princess Recolette collapses onto the floor sobbing uncontrollably, crying out through her tears that she only wanted to see him. Walking briskly down the grand hallway, the frantic servant whispers to Shooter that he failed to get the princess to sign the order. Flashing a confident smirk, Shooter holds up the approval document and tells the confused servant to take a good look at it. The servant stares in absolute bewilderment as the text on the official document magically scrambles and alters itself right before her eyes. Shooter calmly explains that he had already tinkered with the document beforehand using his magic. He notes that her emotionally shaken state made getting her signature much easier than expected, earning quiet praise for his fine work. Knowing the princess's steadfast personality, he admits he knew she would never willingly sign the actual execution order. Wasting no time, he hands over the magically altered document and commands his subordinate to rush back to their territory at once. Meanwhile, Lino stands outside a massive estate, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the grand building before him. Mid-bite into a piece of fruit, Linos is interrupted by an energetic girl announcing a sudden visitor searching for his residence. Opening the door, Linos finds two stern nobles who demand he come with them immediately because Princess Recolette has summoned him. Staring down the unexpected messengers, he sharply questions if they are hiding something they aren't allowed to tell him. Suspicious of the unusual envoy, he asks why nobles were sent instead of the usual soldiers and demands to know what this summons is truly about. Infuriated by his blatant disrespect, the two nobles lunge forward and furiously scream at him. Drawing their blades with murderous intent, they roar that he is nothing more than Grimant's dog and attempt to strike him down. Dodging effortlessly, Linos deduces that killing him is meant to break the barrier protecting Sting Grimant, casually clapping his hands at their foolish plan. Within moments, the two defeated nobles find themselves tightly bound on the ground, groaning in total humiliation. Struggling against his restraints, one noble angrily shouts that the corrupt prime minister is trying to use his family connections to usurp the empire. Looking down at his captives, Linos questions the logic of a usurpation when both the emperor and the crown prince are still very much alive. The noble frantically argues back, insisting that the Prime Minister's ruthless nature makes him exactly the sort of man to orchestrate such a treasonous plot. Connecting the dots, Linos's eyes widen as he realizes the Emperor must have just passed away for this throne dispute to escalate so violently. The captive noble reveals that Grimont wants his grandson on the throne so the corrupt minister can rule entirely from the shadows. Narrowing his eyes, Linos abruptly changes the subject and asks if Princess Ricolette was the one who actually ordered his assassination. Observing their tense silence, Linos concludes the ambitious princess took advantage of her father's death, declaring he must now go confirm the Prime Minister's safety. Linos flashes a cheerful smile, noting their silence is exactly what he expected, while the defiant noble spits back that they would never talk. Without another word, Linos casually casts a spell that instantly puts both captive nobles into a deep, comical slumber. The beast-eared girl laughs at Linos's ruthless charm, noting that the failed assassins will be in even more trouble if they are discovered sleeping on the job. Looking at the snoring men, she asks if it was really wise to skip the interrogation, though she admits they likely would have lied anyway. Adjusting his coat, Linos confirms he is heading out immediately because he has highly urgent business to attend to at the castle. Musing on the Prime Minister's concerns about the royal heir's ambitions, Linos vanishes in a swift blur as the girl warmly tells him to be careful. Before completely departing, Linos briefly tasks a young, armed servant with aggressively guarding the estate while he is away. Sprinting towards the castle, Linos strategizes his infiltration, wondering if he should head straight for the Prime Minister's room where they first met. Recalling Princess Ricolette's intense demeanor, he acknowledges that she fundamentally disagrees with the dark path the Empire is currently taking. Surrounded by swirling magical energy and accompanied by his agile beast familiar, Linos boldly charges forth into the night. Crashing onto the scene with explosive force, he dramatically announces his arrival just as someone recognizes him in shock. A sudden, devastating magical strike obliterates the surrounding defenses, forcing the terrified guards to raise their shields and scream for everyone to get down. Standing protectively before the battered guards, Linos casually mentions he learned a new skill, while the relieved men thank him profusely for the sudden rescue. The weary Prime Minister reveals that assassins targeted him as well, shocking the guards who realize the attack was entirely coordinated. Connecting the violent events, Linos asks if the Emperor has finally passed away, prompting a solemn nod of confirmation from the Prime Minister. Inspecting the restrained attackers, a guard points out that the assailants look exactly like high-born nobles. The Prime Minister furiously shouts that he would gladly resign if asked, utterly baffled by the treasonous accusation that he intends to usurp the Empire. The Prime Minister identifies the attackers as lower-ranking noble sons who likely staged this reckless ambush out of pure devotion to Princess Ricolette. Trembling with realization, a guard mutters that the true mastermind must be the princess herself, Shooter, or the tutor Crumfle. Pacing thoughtfully, the Prime Minister deduces that orchestrating such a massive, hidden attack requires a highly talented aide pulling the strings. A captive noble foolishly screams not to drag Crumfle into this mess, instantly confirming to the room that she is indeed the mastermind. The Prime Minister grimly explains that Madame Crumfle has been the princess's tutor since childhood and likely indoctrinated all these young nobles herself. Looking down at the restrained men with pity, he remarks they are merely pawns capable of following orders and holding them for interrogation is entirely useless. When Linos asks if they should proceed with questioning the captives, the Prime Minister firmly shakes his head and declares there is no need. Pondering the deep bond between the tutor and her royal student, the Prime Minister quietly asks Linos if he believes Princess Ricolette is aware of this bloody coup. Staring into the dark corridor, Linos gravely states that it is highly unlikely the princess is ignorant of the plot, leaving the Prime Minister to solemnly accept the bitter truth. Processing the severe accusations, a grim-faced Linos states that the mastermind will inevitably have to take full responsibility for the attack. Staring intensely, the Prime Minister concludes that whether she acted directly or through subordinates, Princess Ricolette will be executed. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure cheerfully claps his hands in anticipation of a delightful, lovely hummus party. Confused by the sudden culinary suggestion, a short-haired maid flatly admits she has never even heard of hummus. Pondering deeply, the blonde maid suggests adding a second main ingredient, while the short-haired maid worries about what happens if she dislikes the dish. Nodding in agreement with the skeletal figure, the blonde maid enthusiastically proposes adding guacamole to their bizarre feast. Throwing her hands up in absolute victory, she declares that a legendary hummus and guacamole party has officially been decided. Back at the tense negotiation, Linos argues that executing a royal family member based solely on her subordinate's actions is incredibly harsh without concrete proof. Glancing down the massive stone hallway, a guard notes that while it is merely speculation, they at least have a lead on the main culprit. Refusing to believe the princess is directly involved, the Prime Minister questions if her close tutor Crumple orchestrated the entire incident. A guard hands over a suspicious piece of paper, identifying it as a hit list carried by one of Crumple's fanatic followers. Analyzing the timeline, the guard reveals that prior to the attack, someone presented the captain of the guard with an official arrest decree signed by Recolette herself. Staring at the confiscated document, the Prime Minister demands to know the identities of the people targeted on the extensive list. Looking over the names, he notes that every single person marked for death is a highly talented individual directly involved in governing the empire. Realizing the sequence of events, a guard explains the captain was acting independently of the main attackers right before the chaotic ambush began. The guard recalls that after the messenger departed, the highly suspicious captain immediately approached them to question the legitimacy of the lethal list. Piecing the conspiracy together, the men deduce that unseen conspirators must have been carefully monitoring the messenger from the shadows. Acknowledging that the captain never left the decree with the guards, they confirm an active investigation is already underway to trace the document. The Prime Minister narrows his eyes, questioning whether the critical signature on the execution order was authentic or a clever forgery. Expressing doubt about Recollette's violent nature, he argues she is far too cautious to aggressively use brutal force in such a bold manner. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his hand, Linos finally begins to understand the true, manipulative nature of the political trap. Processing the grand deception, he concludes the princess was either manipulated into signing the decree or unwittingly caught in a massive conspiracy. Promising to reinforce the castle's defenses, the Prime Minister respectfully asks Linos to stay the night and take care of himself. Preparing to launch a full investigation into Crumple's actions, the Prime Minister warns Linos that he might require his magical assistance very soon. The Prime Minister offers a weary wave of farewell as Linos watches the older man retreat into the sprawling, shadowy corridors. Walking away with a heavy heart, the Prime Minister swears to himself that he must uncover proof of Recollette's innocence to prevent her execution. Tossing restlessly in a luxurious bed, Linos regrets not asking the Fox Princess to teleport them home, unable to relax in the tense castle. Looking up at the ceiling, he mutters to his familiar that executing the princess without absolute proof is simply going too far. He realizes her political enemies will seize this perfect opportunity to eliminate her, using the signed execution order as undeniable proof of her treason. Staring into the dark canopy, Linos understands that executing the princess would successfully extinguish her faction and spark a brutal war for the throne. Recalling his peaceful tour around the empire, a melancholic Linos admits that despite recent events, he still believes it is fundamentally a good country. Comparing the current chaos to the highly intelligent crown prince of the Juka kingdom, he wonders if such a brilliant ruler could have made the empire even greater. Closing his tired eyes, he solemnly accepts that even a seemingly prosperous nation harbors its own dark, blood-stained conspiracies. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Linos drifts off, desperate to avoid losing anyone else to the meaningless political violence. Startled awake by frantic shouting, Linos bolts upright with sweat beading on his face as someone desperately calls his name. Hearing the urgent knocking, he realizes he accidentally fell asleep and loudly commands his unexpected early morning visitors to enter. Bursting through the heavy wooden doors, a frantic young man demands to know if Linos is finally awake. Apologizing for the sudden intrusion, the messenger urgently requests Linos's immediate presence in the royal audience room. Ignoring his lack of formal attire, the messenger insists he must meet the new emperor at once and assures him nobody will mind his casual clothes. Guiding the confused mage down the hall, the messenger points the way with a surprisingly annoying, upbeat attitude. Stepping into the grand chamber, Linos is immediately greeted by the Prime Minister who expresses profound relief at his arrival. Apologizing for the early summons, the Prime Minister urgently requests a specific magical favor that only Linos can provide. Glancing at the cowardly figure muttering nervously on the throne, Linos realizes the rumors about the new emperor's pathetic personality are entirely true. Turning back to Linos, the Prime Minister explicitly asks him to cast a powerful protective barrier over Crown Prince Heath. Observing the new ruler's absolute terror, Linos easily understands why the Prime Minister and Highness Virus are so deeply concerned for his safety. Panicking on the throne, The new emperor childishly screams that he already knows the immense danger he is in. Gripping his face in utter bewilderment, the panicked emperor cries out that Recollet attacking him makes absolutely no logical sense. Seeking to calm the hysterical ruler, a nearby aide gently urges His Highness to let the skilled mage cast the protective barrier for his own safety. Stepping forward with a calm demeanor, Linos politely excuses himself and begins channeling his magic, causing the cowardly emperor to shriek in surprise. Trapped in his own paranoid thoughts, the terrified emperor refuses to believe Recollet's previous offer of help was a lie, desperately hoping someone merely tricked her. Panting heavily, the man asks Linos if the ordeal is already over, thanking him for his assistance. Questioning the intense rush, he wonders if there isn't still a handful of days left before the upcoming coronation ceremony. A grim realization settles between them as it is confirmed that while there was once a reason to wait, now there isn't. The tense conversation reveals a thwarted plot to assassinate His Highness, an act that thankfully wasn't carried out. The breakthrough in the case came when one of the conspirators finally confessed during the intense interrogation of Crumfel's students last night. Acknowledging the danger, it becomes clear they had to hurry because they still don't know if any other plots or conspirators remain hidden in the shadows. Soldiers immediately raided Crumfel's mansion only to find it completely empty, prompting an ongoing search for her while the princess has been ordered to remain safely in her room. Erupting with sudden fury, a frantic man demands that Recollet be brought to him immediately so he can interrogate her himself. Stunned by the sudden outburst, another man gazes in shock and nervously questions his brother. Bolstered by a protective barrier, he arrogantly boasts that her actions won't matter at all, claiming he would be entirely safe even if kicked by a horse. Desperate objections rise immediately, warning him that he absolutely cannot confront her like this. Stepping in with a serious demeanor, another ally coldly advises against the meeting, stating firmly that he shouldn't see her either. Emphasizing the psychological danger, he warns that while physical barriers protect him, their sister is dangerously good with words and might say something deeply hurtful. Refusing to back down, the targeted brother insists he must hear with his own ears why his sister wants him dead, citing their father's command to listen to the people and steer the country. Turning to the breathless Linos, the cautious official firmly requests that everything heard within these walls be kept a strict secret. Thrashing about with reckless confidence, the targeted royal declares there is no problem at all, completely banking on the barrier master to protect his life. The barrier master tries to leave, claiming the royal will be fine, but is immediately met with a violent refusal and ordered to stay. Attempting once again to make a hasty exit, the hapless barrier master is sharply cut off with a resounding denial. Pressing the terrified barrier master with intense aggression, the royal demands to know if his magical defenses are truly invincible, acknowledging the frightening chance they might break. Observing the absolutely exhausted prime minister, an onlooker apologizes to Linos, noting that the minister clearly has a long way to go before he is permitted any rest. Cornered by the terrifying logic that absolute safety cannot be guaranteed, the barrier master reluctantly agrees to stay right where he is. Heavily armored guards finally arrive at the doorway, solemnly announcing that they have brought Recollet to face her brother. Staring with venomous disdain, Recollet immediately questions why someone like him is present in the room. Observing her haggard appearance, an onlooker notes that she seems significantly worse off than the last time she was seen, doubting if someone in this state was really plotting against the emperor. Recollet stands before them with a hauntingly hollow expression, her unkempt appearance a stark contrast to her royal lineage. Shattering the tense silence, she vehemently declares that she has absolutely no intention whatsoever of killing him. He immediately retorts that rampant rumors of her assassination plot forced him to summon a master to cast a protective barrier over him. Demanding answers, he questions why her trusted attendant, Crumfel, turned her back on him and the entire country right after their father's passing. Staggered by the accusation, Recollet falters momentarily before quietly admitting that she simply does not know. Bursting into harsh laughter, her brother mocks her denial, exclaiming he completely expected her to feign ignorance while harboring a deep grudge against the establishment. Maintaining her chilling composure, Recollet cryptically suggests that she thinks she might know the real reason. Piercing him with an intense glare, Recollet challenges Virus to tell her exactly how many commoners currently hold positions of true influence within the Empire. Flustered, Virus stammers out a defense, arguing that the Empire has actively created schools to provide an education to the people regardless of their birth. The horrifying realization sets in that the very structure of the Empire mandates all important positions be filled exclusively by the nobility, a truth that undoubtedly left Crumple furious. Recollet passionately condemns the system as unjust, arguing that allowing a handful of nobles to monopolize everything actively prevents the empire from hiring truly talented people regardless of their sex or position. With a sharp, accusatory gaze, she coldly confirms her brother's silence, noting that there isn't even a single commoner in power. Visibly shaken by her radical ideology, he demands to know if she truly believes that even the emperor should be chosen directly from the people based solely on their ability. Feeling deeply insulted by her implications, Virus furiously asks if this radical new vision is simply her twisted way of calling him completely incompetent. With widening eyes, he stares at his sister in disbelief, questioning if she actually plans to violently upend and change the very foundational structure of the empire. Erupting with a lifetime of suppressed trauma, he screams that he devoted his entire existence to becoming emperor, constantly burdened by the agonizing loathing and crushing disappointment of others every time he failed. Desperately seeking validation for his pain, he pleads with Recollet, asking if she and the rest of their royal siblings haven't experienced the exact same agonizing pressure. While acknowledging that commoners face numerous hardships, he staunchly defends the nobility, insisting that the royal family faces profound, unique problems that ordinary people simply cannot understand. Pushing back against her harsh critique, he firmly declares his belief that the members of the nobility have not merely spent their days sitting around and doing absolutely nothing. Gazing upward with a troubled expression, another listener ponders the fundamental disparity, asking if a commoner who works hard to earn money isn't at least allowed to live freely. Highlighting the tragic irony of their gilded cage, the speaker laments that unlike the common folk, royals must live their entire lives completely stripped of true freedom. Lost in profound philosophical despair, the crushing weight of their endless royal duties begs the ultimate question of what exactly gives them the strength to simply continue living. A heavy, suffocating silence blankets the ornate room as the devastating weight of their shared trauma and royal obligations settles upon everyone present. Grappling with a profound existential crisis, he desperately asks if the entire royal family and nobility are entirely wrong, clinging to the fragile belief that their sacrifices are truly for the sake of the empire. The heavy, philosophical tension is suddenly shattered when a heavily armored guard bursts through the massive wooden doors, nervously excusing his urgent interruption. Delivering a horrifying final blow to the room, the guard reports that Lady Crumple was discovered near her fief, and after a fierce battle ensued during the capture attempt, she and all her followers tragically committed suicide. Seated on his throne, the royal declares he will personally decide what to do with Recollet and orders his men to capture everyone involved. Startled by a heavily armored guard grabbing her arm, Recollet gasps as her brother mercilessly orders them to take her away. Continuing his harsh decree, he commands the guards to not let her take a single step outside of her room. Locked inside her quarters, Recollet listens quietly as a guard firmly advises her not to leave or try anything until His Highness makes a decision, leaving her completely isolated as the heavy door shuts with a loud creak. Slumping into a chair, she stares blankly ahead as the heavy door creaks ominously, sealing her inside her gilded cage. Gripping her collar with a trembling hand, she frantically wonders what exactly has been happening in the shadows ever since her father passed away. Her mind flashes back to the terrifying image of her brother glaring down at her from his cold, imposing throne as she cries out to him in desperation. Realizing she is strictly forbidden from leaving the room, she barely has time to think of her ally, Shooter, before a sudden knock echoes through the heavy wood. Analyzing her brother's harsh words, she realizes with dreadful clarity that he genuinely suspects her of being heavily involved in the insidious assassination plot. The massive double doors suddenly swing open to reveal the tall, cloaked figure of Shooter standing silently in the hallway. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the princess turns her head to face the unexpected arrival of her seemingly loyal captain of the guard. Stepping into the lavish room with a calm demeanor, Shooter reassures the anxious princess that there is absolutely no need to worry. Shocked by his sudden and impossible appearance despite the heavy security, she urgently questions how he managed to slip past the royal guards. Interrupting her question, Shooter nonchalantly asks if she has heard the grim news that Crumple committed suicide after being exposed as the mastermind behind the assassination plot. Dismissing her concerns about the heavy security, he calmly explains that he simply used magic to put all the station guards to sleep for a while. Desperate for answers, she quickly deduces that he must have come to her because he secretly knows the truth about the chaotic situation rapidly unfolding around them. Her voice trembling with fear, she confesses that the royal court now heavily suspects her of treason as well. Spiraling into absolute panic, she frantically wonders if she is going to be executed, explaining that she has been strictly ordered to await His Highness's final judgment. Ignoring her frantic pleas, Shooter quietly mutters to himself that her disappearance is a very troublesome development. Turning his chilling gaze back to the princess, he warns her that the situation is rapidly declining and politely asks for her help in one small, crucial matter. With an incredibly dark and sinister expression, the supposedly loyal captain bluntly asks the terrified princess if she will die for him. Completely blindsided by the horrific request, Ricolette stammers in utter disbelief as her mind struggles to process his deadly words. Slowly drawing a wicked dagger from his side, Shooter flashes a sadistic smile and tauntingly repeats his demand that she lay down her life for him. Reveling in his twisted scheme, he cheerfully claims that her death will provide a perfect happy ending where everything is neatly wrapped up with a nice little bow. Stumbling backward in sheer terror, her boots scrape against the floor as she stammers to question his sudden betrayal. All color completely drains from her face, leaving her paralyzed by the horrifying realization that her most trusted ally has come to murder her. He coldly explains that if she dies here, the entire kingdom will conveniently assume she committed suicide to atone for her terrible sin of masterminding the regicide plot. Gloating over his flawless infiltration, he brags about working his way up to captain of the guard specifically to watch over the universally hated princess and successfully turning Crumfle to his side. Mocking her fragile constitution, he notes with cruel satisfaction that she immediately falls apart without fail the second she stumbles into an unexpected situation. Despite his perfectly laid traps, he sighs in frustration, admitting that in the very end his grand master plan simply didn't work out the way he intended. Clenching his fist with bitter resentment, he laments that he was a mere step away from having the naive royal entirely in the palm of his hand. While she breathlessly demands to know exactly how long he has been plotting this betrayal, he ignores her, complaining that he could have made fantastic use of her to live out his days as a wealthy noble. Clutching her chest in agonizing heartbreak, she cries out, asking if every single thing he ever said and did was all just a vicious lie. Instantly dropping his friendly facade, he violently scoffs at her arrogant tone, sneering that she is ultimately just another one of those pathetic royal idiots. Leaning in terrifyingly close to her tearful face, he promises to use her tragic sacrifice as a bloody stepping stone to recruit a far more pliable noble idiot. Staring into the cold, dead eyes of her betrayer, the shattered princess can only think of how deeply and completely she believed in him. Without a single ounce of hesitation, the traitorous captain violently strikes the defenseless princess, sending her flying backward with a brutal, agonizing thud. Collapsing heavily against the cold floor, she lets out a pained groan as the sheer physical force of the sudden attack wreaks havoc on her fragile body. Huddled on the ground and violently coughing from the impact, she clutches her aching body while Shooter watches her suffer with chilling indifference. Bursting into cruel, victorious laughter, he mockingly thanks her sheer idiocy for allowing him to successfully extort a massive fortune from the kingdom's corrupt nobles. Meanwhile, safely away from the betrayal, an older official notices a sudden shift in Linos' demeanor and asks if something is the matter. Stopping dead in his tracks, Linos narrows his sharp eyes, his senses instantly flaring as a subtle disturbance ripples through the air. Quickly assessing the strange anomaly, Linos explains that his precise detection magic has definitely pinpointed a single, unmoving person lingering nearby. Pointing out that not all of the conspirators have been properly apprehended yet, he inadvertently sends a wave of panic through a nearby guard who desperately fears an incoming attack. Remaining completely calm despite the rising tension, Linos politely requests permission to go investigate the mysterious magical signature. Gratefully accepting the immediate authorization, the skilled mage offers a quick word of thanks before springing into decisive action. Before he can sprint off into the unknown, a cautious guard firmly orders him to take backup, arguing that investigating alone is simply far too dangerous even for a mage of his caliber. Resolving to stay safely behind, the nervous royal officials huddle together, wondering aloud who the mysterious intruder could be while they wait for Linos to report back. Sprinting frantically down the dimly lit corridors, the trailing soldiers urgently question Linos, desperately asking if he is sure they are heading in the right direction. Sliding to a horrifying halt outside a familiar set of heavy doors, Linos stammers in absolute dread as he realizes the only thing down this specific hallway is the princess's supposedly secure room. Sensing an impending disaster, Linos urgently insists that they must hurry because he has a terrible feeling about the situation. Sneering down at his victim, Shooter coldly declares that he has always despised skinny girls with fierce eyes like hers. Completely paralyzed by his cruel admission, the princess stares up at him with wide, terrified eyes. Tears streaming down her face, she heartbrokenly stammers his name while recalling the entire time they have known each other. Leaning in closer, the traitorous captain offers a twisted smile and mockingly admits that he doesn't actually hate her. Suddenly bursting into the room with heavy pants, Linos interrupts the horrific scene before the traitor can land the final blow. Gasping in desperate relief, the battered princess weakly calls out to the newly arrived mage. Turning his attention to the intruder, Shooter smiles pleasantly and cheerfully recalls that he and Linos have actually met once before. Feigning complete innocence, the assassin tilts his head and casually asks the frantic mage why he looks so incredibly upset. Boiling with absolute rage at the assassin's sheer audacity, Linos demands to know how he can possibly ask such a question. Refusing to waste another second, Linos furiously orders the traitor to get out of his way. Launching himself forward into the room, the agile mage slides rapidly across the ruined floor to intervene. Smiling with breathless confidence, Linos quickly explains that as a barrier master, he was easily able to detect the assassin's sinister presence. A wave of profound understanding washes over the princess as she finally realizes how Linos managed to find her in time. Ignoring the interruption, Shooter steps over the scattered debris and ominously turns his attention back to the wounded princess. Springing into desperate action, Linos urgently orders Recolette to hurry up and get behind him for protection. Sighing with deep irritation, Shooter bitterly complains that the royal always finds a way to make things unnecessarily troublesome for him. Drawing his deadly blade with a sharp metallic ring, the traitor coldly declares that he will simply slaughter everyone in the room before escaping. Staring at the drawn steel, the defenseless princess freezes in absolute horror as imminent death approaches. Panic violently seizes the room as the terrifying reality of their drastically outmatched situation sets in. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Linos realizes with dread that the assassin is moving far too quickly for him to cast a protective barrier. Surprised by a sudden parry, Shooter mockingly praises the mage for actually knowing how to wield a blade in close combat. Their weapons clash violently in a shower of sparks while the sadistic assassin grins maniacally at the struggling mage. Sliding backward under the immense pressure, Linos cries out in agonizing pain as a brutal strike violently breaches his defenses. Casually lowering his bloodied weapon, the arrogant captain mocks his injured opponent for daring to tend to his wounds mid-battle. Ignoring her frantic pleas to flee, Linos hastily rips a piece of fabric to tightly bind his bleeding wound while firmly ordering the princess to stay still. Seizing the vulnerable moment, Shooter leaps high into the air with a savage roar, fully intending to cleave them both in two. Desperately casting a defensive spell, the wide-eyed mage watches in shock as sharp magical shards erupt into the air to intercept the strike. The desperate defense instantly shatters, forcing a horrified gasp from the mage as he realizes his magic has completely failed. Violently snatching a hidden piece of jewelry from the screaming princess, the traitor gloats that he finally understands why he could never locate it. Sobbing with absolute devastation, the heartbroken princess desperately begs him to return her precious mother's keepsake. Holding the stolen artifact high, the traitorous captain joyously declares his ultimate freedom while the mage watches in deep confusion. Laughing like a total madman, the unhinged assassin presses the stolen ring to his face while basking in his twisted victory. Gripping his belt with absolute supreme arrogance, he boldly proclaims that no force on earth can possibly stop him anymore. Revealing a sinister glass vial filled with dark pills, he firmly reiterates his absolute invincibility to his terrified audience. A massive explosion of dark energy engulfs the room as he violently screams his hatred for the princess and the entire empire. The very air violently quakes as the traitor's body brutally twists and expands into a horrifying new form. Now standing as a massively swollen, monstrous brute, he orders them to die while throwing his head back in booming, maniacal laughter. Reacting with lightning speed, Linos fiercely scoops up the terrified princess and dives out of the way just as a colossal fist obliterates the wall. Caught in the devastating crossfire, heavy armored guards are brutally smashed to pieces by the monster's uncontrollable rampage. Gazing upon the absolute destruction he has caused, the monstrous captain sneers with terrifying self-awareness. Shielded by the battered mage, the desperate princess continues to plead through her tears for the safe return of her mother's sacred ring. Drooling with insatiable bloodlust, the hulking beast eagerly reaches his massive, clawed hands out to completely crush his helpless prey. Utterly overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the massive beast, the fragile princess violently twitches before collapsing into unconsciousness. Snarling in fierce determination, Linos orders the unconscious royal to stay safe as he boldly steps forward to face the monster alone. Quickly analyzing the dire combat situation, the brilliant mage decides his only viable strategy is to exhaust the giant using ranged magical attacks. Roaring with deafening fury, the bloodthirsty behemoth vows to violently crush the tiny mage into a bloody pulp. Thrusting his hands forward with explosive power, Linos unleashes a massive, swirling torrent of destructive magic directly at the beast. Staring in absolute disbelief, the horrified mage realizes his ultimate attack didn't even leave a single scratch on the laughing monster's hardened flesh. Refusing to accept defeat, the cunning mage quickly devises a lethal new strategy, instantly manipulating the atmosphere to violently suck all the air away from the beast. Shooter cracks his neck with a menacing glare while Linos prepares for the inevitable clash. With a crazed grin, Shooter lunges forward as the princess screams in terror at his overwhelming physical power. Linos realizes with horror that his magic has absolutely no effect on the behemoth standing before him. Muffled voices mock the desperate attempt to use magic, labeling the entire approach as utterly useless against such a foe. The secret is revealed. Shooter swallowed a magical ring that, once activated, nullifies all magical attacks for an entire day. Shock freezes Linos as Shooter's massive fist descends toward him with bone-crushing force. Reacting just in time, Linos scoops up the princess and dives away as the floor shatters beneath Shooter's strike. Panic sets in for Linos, who knows he cannot sustain a physical defense against this monster for a full 24 hours. The princess begs Linos to escape and save himself, insisting that she is the only one the beast is truly hunting. Towering over them with a sinister smile, Shooter mocks their struggle and repeats that every effort is futile. Refusing to abandon her, Linos argues that since they already know Shooter's plans, running would offer no real safety. Shooter erupts into a bloodthirsty frenzy, screaming his intent to kill as his features twist into a demonic mask. The beast charges with unstoppable momentum, reducing the surroundings to rubble as he pursues his targets. Scrambling through the debris, Linos desperately scans the room until he spots a discarded sword that might serve as his only hope. Grabbing the blade, Linos prays the weapon is sturdy enough to withstand the coming impact without shattering. As the princess watches in breathless fear, Linos realizes he must draw the monster away from her to keep her safe. He shouts a desperate command for the princess to stay back and avoid the line of fire. Fueling his resolve, Linos reminds himself that the Empire still desperately needs the princess to survive. With a determined roar, he vows that he will not allow her to die in this ruined chamber. Tears stream down the princess's face as she witnesses Linos' unwavering dedication to her safety. Remembering a sacred promise, Linos steels his heart for a gamble that could cost him everything. Shooter swings with a force that creates a sonic boom, relentlessly pursuing his prey with lethal intent. Linos unleashes a powerful sword strike, his entire body straining under the weight of the counterattack. Even with a protective barrier raised, Shooter's physical blows hit with enough force to rattle Linos' very soul. Linos is slammed violently into the stone wall, coughing as the princess screams his name in despair. Shooter looms over the fallen hero, his voice a guttural rasp as he prepares to finish the kill. Shooter's hand clenches air in confusion when he realizes Linos has vanished, just as the pet familiar cries out for its master. Reappearing high above, Linos descends like a bolt of lightning with his sword gripped in a killing stance. He lets out a final, primal war cry as he commits his full strength to the downward strike. The blade pierces deep into Shooter's back, eliciting a deafening scream of agony from the dying beast. Linos drives the sword home with everything he has, finally silencing Shooter's murderous rampage as the princess watches in awe. Gasping for air, Linos leans on his weapon in the sudden, heavy silence of the ruined room. Shooter lets out a final, ragged breath before his massive body goes still forever. Staring at his blood-drenched palms, Linos is haunted by the weight of the life he was forced to take. His small familiar rushes to his side, chirping "Master," in a desperate attempt to offer comfort. The familiar gently reminds him that killing Shooter was the only way to prevent the destruction of entire nations. Linos apologizes for the deception, admitting he only played dead to trick the beast into dropping its guard. He offers a weary, sad smile, clearly shaken by the necessity of the violence. Looking at his hands, Linos vows to become strong enough to stop future threats without having to resort to killing. He turns to the princess and offers a humble apology for the total destruction of her personal quarters. The princess rushes forward to check on him, her concern for his well-being far outweighing the loss of her room. She bows her head in profound gratitude, formally thanking Linos for saving the empire from a terrible fate. Overwhelmed by her praise, a bashful Linos tries to insist that he didn't do anything special. Soldiers and guards flood into the wreckage, shocked by the scale of the battle that took place in the princess's chambers. The reality of the situation returns to Linos as he remembers the princess is technically still a prisoner under house arrest. A guard politely requests that the princess move to a different room, and she calmly accepts the change. Despite her own trauma, the princess immediately commands the soldiers to prioritize the care of their injured comrades. As she prepares to leave, she casts one last lingering look at the man who risked everything for her. The princess warns Linos that this might be their final conversation, her eyes reflecting the heavy burden of her status. With a soft, final smile, she offers a heartfelt thank you for the rescue that saved her life. Giggling softly, the princess expresses her genuine happiness that Linos does not harbor any hatred toward fierce-looking women like herself. She confesses that hearing him say she is still important to the country was the moment that truly made her glad. Her voice filled with warmth, the princess tells Linos she is deeply grateful because his words made all her past efforts feel worthwhile. As she prepares to depart with her guards, she tells Linos he can keep the magic ring as a gift if he desires it. Linos is left standing in the ruined room, his expression one of startled confusion as the weight of the situation settles in. His attention is suddenly caught by a mysterious book that has appeared amidst the rubble and debris. Looking at the book with sweat on his brow, Linos questions why this discovery had to happen now of all times. Realizing the significance of the find, he knows he must report the book's existence to both the king and the prime minister. High-ranking officials and noblemen gather around a table, their faces twisted with intense anger and agitation. Linos presents the findings to the assembly, his face pale as he realizes the explosive nature of the information. The king sits in grim silence, his hands clasped tightly as he listens to the brewing storm of political conflict. Furious nobles point fingers and shout, their demands for immediate and decisive action filling the chamber. One particular official, wearing a monocle, yells with open-mouthed rage as he pushes for a harsh resolution. The assembly erupts as they accuse Reincarnated of starting a rebellion, demanding her execution to avoid making the empire look weak. Shouting over the din, the nobles point to a signed order as proof that the rebels are actively trying to destroy the empire. The king tries to argue that Reincarnated might not be the actual mastermind who plotted the rebellion behind the scenes. Haunted by his father's dying wish, the king admits he desperately wants to lead with his siblings rather than spill their blood. He agonizes over the decision, stating that if civil war is inevitable, he would rather follow his father's path of peace. While the king fears that executing Reincarnated will spark a revolt among her admirers, the nobles coldly suggest executing those people as well. A heavy, judgmental silence falls over the room as the king's advisors stare at him with clear disappointment. The monocled advisor scoffs, telling the king that his hesitation to press for the execution is improper and weak. Despite the pressure, the king maintains that the evidence shows signs of magical tampering and that Reincarnated is not the mastermind. The advisors glower at the king, their impatience palpable as they demand he reach a decision quickly. Linos watches from the side, sweating as he listens to the advisors' cruel rhetoric and their dismissive treatment of Reincarnated. Bitter muttering fills the room as the advisors blame Reincarnated for her own misfortune, saying none of this would have happened if she had kept quiet. Exhausted and needing a moment of clarity, the king dismisses his advisors so he can think in private. As the room clears, the advisors offer Linos a condescending pat on the back, thanking him for his good work in a mocking tone. Linos prepares to follow them out, looking back at the king with a mixture of pity and concern. Before he can exit, the king's voice rings out, commanding the barrier master to stay behind with him. The king observes that Linos was simply trying to save his sister's life, a claim Linos quickly tries to deflect. With a hollow laugh, the king confesses that he begged Linos to stay because he was absolutely terrified of his own court. Linos offers gentle counsel, telling the king that his cautiousness and willingness to listen to others are necessary traits for a ruler. The king looks away with a bitter, self-deprecating smile, certain that Linos must find him pathetic for his lack of resolve. He accuses Linos of simply spinning things nicely to spare his feelings, clutching his hands together in visible distress. Linos tells the king that perhaps he simply needs to become stronger if he fears making hard decisions or relying on others. He asks if the king is mocking himself and shouldering all the blame for the current state of the empire. Bluntly, Linos points out that from what he has seen, the king is highly emotional, prone to panic, and somewhat unreliable. When the king asks if he needs to learn the sword, Linos clarifies that he is talking about mental strength, not physical. He advises the king to act with confidence even if he is faking it, promising that he will eventually stop losing to fear. Linos acknowledges his own bluntness, while the king admits that Linos is truly speaking his mind without restraint. The king stares at his clenched fist, admitting that he knows he cannot simply bluff his way through the throne forever. Linos shares a personal story, revealing he used to be a slave but was fortunate enough to be taken in by the wonderful Basim family. He remembers the head of that family placing a comforting hand on his arm and giving him the same advice he is giving now. Linos explains that by constantly telling himself he was naturally able to overcome his own deep-seated fears. He notes the irony that the Basim family, who saved him, had actually been very close to the prime minister. Looking the king in the eye, Linos states with absolute conviction that he knows this method of self-belief truly works. The king repeats the phrases, "Don't let yourself lose to fear," and "become stronger," letting the words sink in. He realizes that, despite his royal education, no one had ever taught him how to actually be brave or strong of heart. Closing his eyes for a moment, the king takes a deep breath and finally calls out to Linos with a new sense of purpose. When Linos responds, the king commands him to tell the prime minister to bring everyone back into the hall for his final decision. Tension hangs heavy in the air as Linos and the nobles watch the high-stakes proceedings with visible anxiety. Emperor Hidaita takes a deep, steadying breath before delivering his fateful verdict to the silent assembly. The prime minister urgently asks if the emperor has finally reached a decision regarding the prisoner's fate. With regal poise, the emperor strides through the hall while the council watches his every move. In a shocking display of mercy, Hidaita decrees that he will not take Recolette's life. Disbelief ripples through the council as the nobles gasp at the emperor's unexpected act of clemency. A noble erupts in a frantic outburst, questioning if the emperor has lost his mind with such a pardon. The room is filled with warnings that this choice will sow disaster and set a dangerous precedent for the empire. Standing firm against the outcry, Hidaita reiterates his absolute refusal to allow Recolette's execution. The prime minister desperately pleads with the emperor to reconsider and order the immediate death of the prisoner. Silencing the chamber, the emperor produces the official decree and prepares to destroy the legal record. Horror strikes the minister as he frantically suggests poison or suicide to avoid this public defiance of the law. The nobles watch in stunned silence as the emperor begins to burn the only evidence of Recolette's crimes. Flames lick the ornate parchment, reducing the death sentence to nothing but black ash and smoke. Hidaita declares this act of destruction to be his final, unchallengeable decree as the sovereign ruler. The assembly is paralyzed by the sight of their legal foundations literally going up in smoke. A ghost of a smile plays on the emperor's lips while Linos looks on in absolute bewilderment. This radical act of mercy would later earn Hidaita the enduring historical title of the Benevolent Emperor. This pivotal moment marked the awakening of Hidaita Shwahith as the most capable ruler in imperial history. Weeks later, the prime minister bows low in his study, thanking Linos profusely for his assistance in the matter. Linos shares his relief that no soldiers were lost and that his sister was spared from the executioner. The discussion shifts to the fate of the assassin, with Linos unsettled by the man's final appearance. Reflecting on the ordeal, Linos realizes he had allowed others to unfairly bias his view of his sister. The emperor warmly advises Linos that he should share those honest feelings with Recolette directly. Moving to the subject of a reward, Hidaita calls Linos forward to compensate him for his loyalty. The sudden clatter of a knight's armor breaks the silence as the emperor prepares to speak his terms. Hidaita stuns the room by requesting that Linos take Princess Recolette as his lawful wife. Linos falls out of his chair in total shock, gasping at the emperor's casual use of his new title. Panicked, Linos argues that a former slave and commoner is far too low in rank to marry a princess. While the emperor remains unbothered, Linos looks around frantically, hoping this is some kind of mistake. The prime minister reveals that the late Marquis Basim had intended to adopt Linos before his death. Backed by the emperor's brother, The council asserts that no one in the empire will dare to object. Distraught by the speed of noble society, Linos begs for the process to slow down before he loses control. The emperor leans in with a serious gaze, asking Linos if there is another woman he truly loves. When Linos denies having a lover, the minister explains that this union will restore the Basim legacy. Linos wonders if anyone has bothered to ask Recolette what she thinks about this sudden arrangement. Hydaita explains that while Recolette seems fierce, she is actually a woman who suffers from deep loneliness. Her determination was once a magnet for others, but her royal pride often stood in her way. Linos realizes with a start that the emperor has been observing Recolette with unexpected depth and care. The emperor points out that nobility often despises intelligent women, leaving Recolette with few options. He warns that without this marriage, she would be sent to a convent or forced into a secondary union. Hydaita admits that Recollette's progressive ideals simply didn't align with the rigid expectations of the current era. Staring out the window, Linos reflects on the cold efficiency of nobility deciding a woman's life in her absence. The emperor expresses his desire to leave his sister in the care of someone who truly understands her. Linos acknowledges to himself that he won't be able to simply ignore the princess's true feelings. Handing over a letter and her mother's ring, the emperor tells Linos to go and speak with her. Both Linos and Recolette share a heavy sigh during their meeting, acknowledging the troublesome nature of their situation. Recolette laments that she has no choice but to follow orders, fearing she is now too old for other prospects. Linos gathers his courage and asks the princess how she truly feels about being forced into this engagement. Resigned to her fate, Recolette sips her tea and admits she has no choice, even if her husband is to be him. Recolette sharply points out that Linos' situation is just as difficult as hers, since neither of them is truly in love. Linos flinches as her blunt words strike a nerve, highlighting his own lack of choice in the matter. A heavy silence settles between them in the room as they both reflect on the gravity of their forced engagement. Breaking the tension, Linos softly promises to respect Recollette's feelings and help her with whatever she wants to try. Recolette looks up at him, her expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty at his unexpected kindness. She confesses a deep-seated fear that she no longer has a place in her own country, feeling as though she's been exiled to a wasteland. Empathizing with her, Linos recalls the absolute terror he felt when he was being sold at a slave market. He explains that despite his fears, his life ended up taking a completely different path than the one he had imagined. Linos admits that through his own faults, he lost his home, his country, and the people who were once kind to him. Despite his losses, he smiles warmly and encourages her that something good might still happen as long as they keep living. He acknowledges that while the past cannot be changed, her worries about the future shouldn't consume her. Recolette gazes at him, visibly moved by his words, as a sudden flash of lightning illuminates the room. Linos reassures her that no matter what happens, there are at least two people who are firmly on her side. A low rumble of thunder echoes through the hall, startling Recolette as she looks toward the window. She lets out a small yelp as the storm intensifies, the sheer volume of the thunder catching her off guard. Startled by the proximity of the lightning, Recolette huddles close while the sky outside turns dark. Seeing Linos' concerned face, she giggles, finding it funny that a fierce fighter like him could be so protective. Linos quickly retorts that fighting and lightning are completely different things, especially since he uses lightning magic himself. He sheepishly explains that he simply can't stand the intense light and sound, finding it terrifying when it worms through his body. Recolette laughs openly at his confession, finding the contrast between his power and his fear to be incredibly weird. Linos blushes and insists he has emotions too, even as the storm continues to rumble outside. He notes with a smile that it's rare to see her laugh, as she is usually wearing a stern frown. They share a quiet moment of mutual understanding, the initial hostility between them beginning to fade. The pair sits together at the table, the small spirit fox watching as they find a rare moment of peace. Outside, a massive bolt of lightning tears across the sky, crackling with immense power. Linos admits that the constant noise is making it difficult for them to have a proper conversation. Noticing her trembling, he decides to set up a magical barrier to dampen the sounds of the storm. A soft light radiates from Linos as he begins to weave a protective spell around them. Both of them wince as another loud crack of thunder shakes the room before the barrier takes hold. Recolette looks up in wonder as the magical shield settles, cutting off the chaos of the storm. She is amazed that she can still see the lightning flashing outside while the room remains perfectly silent. Gazing at her, Linos thinks to himself that her genuine smile is something more people should have the chance to see. He blushes and tells her directly that he thinks her smile is incredibly cute. Recolette's face turns bright red as she reacts with total shock to his blunt compliment. She looks away, stammering and unsure how to handle his sudden change in attitude. Recolette huffs that he's the only one who would ever say something so ridiculous to her. Linos remains thoughtful, mentioning that he actually agrees with many of the ideas she has proposed. He tells her firmly that she shouldn't decide her ideas were wrong just because people didn't understand her. Recolette warns him to be careful, as a woman criticizing imperial law isn't well received in this country. Linos reminds her that there were definitely people who supported her and found hope in her vision. He suggests that the strength she gave to others was what ultimately kept her going through the hard times. Recolette asks him if he would still stand by those words if he knew that no one had ever truly tried to help her. She recalls bitterly how even her own mother and father only watched her coldly during her struggles. Linos looks at her with deep sympathy, realizing the profound loneliness she has endured within her own family. Squeezing her hands, she admits she only ever wanted her parents to call her by her name, even if they wouldn't help her. Linos suddenly remembers the gift from the Emperor and presents a small, ornate box to her. He thinks about how she still loves her parents deeply, even though they wouldn't even acknowledge her by name. Recolette hesitates, but Linos insists that the ring belonged to her mother and she should be the one to keep it. She opens the box and gasps with joy, relieved to see her mother's precious ring is safe. Staring at the gem, she thinks of her mother, noting that the ring shines even more brightly than the stars. A young girl whines about wanting something while an older woman gently tells her not to be so spoiled. The woman promises to give the ring to the ecstatic girl once she gets married. Adding a solemn condition, the woman vows that even if she dies before the wedding, she will make sure the girl still gets it. The girl eagerly confirms she loves the ring because the woman is always wearing it. Panic suddenly sets in as the girl realizes the dark implication, crying out that she doesn't want it if something bad happens. Bursting into a loud wail, the child desperately declares she would much rather have her mother. Comforting the distressed child, the mother softly promises to always stay beside Recole. The mother pulls her close, apologizing for causing her to cry. Back in the present, an adult Recolette stares at the ring, overwhelmed by the memory of her mother's warm smile and voice. Her companion looks at her with deep concern, anxiously calling out Recolette's name as she zones out. Breaking the silence, he gently suggests putting the ring back into the box so she won't lose it. Recolette suddenly halts him, her eyes wide as she points to something inscribed on the back of the box. She reads a heartfelt prayer asking God to keep her daughter from harm even after her passing. The inscription formally bequeaths the ring to her most beloved daughter, Recolette. Overcome with emotion, she realizes it wasn't just a keepsake, finally understanding her mother's childhood promise. Fond memories flood back as she remembers that her mother didn't only look at her sternly. Recolette understands her mother had to appear stern and unforgiving as Empress, but in private, she always smiled at her. Her companion then points out a large box that was discovered while sorting through His Majesty's possessions. Clutching a delicate bracelet labeled for the most beloved daughter, Recolette cries out for her mother. He explains he was told to give her the contents, revealing a massive number of letters. One letter explains the princess hasn't visited the grieving majesty because she refuses to let him see her grief-stricken. Another letter addresses His Majesty's deep fears regarding why the princess has stopped speaking to him lately. Shocked by the vast correspondence, Recolette realizes these are secret letters from her nursemaid to her father. Reading on, she discovers her father had been agonizing over her recent weight loss, unaware she was studying exhaustively to be of help to him. A profound sense of longing washes over her as the letters repeatedly beg her father not to worry. The correspondence continues, detailing His Majesty's agonizing concern over failing to give the princess a birthday gift. The nursemaid's written reply notes the princess claimed she wouldn't be lonely if she simply had a picture of him. It describes how the overjoyed princess drew a picture of him to celebrate getting a chance to see him again. Recolette pieces the history together, realizing her nursemaid must have framed the portrait and secretly given it to him. She tearfully recalls making the portrait but losing it before she ever had the chance to give it to her father. The young man gently notes that His Majesty must have treasured the crude drawing very much. Smiling warmly through her cascading tears, Recolette confirms it was the very first picture she ever drew of her father. Heavy tears stream down her flushed face as the immense weight of her parents' hidden love fully breaks her composure. Clutching the framed, childlike doodle, she breaks down into intense, echoing sobs. Utterly overwhelmed by grief and revelation, she cries out for both her mother and father while the servants watch sympathetically. Comforted by the man standing protectively over her, she tearfully accepts just how much they truly loved her. A wide, emotional smile finally breaks across her face as she apologizes profusely through her joyful tears. Imagining her parents standing proudly together, she offers them a heartfelt whisper of gratitude. She tips her head back, letting out a final, raw cry of emotional release. Sometime later, with a warm cup of tea resting before her, the man gently asks if she has finally calmed down. Regaining her regal composure, she apologizes for losing control and states she must thank her brother for giving these precious items to her. Looking out the elegant window, they both notice that the turbulent rain and lightning have completely stopped. The man respectfully bows his head, announcing he will be taking his leave now. As he turns away, he silently observes she seems almost like a completely different person than when they started talking. Smiling brightly, he reassures her it is perfectly fine to reject their engagement, urging her to take her time and think about what she really wants. With a cheerful goodbye, he heads out the door, a small magical creature perched happily on his shoulder. Ricolette stands quietly in the tranquil room as the heavy double doors click shut behind him. Outside in the hall, a chaotic group of eccentric siblings immediately accosts him, desperately demanding to know what the princess said. He casually explains he merely shared his thoughts and told her she could just decline the arrangement if she was against it. Adding fuel to their sheer panic, he playfully predicts she will probably reject the offer, leaving his family utterly stunned. Lino stares in bewildered shock, sweating as a large hand points aggressively at him while his small magical companion laughs nervously. The blonde prince rests his chin on his hand, staring silently forward with a piercing and unreadable expression. A nervous maid interrupts the tense meeting, and the prince permits her to speak while Linos recognizes her from earlier. The flustered maid stammers slightly before announcing that she has an urgent message regarding the princess. She reveals that the princess has officially decided to accept the engagement to Linos. The siblings and Linos freeze in sheer, dumbfounded silence as the monumental news drops. Chaos instantly erupts as Linos collapses from shock, sending the siblings into a screaming frenzy. Meanwhile, a maid bursts into Ricolette's room in sheer disbelief, demanding to know why she accepted the proposal. Smiling radiantly, Ricolette simply reminds the bewildered maid that he was the one who proposed to her first. Flashing back to their conversation, a panicking Linos explains he only left the choice open to respect her feelings and never expected her to agree. He frantically asks when she made this life-altering decision, leaving both him and his magical companion utterly dumbfounded. Ricolette's companion bursts into laughter, teasingly pointing out that Linos fell completely into her brother's trap while bringing the box over. Raising her hand to admire the ring, Ricolette notes that in the Empire, a man giving a woman a ring signifies a formal proposal. Staring dead serious, she admits her choice was driven by pure intuition. Heart pounding loudly in his chest, Linos nervously begs her to at least explain why she decided to marry him. Fighting back tears, she confesses her instinct told her she could finally find happiness with him. Blushing furiously, she asks if he expected a more logical reason, while Linos hides his flustered face and mutters about her relying on instinct. Coughing awkwardly, Linos tries to comfort her by insisting she shouldn't worry about her past, though she shyly admits she surprised herself. Remembering how he fiercely defended her right to earn her position rather than being defined by her enslavement, she agrees that his words rang true. As a maid pours tea, Ricolette warmly recounts how Linos was the only one who truly supported her ideas and accepted her for who she is. With a soft, lingering gaze, she admits that his unwavering support made her incredibly happy. Blushing profusely, she stammers out that he even called her cute, completely flustering Linos, who nervously agrees. Her eye softens as she prepares to share the final and most important reason for her choice. Smiling with genuine warmth, she explains that she can completely relax and drop her guard whenever she talks to him. Linos rubs the back of his neck and chuckles awkwardly, unsure how to accept her high praise while she simply giggles at his modesty. She reveals that even His Highness trusts Linos implicitly, making this the very first time she feels truly happy about her future being decided for her. Linos stands up from the table, flashing a bright smile as he promises to see her again. A servant interrupts to summon Linos, urgently informing him that His Highness is waiting. Ricolette beams a radiant, joyful smile as she watches him leave. The The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the beautiful estate surrounded by lush forest trees. Back at home, Mirias and her companion scream in absolute shock over the news that Linos is getting married. Linos smiles nervously, sheepishly confirming the unbelievable news while holding his teacup. He tries to rationalize the situation, awkwardly explaining that he simply didn't have any valid excuse to refuse the arrangement. Sweating profusely, he admits he was ignorant of the country's customs, but quickly adds that he isn't completely against the marriage either. Mirias excitedly asks if the princess will move in with them, prompting Linos to suggest asking the empire to renovate and expand their estate. Linos apologizes for the suddenness, confirming he will be away for nearly the entire day tomorrow. He explains that his sudden absence is because his engagement and ascension to the peerage will be formally announced at tomorrow's banquet. Mirias's excitement instantly evaporates as her expression drops into a blank, devastated stare. Snapping out of her daze, she forces a smile and brushes off his concern, claiming she was just spacing out from the sudden news. She cheerfully insists she is perfectly fine and tells him not to worry at all. Putting on a brave face, she asks him to bring back banquet recipes while he gently reminds the girls to take care of themselves while they are home alone. At the ceremony the next day, Linos stares hesitantly at an ornate, jewel-encrusted medal. He is completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of medals awarded to him for saving the empire, the princess, and the soldiers. Laughing nervously, he mutters that some of the heroic claims feel like a massive stretch, though his companion heartily disagrees. Standing before the grand throne room, His Highness calls for Basim Dake Linos to step forward and proceed with their planned ceremony. Dressed in his formal military regalia, Linos steps up and loudly affirms his presence before the assembled nobility. The prince commends his incredible bravery, praising him for delivering the crucial warning about the Juka Kingdom disaster despite his own severe injuries. The prince smiles down warmly at the newly appointed hero as Linos listens with a mix of awe and anxiety. With the king's blessing and in accordance with the late Marquis Basim's wishes, the prince officially recognizes Linos's ascension into the nobility. Flashing a bright, confident smile, the prince formally addresses him as Marquis Basim and announces he has a favor to ask. Standing amidst a gathering of observing nobles, an exuberant blonde monarch enthusiastically offers his sister Ricolette's hand in marriage to a composed, black-haired man. Sweating slightly under the immense pressure of the royal gaze, the black-haired man respectfully humbles himself and gratefully accepts the sudden marriage proposal. The emperor beams with profound relief, declaring that this historic union will finally thaw the frosty relations and solidify the long-standing ceasefire between the empire and the Juka Kingdom. Asserting his royal authority, the emperor firmly guarantees that the groom will remain under his absolute, unwavering protection for as long as he resides within the empire. Gesturing broadly to the assembled leaders of the empire, the ecstatic monarch orders his attendants to bring Ricolette forward so that everyone gathered can celebrate the momentous occasion together. Stepping into the grand hall, the breathtakingly beautiful Princess Ricolette reveals herself in an elegant, intricately detailed gown, capturing the silent awe of the entire court. Standing side by side with his radiant new bride, the black-haired man gently promises that she will be in his devoted care for the rest of their lives, drawing a warm, joyful smile from Ricolette. To further elevate the celebratory atmosphere, the emperor and a stern, bespectacled official proudly announce that His Majesty will grant the groom the highly esteemed title of honorary marquis within the empire. Swept up in the sheer euphoria of the political and romantic triumph, the emperor widely opens his arms and calls out to the entire assembly to give their spirited blessing. The grand hall immediately erupts into a deafening, unified cheer, cementing the political union with overwhelming public approval from the gathered nobility. Retreating to the safety of a private room, the groom instantly sheds his dignified facade, sweating profusely and screaming in absolute sheer panic about how terrifyingly nerve-wracking the entire ordeal was. As Linos dramatically laments the inescapable horror of having to announce his marriage to a princess in front of such a massive crowd, Ricolette sympathetically notes that she also hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming audience. Ricolette sighs in profound relief that she had so few lines to memorize, revealing that her brothers and the Prime Minister frantically drafted the highly convincing script in just a single day. Curious about his newly bestowed political status, Linos questions the bespectacled official about the meaning of an honorary marquis, learning it is a remarkably high-ranking and prestigious title among the empire's elite nobility. Upon hearing the official bluntly state that this high-ranking title will force him to attend numerous official events, Linos bursts into comical, dramatic tears, screaming that absolutely nobody warned him about this dreadful obligation. Hearing his desperate cries of absolute misery, Ricolette turns her gaze toward him, her large eyes filled with a quiet, lingering sense of melancholy and empathetic concern. Sitting across from him at a finely crafted table, Ricolette leans forward slightly and softly asks Linos if he is already regretting his decision to marry her. Instantly dropping his head to the table in exhaustion, Linos offers a nervous, apologetic smile and quickly reassures his worried bride that he is simply unaccustomed to such overwhelming grandeur and public attention. Lowering her gaze with a melancholic smile, Ricolette softly suggests that the rest of the world likely views him as deeply strange for willingly binding himself to such an eccentric, unusual princess. Meeting her self-deprecating words with an expression of steadfast sincerity, Linos firmly and unequivocally declares that he does not harbor a single regret about marrying her. Flashing a bright, delightfully carefree grin, Linos laughingly waves off her concerns, insisting that he is perfectly accustomed to strange looks and is more than happy to look after eccentric princesses. Rendered completely speechless by his unwavering warmth and genuine acceptance, Ricolette stares at him in stunned, wide-eyed silence as the heavy weight of her anxieties begins to melt away. Covering her mouth to hide a bubbling giggle, Ricolette playfully teases him by pointing out how incredibly bold those comforting words sound coming from a man who was trembling in terror just moments ago, prompting an embarrassed Linos to snap at her to shut up. Smiling with profound, genuine affection, Linos gently asks her to drop the rigid formalities and simply call him by his true name, a request Ricolette happily honors by warmly referring to him as her husband. Looking back at her with a gentle, contented expression, Linos insists that she allow him to casually call her Ricolette as well, cementing their transition from political pawns to true partners. Staring up at the vast, beautifully clouded sky, the newlywed couple shares a quiet, harmonious moment of mutual understanding, softly agreeing to take good care of one another from this day forward. Emerging from their elegant horse-drawn carriage, Linos gently takes Ricolette's hand to guide her down into the lush, sprawling countryside estate surrounded by towering trees and distant mountains. As they stand before his rustic mansion, Linos sheepishly admits that compared to the bustling capital, his home might feel like it is stranded in the middle of nowhere, but Ricolette eagerly insists that she already likes it. Looking out over the serene, sun-drenched landscape with sparkling eyes, an overjoyed Ricolette happily declares that she has completely fallen in love with the delightfully quiet atmosphere. Linos gently nods in agreement, warning her that the ongoing renovations will still take quite a while to complete, but their peaceful conversation is suddenly interrupted by enthusiastic voices calling out their names. A cheerful, horned demi-human girl energetically bounds forward to introduce herself as Paris, while a profoundly touched Ricolette gracefully thanks her for coming out to offer such a warm, inviting welcome. Another smiling member of the household staff cheerfully calls out a bright greeting, further overwhelming the new bride with the estate's incredibly friendly and welcoming environment. Gripping her apron tightly with trembling, nervous hands, a deeply anxious girl named Mirias stutters out a highly formal, incredibly tense greeting to the newly arrived princess. Observing Ricolette's perfectly composed and elegant demeanor, the household staff marvels amongst themselves, whispering in utter awe about how she genuinely acts and feels exactly like a true princess. Brushing off their rigid formalities with a kind, disarming smile, Ricolette begs them not to worry about her intimidating royal title, expressing her earnest desire for them to personally show her around the sprawling estate. Noting the massive mountain of luggage that is supposedly mostly filled with heavy books, Linos practically suggests they put the tour on hold and enjoy a quick, relaxing lunch first, which Ricolette eagerly agrees to. Peeking into the busy, bustling kitchen where Linos is casually preparing a meal alongside a horned maid, Ricolette politely excuses her intrusion and enthusiastically volunteers to help with the cooking. Unable to resist her stubborn, brilliantly radiant smile, the initially hesitant maid finally caves to the princess's charm, gently conceding to let her assist if she truly insists. Linos immediately attempts to intervene, worriedly protesting that she must be absolutely exhausted from the long, grueling journey and should focus entirely on resting for the day instead of doing manual labor. Despite his protests, the collaborative effort results in a breathtaking, glittering feast spread out across the table, featuring beautifully plated delicacies adorned with fresh herbs and rich sauces. Taking her very first bite of the magnificent spread, a stunned Ricolette loudly proclaims that the food is absolutely delicious and that she has never tasted anything this incredibly good in her entire life. as Ricolette passionately praises the extraordinary mouthfeel and perfect texture of the dish. A sweating Linos quietly mutters to the staff that they should absolutely not mention the highly unusual, secret ingredients they used. Completely oblivious to Linos's whispered panic, Ricolette's eyes widen and her cheeks flush a deep, blissful crimson as she is entirely overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated culinary ecstasy of the meal. Turning her bright, inclusive attention to the painfully shy staff member, Ricolette warmly and excitedly invites Mirias to join the lively gathering, catching the incredibly nervous girl completely off guard. One of the eager, energetic maids politely asks if she can have the honor of showing Ricolette around the estate later, an offer Ricolette joyfully accepts as soon as Linos confirms he is fine with the arrangement. Pulling away from the joyful chatter, a deeply concerned Linos notices Mirias's rigid posture and softly asks the trembling girl if something is wrong or if she is feeling ill. Tightly clutching her own arm to suppress her trembling, Mirias avoids his direct gaze, quietly thanking Linos for his concern while weakly insisting that she is perfectly fine. Stepping out into the bright, refreshing afternoon sun, a beaming, horned maid enthusiastically gestures toward a large, multi-story building across the courtyard, proudly introducing the sprawling structure as the estate stable. A heartwarming montage captures the pure, idyllic bliss of Ricolette's new life as she gleefully bakes bread, reads dense books, bonds deeply with the cheerful maids, and fearlessly pets massive, unusual beasts. As night finally falls over the peaceful mansion, the day concludes with a solemn, lingering shot of Mirias lying wide awake in bed, her eyes dark with intense, unspoken thoughts while another maid sleeps soundly beside her. Ricolette sits quietly under a large tree against a vast, bright landscape, letting out a soft sigh. Resting against the trunk, she reflects on how incredibly kind her hosts have been and admits she is having a wonderful time, acknowledging she feels a bit tired. Noticing her fatigue, Linos approaches and gently asks how she is feeling, guessing the overwhelming new environment has drained her energy. Ricolette explains that reading about town life in books barely scratched the surface, realizing the true depth of these experiences only after trying them herself. Sitting beside her, Linos hands her a woven basket and warmly advises her to relax, prompting a confused Ricolette to ask about the triangular items inside. Flustered by her formal denial of taking things too seriously, Linos smiles and gently insists she needs to learn to take it easy. Linos cheerfully reveals he made the food himself by wrapping a Hamburg steak and butter rice in lettuce, while Ricolette stabs a piece to try it. Taking a bite, Ricolette swoons in absolute culinary bliss, dramatically wondering if her incredibly enjoyable new life is merely a wonderful dream. Looking out over the mountain landscape, Ricolette softly confesses that one lingering issue still deeply bothers her, catching Linos off guard. A sudden, sharp metallic clang echoes across the peaceful hillside, interrupting their quiet conversation. Staring blankly ahead, Ricolette silently processes the revelation that the person making the noise also knows how to smith. Recognizing the familiar sound of hammering, Linos explains he asked Mirias to perform some routine maintenance on his sword. Rising from the grass, Ricolette offers a bright smile and excuses herself to fetch them some chilled tea, leaving a grateful Linos behind. Inside a rustic workshop, a heavily sweating Mirias violently hammers heated metal, the loud clangs and hisses filling the air as she works at her anvil. Catching sight of the princess, the exhausted blacksmith stammers in shock, warning Ricolette that royalty does not belong in such a dirty place. Politely apologizing for the intrusion, Ricolette steps into the room and gently offers the flustered Mirias a refreshing drink. Accepting the drink with a nervous warning about the workshop's dangers, Mirias receives an enthusiastic and grateful nod from the cheerful princess. Determined to bridge the gap, Ricolette asks to stay and watch her work, warmly pointing out that they will be living under the same roof. Resting her hands near a pitcher of water, Ricolette softly but firmly declares that she is no longer a princess. Startled by the clanging tools and Ricolette's intense gaze, Mirias sweats nervously as she processes the unexpected vulnerability. Ricolette recounts a terrifying attack back at the castle, deeply expressing her gratitude that Linos used his sword to protect her. Staring down at the meticulously maintained blade, Ricolette sincerely tells Mirias that she owes her life to the very weapon the blacksmith poured her heart into. Looking up with wide, shimmering eyes, Ricolette confesses a quiet, painful truth. She deeply envies Mirias. Ricolette lists the blacksmith's impressive, practical skills, marveling at how Mirias crafts protective weapons and understands complex medicine with her own hands. Showering the overwhelmed girl with praise, Recolette admires Miria's warm, friendly nature and how her cute smile effortlessly brightens everyone's day. Unable to handle the overwhelming compliments, Miria's practically begs her to stop, desperately insisting she possesses none of those wonderful traits. Trembling with insecurity, Miria stammers out a plea for Recolette to stop speaking so highly of her. Leaning in with an earnest gaze, Recolette points out that Miria's intelligence keeps Linos calm and that she shows him a gentle side no one else sees. Completely shutting down under the intense scrutiny, a distressed Miria stammers defensively, utterly unable to accept the praise from someone so far above her. Looking away towards the towering castle walls, Miria bitterly argues that Recollette's royal lineage provides a powerful, unmatchable shield for Linos, an ability the lowly blacksmith could never replicate. Desperate to escape the uncomfortable conversation, Miria turns her back to her workbench and bluntly dismisses Recolette, claiming she needs to concentrate on her work. Looking deeply hurt, Recolette softly apologizes for bothering the busy blacksmith and slowly retreats from the workshop. Later that evening, Linos asks if Miria has already gone to bed out of sheer exhaustion, hoping she would join them for dinner. A maid explains that Miria went straight to the bath after returning, prompting Linos to promise they will warm up some food for her later while Recolette stares off in quiet concern. As Recolette silently walks away from the table, a confused Linos mutters that it must be incredibly exhausting to constantly treat everyone with such equal, unwavering kindness. Thick steam heavily billows out from beneath the cracked wooden door of the estate's quiet, secluded bathroom area. Submerged in the hot bath water, Miria lets out a heavy sigh, agonizing over why she acted so unnecessarily harsh toward the endlessly kind Princess Recolette. Closing her eyes in deep regret, Miria admits that Recollette's genuine kindness and equal treatment only make her own intense admiration hurt even more. Tears threatening to spill, the horned girl miserably questions the root of her own bitter feelings, utterly confused by her complex emotional turmoil. A sudden clatter at the door startles the brooding girl, prompting Miria to peek over the tub's edge and nervously ask if it is Paris. Stepping through the steam in a simple towel, Recolette hesitantly enters the bathroom carrying a small basket of bathing supplies. Miria practically jumps out of the water in absolute shock, screaming in confusion at the sudden, highly unexpected appearance of the princess. Recovering from her initial panic, Miria nervously stammers the other maid's name again, utterly baffled by Recollette's bold intrusion. Offering a bright, incredibly nervous smile, Recolette awkwardly explains she wanted to help wash Miria's back, while the flustered blacksmith desperately insists she can do it herself. An agonizing, heavy silence fills the steamy room as Recolette peeks nervously through her bangs, waiting for the defensive girl to finally yield. Defeated by Recollette's visibly disappointed expression, a blushing and highly reluctant Miria finally sighs and permits the princess to wash her. Scrubbing gently, Recolette nervously asks Miria to speak up if she hurts her, while the blacksmith quietly reassures the apologetic princess that she hasn't done anything wrong. Still scrubbing, a deeply flustered Recolette stutters out a clumsy apology for constantly showing up unannounced and overwhelming the quiet girl all day. Blushing furiously and visibly panicking internally, Recolette admits she has absolutely no idea where to even begin untangling their complicated dynamic. Staring earnestly at the back of the horn girl's head, Recolette pushes past her fears, firmly declaring that despite Miria's reluctance, she desperately needed to have a real conversation with her. Expressing her discomfort with using such valuable soap, Miria nervously suggests leaving the items untouched for the princess to enjoy freely. Recolette casually explains she had the fragrant soaps sent over from the castle because she was particularly fond of their scent. Unable to bridge the massive gap in their social standings, a deeply confused Miria softly admits she simply doesn't understand this casual generosity. Opening up about her traumatic past, Miria reveals she was rescued from a slave market and had finally found pure happiness living peacefully at the estate. She nervously confesses that hearing the sudden news of Linos getting married violently shook her to her very core for reasons she couldn't explain. Lowering her gaze in quiet shame, the blacksmith admits a foolishly naive part of her genuinely believed those peaceful days would continue forever. Miria desperately tries to rationalize her feelings, pointing out that Linos wasn't abandoning them to become a prince at the castle, but the change still stung. Overwhelmed by the heavy weight of her own confession, tears stream down Miria's face as she quickly tries to wash the foam away. Sensing the raw vulnerability in the air, Recolette gently encourages her to continue, promising to listen to absolutely anything she has to say. Recalling the days before Recolette even arrived, Mirias admits her chest physically ached whenever she wondered what kind of woman Linos would marry. Listening with unwavering attention, Recolette softly asks the trembling girl to keep explaining her deeply complicated feelings. Defeated by the princess's unyielding warmth, a weeping Mirias confesses that Recolette's genuine kindness only makes the emotional pain hurt even more. Smiling with a tinge of lingering sadness, Recolette wonders aloud why her earnest attempts at kindness fail to bring the troubled girl any happiness. Crushed by the unbearable weight of her own guilt, Mirias cries out that the situation just makes her feel incredibly bad about herself. Staring directly into her eyes, Recolette finally connects the pieces and softly declares that Mirias is also deeply in love with Linos. The profound realization strikes Mirias like a physical blow, her eyes widening as she finally recognizes the truth she had completely hidden from herself. A sudden montage of warm, protective moments with Linos flashes through her mind, solidifying the undeniable reality of her intense feelings. A lingering vision of Linos's bright, comforting smile fills her thoughts, cementing the absolute depth of her romantic affection. The heavy realization draws a sharp, breathy gasp from the stunned horned girl as the emotional dam finally breaks. Picturing Linos and Recolette standing happily together as a perfect couple, Mirias painfully accepts that there is no room left for her. Breaking down into loud, agonizing sobs, Mirias cries out that her deep love will never bear fruit now that the princess has arrived. Desperately apologizing through her heavy tears, the weeping blacksmith promises to completely give up on her feelings for him. Shocked by this extreme and sudden sacrifice, an emotional Recolette asks if Mirias is genuinely abandoning her love just because of her. Refusing to let the girl suffer alone, Recolette fiercely throws her arms around the sobbing blacksmith, pulling her into a deeply comforting embrace. Holding the crying girl close, Recolette realizes that Mirias's profound lack of confidence perfectly mirrors her own desperate need for a happy home. Reflecting on Linos's unwavering warmth, Recolette decides it would be far too arrogant and cruel to simply hoard all of his affection for herself. Recolette vehemently refuses to be the villain who steals away the very place where this lonely girl finally found a reason to live happily. Looking at the broken, deeply insecure girl, Recolette sees a painful reflection of her own past struggles staring right back at her. Desperate to find a peaceful resolution, Recolette agonizingly searches her mind for anything she can possibly do to fix this heartbreaking situation. Recolette's eyes suddenly widen with absolute clarity as a bold, incredibly unconventional idea strikes her. Pulling back slightly, Recolette firmly commands the trembling blacksmith to turn around and look her directly in the eye. Holding the crying girl's gaze, Recolette urgently pleads with her to calm down and listen closely to her next words. Dropping an absolute bombshell, Recolette confidently and cheerfully declares that they should get married. Mirias stares blankly ahead, completely short-circuiting as the incredibly absurd proposal completely breaks her brain. A massive wave of question marks surrounds the utterly baffled horned girl as she questions if the princess literally means marrying her. Mirias's face contorts into an incredibly comical expression of pure, unadulterated shock and profound confusion. Realizing her phrasing was terrible, a flustered Recolette frantically waves her hands and screams that she didn't mean it like that. Blushing furiously, Recolette clarifies her wild proposal, brightly suggesting that they should both marry Linos together. Recovering from her initial stupor, a deeply shocked Mirias loudly protests the insane idea, insisting she could never do such a bold thing. Recolette drops her cheerful smile, firmly stating that she wouldn't be willing to share her beloved husband with just anyone. As Mirias guiltily apologizes for making her consider such a selfish idea, Recolette gently interrupts to insist she only suggested it because it is her. Unable to handle the overwhelming guilt, a panicked Mirias jumps up and screams that she will simply leave the estate forever. Moving with lightning speed, Recolette firmly grabs her wrist and desperately begs the fleeing girl to hear out her reasons. Clinging tightly to the trembling girl, Recolette humbly admits her proposal might stem from her own selfish and self-centered desires. Holding her ground, Recolette challenges Mirias, demanding to know if running away will genuinely bring her any true happiness. Recolette explains that Mirias's intense hyperfixation on one person and her deep self-hatred remind her entirely of her own deeply rooted flaws. Looking away with a sorrowful expression, Mirias insists that Linos and Recolette would simply be much happier without her in the picture. Turning back with a soft, affectionate smile, Recolette reveals that she has another deeply personal reason for making such a bold proposal. Blushing lightly, Recolette sincerely confesses that she has grown to care for Mirias deeply despite their incredibly short time together. Leaning in closer, Recolette warmly and confidently states that wanting the people she loves to be happy shouldn't be considered strange at all. Grasping her companion, Recolette passionately proposes they find happiness together if she doesn't mind. Overwhelmed with emotion, the horned girl tearfully realizes she can keep on loving Linos. Clutching her chest, she asks if she truly doesn't have to give up on him. Recolette immediately commands her to stop talking about giving up, firmly assuring her of her support. Tears streaming down her face, the horned girl desperately begs for Recolette to support Linos alongside her. They draw close, exchanging a heartfelt agreement as they face their shared future. Startled by a sudden proposal, Linos sits with a small fox spirit, asking if they truly want him to marry Mirias as well. The two women sit side by side in anxious silence, waiting for his response. Sitting across from them at the large wooden table, he questions if they really want him to go through with this. Both women hesitate, nervously stammering out their replies. Fidgeting with her hands, Mirias confesses that she was the one who originally brought the topic up. She squeezes Recollette's hand tightly, apologizing for springing such a sudden request on him. She explains that Recolette came up with this brilliant solution while trying to consider everyone's feelings. Pausing nervously, she braces herself to reveal the truth. Meeting his gaze, Mirias finally confesses that she is deeply in love with him. Linos recoils in utter shock as Mirias explains she hadn't realized her own feelings until Recolette pointed them out. Recolette then chimes in, revealing she even offered to leave the house when she first spoke to Mirias about it. She passionately declares her deep affection for Mirias, as well as for Paris, Gon, and Ilimo. Determined to protect her newfound family, she refuses to ignore the feelings of the people she cherishes and risk driving them away. She adamantly states she cannot do something so cruel at all. Pleading with Linos, Recolette begs him to marry Mirias too, noting that he surely knows her good points far better than she does. She confidently asserts that Mirias loves him from the very bottom of her heart. Listening intently, Linos admits a lot happened before Recolette even arrived. He falls silent, reflecting on their shared history while the fox spirit rests on his shoulder. Mirias quickly adds that her love isn't just about his blacksmithing or medical skills, but because he is a genuinely great person who always protects them. She fondly remembers how he always cared for them whenever they fell sick or got injured. Suddenly embarrassed by the praise, Linos frantically apologizes for his past actions. Mirias teases him about knocking her out a few times, recalling how interesting his unique medical mixtures were since she wasn't beast folk. Watching their easy banter, Recolette pouts and admits she is still jealous. She notes how much more time they have spent together, resulting in far more shared memories. Linos questions Mirias, wondering if her feelings are just gratitude since he bought her from a slave trader. Scratching the back of his head, he realizes they have gotten completely sidetracked from the main issue. He tries to downplay his worth, claiming there are far more amazing people in the capital and nothing special about him. Gripping Recollette's hands, Mirias asks if she is certain she isn't forcing herself into this arrangement. She humbly credits her current peaceful life to the kindness of everyone who helped her out before. Reassured by her sincerity, the two women burst into warm, joyful laughter. Mirias concedes that she hasn't seen much of the grand world, just as he pointed out earlier. However, she firmly states that isn't the reason for her love, vowing never to forget everything he has done for her. Looking out towards the horizon, she declares that meeting and falling in love is truly special, regardless of how large her world becomes. They both plead with him simultaneously, begging him to take Mirias as his wife too. Blushing deeply, Mirias asks him to let her stay by his side if he doesn't mind. Linos stares ahead with a hardened, contemplative expression while the small fox spirit yawns beside him. He finally addresses Recolette, admitting he never expected her to insist on such an unconventional arrangement. Flustered and impatient, she leans over the table and demands to know why he is thinking so hard about it. Linos worriedly explains that he is planning to marry her, and doesn't know how the Empire will react if he takes another woman simultaneously. Recolette promises to convince her brothers if they are the problem, emphasizing that this is the final answer she reached after heavy consideration. Looking directly at him, she earnestly asks if this is what he truly wants deep down. She vows to support him no matter what happens, knowing they will face overwhelming challenges in the future. Taking Mirias by the hand, Recolette insists that having her around will allow them to share their heavy burdens together. She smiles brightly, promising that all their happy and fun times will be thrice as great with Mirias by their side. Linos looks on with a soft smile alongside his small fox companion, simply acknowledging her words. Clutching his and Recolette's hands tightly, Mirias solemnly admits that as a mere slave, she cannot officially become his wife. Recolette immediately scolds her for saying such a thing, but Mirias cheerfully offers to become his concubine instead, leaving Linos thoroughly confused. Flashing a bright, heartfelt smile, Mirias declares that she is really happy right now. Closing her eyes with serene confidence, she affirms that this is the path she has decided for herself. Beaming with joy, she explains that this arrangement allows her to keep supporting him alongside Recolette and remain with everyone she loves. She playfully reminds them that they have already granted all of her greatest wishes. Acknowledging his status as an honorary marquis, the small fox spirit chimes in to agree that this is indeed the best solution. The spirit clarifies that her concubine status would only be an official title on paper, prompting a soft murmur of agreement. Overwhelmed with sheer happiness, Mirias tearfully nods in heartfelt agreement. Smiling warmly at the horned girl, Linos formally asks Mirias to stay by his side if she is truly fine with the arrangement. Overjoyed by his acceptance, Recolette lunges forward to pull the teary-eyed Mirias into a tight, affectionate embrace. The two women share a deeply emotional moment, weeping with joy and expressing how glad they are for each other. Watching their touching embrace, Linos chuckles and teases that it almost looks as if the two of them are the ones getting married. The girls blink in surprise at his joke before someone dryly notes that his observation might not actually be far off the mark. Time passes, and a grand, joyous scene unfolds within the magnificent walls of the Imperial Palace's church. Standing before the beautiful altar, Linos and Recolette gaze lovingly into each other's eyes, dressed in stunning wedding attire. They celebrate their union with a private, intimate ceremony surrounded only by their closest friends and beloved family members. Recolette gasps in delightful surprise as Quena suddenly appears in the grand archway carrying a beautiful basket of flowers. Glowing with radiant joy, Recolette eagerly thanks the maid for coming and shares her overwhelming happiness. Quena smiles warmly, explaining that she prepared the floral arrangement after receiving a direct invitation from His Highness. Overcome with emotion at the beautiful sight, Quena begins tearing up as she tells Recolette how incredibly happy she looks. Recolette cheerfully invites her over for tea to catch up, while Linos kindly extends an open invitation for Quena to visit them anytime. As Quena smiles in gratitude, a cheerful voice suddenly rings out to grab the new bridegroom's attention. Recolette's brothers approach the newlyweds with bright, welcoming smiles, accompanied by an older gentleman. One of her brothers warmly notes he would have thrown a massive celebration if they weren't in mourning, thanking Linos for allowing them to attend the church ceremony. When Linos expresses his gratitude for their blessing, the brother admits he simply couldn't refuse a direct request from Recolette. The older gentleman suddenly points toward Mirias, curiously asking Linos if the beastfolk girl is the one he heard about. The man enthusiastically suggests holding a second wedding ceremony for her next year, prompting a sweating Linos to awkwardly dismiss the idea as a bit much. The brother chuckles, explaining that he ultimately surrendered to the unconventional arrangement because Recolette insisted it would make her happiest. His expression softening into earnest sincerity, he formally asks Linos to ensure his sister's eternal happiness. Gripping Linos's shoulder firmly, the soon-to-be emperor playfully demands his attendance at the upcoming coronation, to which Linos respectfully agrees. Realizing how much time has passed, the brothers decide it is time to return the groom to his waiting bride. In a final display of familial acceptance, the brother cheerfully insists that Linos feel free to call him Big Brother from now on. Returning to his wife's side, Linos smiles as Recolette waves a fond farewell to her departing family. Gazing at her affectionately, Linos silently vows to dedicate his life to ensuring her absolute happiness. When Recolette asks about his conversation with her brothers, he smoothly replies that they simply wanted him to attend the upcoming coronation. Turning away from the departing guests, Recolette sincerely thanks him once more for taking her as his wife. Looking out at the beautiful scenery, she confesses that she never imagined she could leave the castle feeling such immense joy. She muses softly that him finding even more happiness with Mirias is undeniably a wonderful thing. Flashing a brilliant, hopeful smile, she declares that they are all going to share even better times together in the future. Ready to relax after the long ceremony, Recolette calls out to Mirias and asks for help removing her heavy wedding dress. Linos dramatically laments that he wanted more time to admire her stunning appearance, while a bewildered Mirias asks why she is undressing so soon. Completely ignoring their confusion, Ricolette suddenly orders Linos not to change out of his formal groom attire just yet. Linos and Mirias exchange baffled glances, completely unsure of what the energetic bride is plotting. Ricolette commands Paris to wait with Linos, fabricating a wild superstition that a couple will break up if the groom changes out of his clothes before the bride. Falling for the lie hook, line, and sinker, an anxious Mirias frantically agrees to follow the bizarre rule. Ricolette cheerfully admits to Paris that she completely made the superstition up, leaving the others utterly bewildered by her mischievous prank. As they walk away, a thoroughly duped Mirias innocently marvels at the strange imperial superstition she had never heard of before. Chuckling quietly to herself, Ricolette gently nudges the oblivious beastfolk girl to go on ahead. Pausing at the door, Quena kindly gestures for Mirias to go inside, but the beastfolk girl nervously suggests Ricolette should enter first. She stares thoughtfully at the heavy door, silently wondering what the others are doing in there. The horned girl cheerfully chimes in, guessing that it simply takes a massive amount of time to change out of such fancy clothes. Stepping forward, Quena knocks gently on the door and calls out to Linos and Paris, announcing that Ricolette is waiting for them. Peeking out from the doorway, a thoroughly confused Linos asks if Ricolette hasn't finished getting ready to leave yet. He steps fully into the room, staring ahead in complete bewilderment as he asks what exactly is going on. His breath hitches in absolute awe as he beholds Mirias dressed in a stunning white wedding gown, immediately praising her radiant beauty. Watching his dumbfounded expression, Mirias laughs happily while Ricolette smugly reveals she prepared the gorgeous dress in secret. Completely blindsided by the revelation, Linos flails in shock and stammers out fragmented questions about how she pulled this off. Blushing fiercely, Mirias begs them to stop teasing him, while Linos defeatedly admits that Ricolette might actually be the manliest one in the room. His exasperation melts into a warm, genuine smile as he sincerely thanks Ricolette for the incredible surprise. Stepping aside, Ricolette proudly announces that everyone gathered in the room will serve as their official witnesses. Standing before the bespectacled officiant, Linos and Mirias gaze lovingly into each other's eyes and vow to stay together in sickness and in health. They seal their sacred promise, swearing to love and cherish one another for the rest of their lives. Later, as they stand outside a magnificent manor, someone sighs in relief and expresses gladness that everything went perfectly. Gazing up at the sky, Ricolette softly wonders if her late mother and father would have been happy for them. She fondly recalls her brother claiming he would have thrown a massive celebration if they weren't in mourning, but she insists this intimate gathering was just right. Linos smiles warmly at her, gently assuring her that her parents would be overjoyed because this is exactly what she wanted. Inside the manor, Ricolette takes a relaxing sip of tea, casually mentioning that she learned the calming recipe from the Balsam household. Delighted by the delicious flavor, Mirias assumes Paris brewed it, only for Linos to casually reveal he made it himself. Noting their fatigue after they finish their drinks, Linos softly suggests they finally head to bed. The heavy implication of his words strikes Mirias instantly, causing a bright red blush to spread across her face. Realizing his bluntness made things incredibly awkward, a panicking Linos frantically apologizes for bringing it up so suddenly. His eyes widen in sheer mortification as his face burns with a massive, embarrassed blush. Trying to salvage the mood, Mirias hastily agrees to go to bed, leaving their empty teacups resting on the saucer. The newlyweds lie stiffly side by side in the large bed, staring up at the ceiling in tense, blushing silence. His heart pounding wildly in his chest, Linos desperately tries to muster the courage to break the heavy tension. Suddenly, Mirias softly interrupts the silence, asking if he wouldn't mind telling her more about his time with the Balsam family. Startled out of his panic, Linos turns his head toward her, blinking in surprise at the unexpected request. Relaxing into his pillow, he begins his tale, explaining that it all started when he was put up for sale at the slave market. She gently urges him to continue, firmly stating she wants to know everything about him even if the memories are painful. He explains that his master and his magic teacher simply happened to be wandering through the slave market that fateful day. Smiling fondly at the nostalgic memory, he recalls the exact moment he realized Miss Errol was an absolute glutton. A sudden, soft snoring sound breaks his concentration, leaving him staring blankly ahead in total disbelief. He shifts his gaze downward, finding Mirias completely fast asleep against his shoulder. Chuckling softly at the anticlimactic turn of events, He figures it is typical for them to lack a smooth moment and decides she'll feel bad enough when she wakes up. Despite his calm exterior, he internally screams in sheer disbelief that his new bride actually fell asleep on their wedding night. Drifting off to sleep himself, he feels nostalgic about bringing up the past and hopes his old companions are watching over him somewhere. In his mind's eye, he pictures his beloved friends and mentors, certain they would have been celebrating with them if they were still alive. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierces his consciousness, teasingly demanding to know how he can manage to sleep while standing up. Blinking his eyes open, Linos finds Miria's waving her hand in front of his face, worriedly asking if he is all right or just tired. Smiling understandingly, she notes that it was a massive day for him, so his exhaustion simply can't be helped. To his absolute bewilderment, he realizes he is suddenly sitting at a grand banquet table with his old master, who cheerfully asks if he has grown taller. Another familiar companion aggressively smacks him on the back, teasingly ordering the new married man to get himself together. Overwhelmed by the impossible reunion, Linos covers his mouth as tears prick his eyes, deeply moved to see everyone again. Coughing violently from the brutal backslap, he gasps for air while an older woman scolds the man for nearly killing him. The older couple beams at him with incredible warmth, congratulating him on his marriage and urging him to build a wonderful life with his new family. The older woman playfully scolds Errol for leaving out the juicy details, clarifying that he actually didn't just marry one woman. As the group realizes he took 2 wives, they erupt into shocked gossip, leaving Linos sweating nervously under their gaze. Tapping him lightly on the forehead, his old master curiously asks what kind of girl the second wife is, leaving Linos completely stunned. Dreaming of a boisterous gathering, Linos remembers someone loudly demanding that he make both women happy while the crowd cheers for the impressive display. Smiling warmly with a tender blush, Linos makes a heartfelt and confident promise to do just that. The lively, festive atmosphere swells as a joyful maid calls for everyone to help bring out the celebratory food. When playfully told he still needs to help out, a laughing Linos protests that the party is actually supposed to be for him. Stirring gently from a deep sleep, Riko softly questions the time as she realizes morning has already broken. Tenderly touching his sleeping face, she closely observes his peaceful expression and notes with relief that he isn't having a bad dream. Realizing in a panic that she had fallen asleep first, she waits for Linos to wake up and immediately begins apologizing to him profusely. Strolling side by side down a magnificent, sunlit corridor, the elegant couple enjoys a quiet and peaceful morning walk together. Flustered and blushing furiously, a tearful Riko bows her head and offers a frantic, deeply heartfelt apology. Linos gently intervenes, reassuring her that she hasn't done anything bad and urging her to stop apologizing so constantly. With a warm and tender smile, he insists that her continuous apologies are completely unnecessary since she has already apologized enough. He wisely adds that since they will be together from now on, there is absolutely no need to rush when life inevitably takes unexpected turns. Feeling completely flustered by his deep affection, Riko touches her flushed cheek and shyly admits her extreme embarrassment. Linos chuckles at the humorous memory of her falling asleep, prompting Riko to playfully beg him to stop bringing it up. Changing the subject to their wedding, Linos reveals that the Balsam family actually appeared in his dreams after he spoke about them. This deeply touching revelation makes Riko's heart flutter wildly in her chest. Staring deeply into her eyes, he earnestly thanks her, attributing the happy dream to her willingness to listen to his emotional story. Reflecting on the heartwarming vision, he expresses profound joy over seeing everyone in his dreams smiling so brightly. Riko offers a tender smile, genuinely glad that he was able to reunite with the beloved people he missed so dearly. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of affection, Riko reaches out and gently pulls a surprised Linos toward her. Their romantic, intimate moment is violently shattered when a booming voice loudly announces that it is time to eat. Recovering from the sudden shock, someone mentions there is an important question they need to ask. The magical little fox, trotting alongside them, notices their lingering awkwardness and curiously asks if something happened between the flustered couple. Discussing their upcoming plans, they decide to enlist Paris's help to prepare a large batch of gifts immediately after breakfast. A sudden realization strikes, prompting the suggestion that Linos must formally report his marriage to the revered Ohisama. Linos thoroughly explains that this high-ranking kitsune has been an invaluable ally, even helping them rush to the Prime Minister's aid during a dangerous attack. Riko eagerly suggests she should accompany him for a formal introduction, but Linos hesitates since the visit is completely unplanned. Standing before the sacred forest shrine, he promises to simply pass along her greetings and bring her for a proper visit next time instead. The great Kitsune acknowledges Linos' arrival, noting with amusement that he has finally done well for himself by marrying the beast girl. Kneeling respectfully on the floor, Linos officially and formally declares the news of his recent marriage to the powerful deity. Linos presents an unusually large box of offerings, explaining it is an apology for delaying the news of his union. Hoping to please the Great Spirit, he eagerly explains that he made the treats much larger so they would be easier to enjoy. Shifting the conversation, Linos tentatively asks Ohisama if she has noticed any distinct changes in the brides she has taken. The Kitsune blissfully devours the large treats, thoroughly impressed and enthusiastically praising Linos for his amazing culinary skills. The conversation takes a startling turn as the Kitsune cheekily confirms exactly what is meant by the phrase taken, leaving Linos utterly flabbergasted. Sweating nervously, Linos stammers that they are newly married and haven't actually noticed any magical changes yet. Desperate for clear answers, he presses the deity to explain exactly what this mysterious power actually does. The Kitsune reminds him of the divine protection she previously granted, warning ominously that this specific blessing will only activate once. The profound blessing deeply amplifies Riko's talents, boosting her medical knowledge, cooking skills, and even granting her the mythical ability to understand animal speech. Chewing thoughtfully on her delicious offerings, the mystical fox silently observes the flustered young man standing before her. The deity boldly commands him to consummate the marriage, prompting Linos to explain they are respectfully waiting for the late king's mourning period to pass before the upcoming coronation. Thrilled yet utterly devastated by the strict limitations, Linos cries out that the blessing sounds too good but laments the tragic pity of its single use. Transitioning to serious state affairs, the Kitsune confirms his attendance at the coronation and expresses a genuine hope that the grand ceremony proceeds smoothly. A serious question hangs in the heavy air as they ponder whether the newly crowned ruler will truly become a good king for his people. Linos confidently agrees that the man will succeed, even while frankly acknowledging the obvious flaws in his rugged character. Looking absolutely breathtaking in an elegant black dress, Riko smiles radiantly beside her proud and handsome husband. Inside a grand and sunlit cathedral, the couple watches in awe as a high priest bestows the crown upon the kneeling sovereign. With a heavy mantle of responsibility settling upon his broad shoulders, the newly crowned king stares forward with a solemn, resolute gaze. Standing tall and resplendent in his flowing royal cape, the majestic monarch confidently faces his adoring subjects. Joyful tears welling in her eyes, Riko and Linos clap enthusiastically to celebrate the dawn of a bright new era. Rushing down the hallway, Linos immediately apologizes to His Majesty for the delay. He explains that there were simply too many tasks to handle immediately after the grand ceremony. The Emperor laughs boisterously at the formal greeting. He loudly commands them to be grateful for the incredibly rare honor of being permitted to attend, while Riko nervously mumbles at her brother's antics. Agreeing with a simple nod, the Emperor decides they shouldn't just stand around talking and suggests finding an empty room. Trembling slightly, Riko internally admits that the solemn atmosphere of her very first coronation had made her incredibly nervous. Smiling warmly at her handsome husband, Riko finds immense comfort in his reassuring presence. Noting her reaction, the Emperor bluntly observes that Ricolette seems like a completely different person. He finds this sudden transformation shocking since she has only been married for a few short months. He elaborates that she has grown so much gentler and mellower recently. In fact, the profound change makes her almost completely unrecognizable to him. Blushing deeply at the unexpected praise, Riko beams with joy. She quickly attributes her newfound happiness entirely to Linos and the wonderful friends she has made. Smirking arrogantly, the Emperor boasts that he clearly has a fantastic eye for matchmaking. He then drops his teasing tone and earnestly asks his sister if she is truly happy. Riko giggles happily, affectionately telling her brother that he is exactly the same as always. The Emperor then turns his sharp gaze to Linos, announcing he has a specific favor to ask, to which Linos cautiously agrees. Seated formally at a grand table, the Emperor bluntly requests that Linos take complete control over the crumful fief. He casually admits he hasn't even consulted the Prime Minister about this massive decision yet. However, he firmly intends to officially pardon the people involved in the recent rebellion. Resting his chin on his hand, the Emperor explains that the treasonous lord committed suicide, leaving the fief completely leaderless. This sudden power vacuum has become the Empire's most pressing political problem right now. A startled Linos frantically interrupts the Emperor's grand speech. He quickly points out that Crumple was Rico's former attendant and the very mastermind who viciously plotted treason. The Emperor smoothly counters that ordering mass executions for his first task would reflect terribly on his new reign. Since the true mastermind is already dead, he has absolutely no desire to spill any more unnecessary blood. Staring in absolute shock, Linos struggles to comprehend that the Emperor is genuinely willing to completely forgive the treacherous rebels. The Emperor reveals that many rebels are actually highly talented individuals who were blocked from good positions simply due to their low birth. He plans to pardon these capable people and strategically relocate all of them to the Crumple fief. Still utterly bewildered by the complex political maneuvering, Linos nervously asks how these specific pardons connect to the Crumple territory. Gesturing wildly, Linos argues that a simple commoner like him cannot suddenly become an imperial lord. He further protests that being a foreigner from the Juka kingdom makes him a complete outsider. Ignoring the protests, the Emperor casually explains that Linos's only real job is to win the people's hearts and prevent a massive revolt. He cheekily adds that the Prime Minister can easily handle all the troublesome administrative work. Smiling smoothly, the Emperor notes that his brother Virus will technically hold the official title of governor on paper. Pointing triumphantly across the table, the Emperor confidently declares that Linos will do just fine. He insists the absolute proof of Linos's skill is sitting right beside him. Sweating nervously, Linos questions if winning over hostile hearts isn't actually the hardest part of the entire ordeal. He frantically asks the Emperor to clarify his meaning. Ricolette yells furiously at her brother for phrasing his compliment so embarrassingly. The Emperor simply laughs, teasingly noting that his flustered sister isn't actually denying his claim. Bestowing the grand title of honorary marquis upon the groaning young man, the Emperor casually tells Linos to relax. He cheerfully mentions there is still plenty of time before the difficult work actually has to begin. Seeing her husband's intense distress, Rico quickly promises that she and May will help him immensely. Smiling brightly, she assures him everything will be fine because she intends to work incredibly hard too. Smiling gratefully at his incredibly supportive wife, Linos earnestly thanks her. He admits with a relieved sigh that her encouraging words genuinely make him feel a little bit better. Leaving the stressful meeting room behind, a completely defeated Linos clutches his chest and groans heavily. He mutters miserably that the stubbornly arrogant Emperor was clearly never going to take no for an answer. Desperately wanting to escape the overwhelming palace politics, Linos quickly suggests they just head back home first. He suddenly stops dead in his tracks and stares blankly, prompting a confused Rico to ask what is wrong. Glancing up at the cloudy sky, Linos explains he thought he just saw something resembling a massive bird fly past the columns. He quickly brushes off the strange aerial sighting entirely. He calmly figures that whatever the flying creature was, it definitely didn't seem hostile. Staring up at the grand palace architecture, Rico wholeheartedly agrees with his earlier sentiment. She admits she just wants to hurry back home immediately to get some much-needed rest. High above them in the clouds, a massive, imposing dragon snarls triumphantly as it declares it has finally found its target. Meanwhile, in a serene forest memory, Linos rests peacefully on a giant tree root alongside the little fox Gon and a calm unicorn. When asked who he has known the absolute longest among his companions, Linos completely shocks Rico by naming the tiny fox. A grand table is covered in elegantly prepared plates of delicious, gourmet food. Linos explains that their fateful first encounter happened right outside the borders of the Juka kingdom. He specifically asks Rico if she has ever heard of the infamous Lunwar forest. Endlessly curious about their incredibly deep bond, Rico politely asks exactly how long the two have been traveling together. Linos smiles warmly and agrees to share the full story. Ricolette stares at the little fox in pure, unadulterated amazement. She openly admits she never in a million years would have guessed Gon was his oldest friend. Discussing the famous forest, Rico happily recalls reading about the golden birds and karst charolais that can be hunted for delicious meat there. Linos nods along, confirming that the rumors about the local wildlife are entirely true. Petting Gon's fluffy head affectionately, Linos sincerely confesses that he is only alive today because of the incredible help he received. He fondly details how he serendipitously stumbled across both Gon and Ilimo. This miraculous meeting happened while he was wandering completely lost through the dense, dangerous Lunwar forest. Blushing with immense gratitude, Riko happily claps her hands and thanks the little fox for saving her beloved husband. Puffing up his tiny chest, an arrogant Gon boldly declares that he truly was a massive help. This heartwarming conversation unexpectedly reminds Linos of a poor baby dragon they had rescued during their time in the forest. He stares thoughtfully into the distance, genuinely wondering how the little creature is doing now. Flashing back to the tragic memory, a younger Linos spots a strange, injured creature crying weakly. He urgently calls out to Gon, wondering if the pitiful lump is a strange bird or a tiny dragon. He continues recounting the sad tale to an attentive Riko. He explains they found the battered baby dragon completely by chance while making their long, arduous journey toward the Empire. In the intense flashback, Linos gently heals the flinching creature while sadly deducing it had been severely abused. He notes grimly that the abuser was clearly a cruel Juka soldier acting as a monster tamer. Gon quickly translates the terrified creature's frantic chirps, explaining it is a rare Kururukan. The poor beast is desperately asking if they work for the cruel tamer known as Karugi, leaving Linos thoroughly confused. Despite its terrible injuries, the fluffy white creature suddenly launches itself directly into a shocked Linos' face. It cries out wildly, deciding in that exact moment to claim the young man as its fierce new friend. A tiny, adorable bird-like creature sits on the ground and chirps happily. While Linos recoils in sheer terror, the arrogant fox bluntly notes that Kururukan meat is actually considered a delicious and rare delicacy. Resting comfortably against Linos, the little creature reveals its name is Lars, prompting Linos to hope its parents are still safely residing in the Juka Mountains. Discussing their limited options, Linos concludes they shouldn't rush their journey since Ilimo still cannot fly for very long. Analyzing the bleak situation, Linos realizes the dangerous wilderness is absolutely no place for a lost fledgling to survive alone. A sudden, violent explosion shatters the ground nearby, sending a terrified Linos and the fox tumbling backward. Searing bolts of lightning strike the earth without warning, completely blinding the disoriented travelers. Clutching the screaming fledgling to his chest, Linos frantically orders the struggling baby bird to stop moving amidst the chaotic storm. Glaring down through the clearing smoke, an absolutely massive, terrifying adult bird looms menacingly over the trembling group. Staring up in pure terror, Linos realizes with a sinking heart that the gigantic beast is undoubtedly the baby's furious mother. The colossal mother bird lovingly nuzzles her crying baby, completely ignoring the stunned humans cowering below. Transitioning back to the present, Linos nervously admits that while baby dragons are incredibly cute, the terrifying adults make interacting with them a terrible idea. Laughing off the dangerous memory, Linos happily recalls that Lars's mother eventually apologized for mistaking them for malicious kidnappers. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their peaceful conversation, prompting an eager Linos to volunteer to answer it. Swinging the door open, a bright and cheerful girl with demonic horns greets him with a massive, beaming smile. Two delicate, dark shoes step confidently across the wooden threshold. Peeking curiously past the doorway, the horned girl's bright expression quickly shifts into sudden, nervous confusion. Standing completely still, the mysterious girl firmly clutches an oversized travel bag in front of her modest dress. Utterly bewildered by the strange visitor, Linos politely asks the silent girl to identify herself. The girl stares blankly, clutching her bag tighter as an incredibly awkward silence fills the room. Hearing the strange commotion, an anxious Paris nervously peeks over Linos' shoulder to check if everything is all right. Ignoring everyone else, the horned girl violently tackles a screaming Linos, joyfully declaring how much she has always wanted to meet him. Desperately trying to pry the strange girl off his chest, Linos frantically demands to know her true identity. Sweating bullets under Riko's deeply suspicious glare, Linos wildly protests his innocence and swears he has never seen the girl before in his life. Analyzing the bizarre situation, Riko calmly wonders how this complete stranger managed to discover their highly private residence. Smiling brightly, the girl casually explains she had to leave home due to a strict family custom and desperately needed a place to stay. Clasping her hands together excitedly, she finally introduces herself as Ferris, revealing she traveled all the way down from the Juka Mountains. Ferris happily explains that after spotting Linos in the capital, she simply followed him home and decided to barge right in. Trembling under Riko's icy, judgmental stare, a terrified Linos desperately insists he knows absolutely nothing about this disturbing stalking situation. Shocked by the geographical impossibility, Linos demands to know exactly how Ferris managed to track him so quickly. Completely ignoring his frantic questions, Ferris carelessly explores the massive house while Linos angrily points out that a horse ride from the capital takes several days. Horrified by the sudden intrusion, Rico and Paris scream in absolute denial as Ferris boldly demands to sleep in Linos's bedroom. Flashing a cheeky fanged smile, Ferris casually reveals she circumvented the travel time because she simply flew straight to their house. Regaining his absolute composure, Linos firmly apologizes and declares he cannot allow a complete stranger to stay under his roof. Completely ignoring his firm rejection, Ferris cheerfully reaches for another door handle to continue her self-guided tour until Linos angrily slams it shut. A deeply hurt expression crosses Ferris's face as she turns around, her voice trembling as she asks if she really has to leave so soon. Maintaining his strict boundary, Linos insists he has absolutely no memory of her and cannot house an unknown person. Ferris stares up at him with wide, devastated eyes as the harsh reality of his blunt rejection finally sets in. Throwing her head back, Ferris unleashes an ear-piercing, dramatic wail of absolute, unadulterated heartbreak. Panicking at the deafening tears, Linos hastily compromises by offering to escort her back home, even if the arduous journey takes a while. Sobbing uncontrollably, Ferris screams that her family promised Linos was kind, which motivated her to painstakingly learn human speech and magical transformation just to meet him. The dramatic, tearful confession is violently interrupted by a monstrous, rumbling growl echoing from the dragon girl's empty stomach. Sitting contentedly before a massive mountain of empty plates, a deeply satisfied Ferris smiles brightly and enthusiastically thanks them for the delicious meal. Staring in absolute disbelief at the staggering pile of dishes, Rico gently chides the young girl for taking their hospitality way too far. Trembling with pure terror, a devastated Paris tearfully reports that their entire pantry has been completely and utterly wiped out. Realizing the catastrophic financial damage, Linos and Rico scream in total despair as Paris dramatically collapses onto the floor. Glaring fiercely, Rico furiously reprimands Ferris for aggressively barging into their home and selfishly devouring their entire food supply. Desperately holding back a raging Rico, Linos begs his furious wife to calm down before she physically attacks the gluttonous intruder. Realizing the grave danger she is in, Ferris nervously wipes her mouth and asks Linos to explain who this terrifying woman actually is. Sighing in utter defeat, Linos reluctantly allows Ferris to stay for just one night, but strictly maintains she absolutely cannot live there permanently. Realizing the truth, she desperately sobbed that the situation was nothing like what she had been told. Tears streamed down her face as the heartbroken elf cried out that Lars had lied to her. Shocked by the sudden revelation, Linos gaped in disbelief while repeating Lars's name. Piecing the clues together, he deduced that this weeping girl must be the crybaby Lars's older sister. Softening his tone, Linos gently acknowledged her as the older sister of the Kukurukan they had previously saved. Flustered by the commotion, Linos hurriedly asked her to wait so they could talk things over a bit. Retreating to a bedroom to discuss the sudden development, the group nervously realized that Lars's mother was terrifying and wondered why the sister had decided to stay. Pondering her childish behavior, they questioned if her unreserved nature was simply because she was still a kid. Feeling slightly ashamed of her own childishness, another girl apologized and admitted she wouldn't be fine with the situation either. Suddenly, someone timidly called out for their attention. Gathering her courage, she nervously asked if the crying girl could stay. Surprised by the request, Linos gently asked Paris what was wrong and why she wanted that. Opening up, she explained that she wanted her to stay because the distressed girl reminded her of herself. Agreeing enthusiastically, Linos added that he was perfectly fine with making lots of food, guessing her massive appetite was because she wasn't used to her human form. Reflecting on her own past, Paris recalled how fortunate she felt to stay there despite how they had initially met. She confessed that leaving her hometown, people, and family behind had made her feel incredibly uneasy, even though it was her own decision. The group fell into a thoughtful silence as they absorbed her heartfelt words. Hoping to provide comfort, Paris sincerely wished that Ferris could stay and feel at ease with everyone, just as she had. Chiming in, Ricolette shared that she had felt the exact same way when she asked Linos to marry her. Realizing her mistake, the elf girl panicked about having scolded her so harshly, but the others reassured her it wasn't wrong and suggested they apologize together. Smiling warmly, Linos pointed out that both she and Ferris would probably enjoy having a friend of the same age in the house. Rushing eagerly toward the stairs, the excited girl urged Linos to hurry up. Meanwhile, the tearful Ferris began to apologize and turned to leave, but the others quickly called out her name. Bowing deeply in embarrassment, Ferris sincerely apologized for barging in and messing up their house. She sheepishly explained that after leaving her village, meeting them felt like finding old friends, and her happiness made her get ahead of herself. Fidgeting nervously, Ferris promised she would come back to pay for the food she had eaten. Before she could finish, a smiling girl stepped forward carrying her bag right there. Startled to find her bag missing, Ferris looked around in confusion as the others endearingly called her Ferthin. Blanking for a moment, the flustered Ferris stared at her new friends. Snapping out of her daze, she lunged forward to grab her bag back while playfully shouting that it was hers. Smiling at the lively scene, the group declared that it was their turn to help out, as they were all there because Linos had saved them. Softening her stance, the elf girl sincerely apologized to Ferris for getting worked up earlier and not listening to her. Beaming with joy, she relayed that Paris wanted her to stay with them, leaving Ferris utterly stunned. Blushing heavily, Ferris gasped in surprise as Linos cheekily asked if she could manage to hold back and not eat so much. Panicking slightly, Ferris apologized and confidently promised she wouldn't need as much food once she got better at transforming. Linos simply smiled warmly as he watched the new friends bond. Chuckling at her promise, Linos accepted her words and noted he would keep that in mind. Brimming with excitement, Ferris bragged about her strength and offered to let everyone ride her in the air once she changed back to her usual form. Cheering loudly, the group excitedly agreed to her fun proposal. As the house grew even livelier with laughter, they playfully bickered over taking a bath and putting away her stuff. Grinning from ear to ear, Ferris gratefully thanked everyone for letting her stay. Excited for the future, they planned to go buy more food and eagerly anticipated taking a ride on Ferris the next day. Later, Linos and his companions sat down for a serious meeting with an older gentleman in a quiet room. Looking grim, the older man hesitantly informed Linos that the Crumful Fief was currently in an uninhabitable state. Stunned by the menacing revelation, Linos demanded to know why he would be awarded such a land, to which the man admitted he hadn't known either until recently. Elaborating on the location, the man explained that Crumful was a coastal fief that possessed a port town. Pausing to gauge his knowledge, the man asked Linos how much he already knew about the Crumful Fief, prompting a nervous admission of ignorance. Shocked by the dire news, someone demanded Grimont explain what he meant by the land being uninhabitable. Adjusting his monocle, Grimont revealed that the coast and everything related to it were the root of Crumful's current troubles. He gravely concluded that the fishing industry had been destroyed as a result, and dangerous pirates were now attacking the port town. Grimont explained that the devastating damage from the salty sea wind was destroying much of the farmland in the area. Linos and Ricolette listened in stunned silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. Breaking the heavy silence, Linos asked in disbelief if the army stationed there had actually been wiped out. He demanded to know what the soldiers in Crumful were doing since they were sent there after the Count and Countess passed away. Sweating nervously, Grimont admitted he only had old information from his predecessor but assumed the army would have sent a warning if the situation was truly that dangerous. Stepping forward with determination, Linos urgently requested the Prime Minister let him scout the area first since he could move much faster than the army. Looking downcast, Linos apologized for the trouble he was causing despite having been completely unaware of the crisis. The conversation abruptly shifted as Grimont announced an upcoming amnesty, prompting a shocked gasp from Ricolette. Raising his hand to calm the room, the Prime Minister asked them to be patient and wait a while longer despite sharing their impatience. He explained that the attackers couldn't return home and still looked up to Ricolette, so granting them amnesty was the best choice since news of the incident had already spread. Linos looked completely confused when the Prime Minister stated that the pardoned individuals could not be allowed to stay in the capital. Grimont elaborated that Ricolette's former servants who were sentenced as traitors would be released, noting that no one else but Linos and Ricolette would accept them. He urged the couple to stay in the castle and remain patient until the day of the amnesty, acknowledging how much they must be worrying. The Prime Minister reassured them that the king would certainly dispatch more soldiers and officials to Crumful soon. Grimont confidently added that His Majesty had already been fully briefed on the dire situation in the Crumful Fief. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeons, a weary prisoner looked up in surprise as a tall, armored figure approached her cell. Back at the sunlit estate, Linos and Ricolette offered their sincere thanks to Grimont as they walked outside together. Sometime later, a ragged group of former prisoners gathered in a courtyard, looking up with a mixture of hope and disbelief. An armored official unrolled a long scroll and officially declared their pardon to the gathered crowd. The crowd gasped in shock as Recolette and Linos appeared on the balcony overlooking the courtyard. Overcome with emotion, Recolette tearfully expressed how incredibly glad she was to see that they had all been pardoned. The former servants burst into joyful tears, deeply moved that Recolette had come out personally to welcome them back. Recolette warmly recognized her loyal retainers, calling out to Papia, Parton, and Bias with a bright smile. Clutching her hands to her chest, she rejoiced that they were all still alive, even though many looked visibly thinner and injured. Bias winced awkwardly as he realized some of the newly pardoned people had previously attacked Linos, but he humbly asked him to take care of them anyway. Linos suddenly popped up with a cheerful grin to playfully interrupt their touching reunion. The three retainers immediately bowed deeply to Linos, expressing their profound gratitude for saving both Recolette and themselves. Bias suddenly lunged forward to squeeze Linos' hands, excitedly introducing himself as Recolette's lifelong guard and enthusiastically greeting her new husband. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Linos modestly deflected the praise by insisting that His Majesty was the true savior and he was merely following orders. Linos cheerfully suggested they move the conversation inside to discuss their future plans over a hot meal instead of standing around. Papia let out a sigh of relief and jokingly declared that they didn't have to feel grateful to Linos at all, leaving him comically stunned. Soon after, a massive, mouth-watering feast of roasted meats, pizzas, and large mugs of ale was laid out on a large wooden table. Shoving food into his mouth, one of the men laughed that he could finally feel thankful to Linos, who dryly accepted the gratitude. The starved group enthusiastically devoured the meal, crying out for wine and more meat after going so long without a proper feast. Waiting for them to settle, Linos gently asked them to listen while they ate, announcing that he had been tasked with managing the Crumfle fief. The room quieted down as Linos solemnly explained that Crumfle was currently facing severe troubles that they needed to deal with first. Recolette added softly that she knew Lady Crumfle had been an incredibly important figure to all of them as well. Extending an open hand, Linos earnestly requested their help but assured them he wouldn't force anyone to join his cause. He offered them a fully paid week-long stay in the capital so they could carefully think about their futures and decide what they wanted to do. Recolette smiled warmly, inviting anyone willing to face the difficult path ahead to join them and do their best together in honor of Lady Crumfle. Without a second of hesitation, the entire group cheered and enthusiastically pledged to spend their whole lives serving Recolette. Overwhelmed by their unwavering loyalty, Recolette covered her mouth as tears of pure joy streamed down her face. Smiling at the energetic response, Linos ordered them to rest up and fully recover their strength so they would be in good shape for the journey. Still weeping happily, Recolette managed to choke out a heartfelt thank you to her devoted people. With a determined grin, Linos declared that they would all rendezvous at his mansion in exactly 1 month. The men raised their heavy wooden mugs into the air and roared in victorious agreement. The atmosphere was electric with hope as the former prisoners celebrated their renewed purpose and bright futures. Later, standing beside a carriage, Recolette cheerfully waved goodbye to her friends as they departed for their temporary lodgings. In the staging area, massive wooden wagons sat heavily loaded with countless barrels, crates, and sacks of essential supplies. Impressed by the staggering logistics, someone noted that Linos had managed to gather and perfectly organize an enormous amount of supplies. Lifting their luggage, the girls confidently declared that they were quite smart themselves since they used to study together with Recolette. They proudly explained that they had received help gathering supplies from someone else who also wanted to join the group. Turning to see the mysterious newcomer, the group gasped in shock as they immediately recognized Quena. Recolette's former maid beamed with joy at the reunion, leaving the others completely bewildered as to why she was there. Overcome with emotion, Recolette warmly welcomed Quena and expressed her profound gratitude for having her along. Quena proudly revealed that Crumfle was her hometown and she had personally asked His Majesty for permission to help them. As they rode comfortably in a wagon, the lively Ferris noted that traveling by land was fun even though she could have easily carried everyone on her back. A long caravan of sturdy horse-drawn wagons began their steady journey across the vast landscape. Looking back at the bustling caravan, Linos confidently checked if everyone was ready for the long road ahead. With a resounding cheer of agreement from the group, Linos officially ordered their departure to Crumfle. Upon finally arriving at their destination, the group found themselves standing in the quiet streets of a rustic, seaside town. A desolate atmosphere hung heavily over the snow-dusted buildings and empty roads. The wooden wheels of their carriage rattled noisily against the cobblestones as they ventured deeper into the settlement. Approaching the harbor, they discovered the devastating sight of shattered docks and heavily damaged ships washed ashore. Taking in the destruction, Linos grimly noted that it had been too early to feel relieved just because the town gates were still guarded. Looking out at the abandoned houses, a concerned woman murmured that many of the townsfolk had already fled the area. Linos and Recolette shared a worried glance as the true scale of the town's suffering became painfully clear. Determined to bring hope, Linos stated his desire to quickly reassure the people who had bravely chosen to stay behind. Shifting his focus to their immediate priorities, he directed the group to head straight toward the Grand Crumfle mansion. Stepping inside the lavish estate, they were greeted by two nervous officials who had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Sweating profusely, the chubby official awkwardly laughed and expressed his relief at their safety, claiming the Prime Minister had already briefed them. The tall, thin official flinched in absolute terror upon noticing Recolette, stammering that it was only natural for a wife to accompany her husband. Linos quickly identified the two nervous men as Baron Jono and Commander Orsh of the Northern Expeditionary Force. While the two officials sneakily attempted to slip out the door, Linos unrolled a map and began inspecting it. Handing over a single piece of paper, the officials hastily explained that all the thief's details were written there and announced they were departing the next day. Linos and Recolette stared at them in utter confusion as the two men fidgeted nervously by the exit. Tapping the paper aggressively, an infuriated retainer demanded to know how anyone could understand such vague and useless notes. Ignoring the question, the cowardly officials made a mad dash for the door while shouting that the rest of the documents were in the office. Before they could escape, their collars were violently yanked backward by an unseen force. Blocking the doorway with a dangerously cheerful smile, Linos asked the wheezing officials what they thought about the current situation. Leaning in with a menacing glare, Recolette ruthlessly cornered the flinching men and accused them of lying about their true purpose. Trembling under her fierce gaze, they weakly insisted they knew nothing and were merely tasked with managing the mansion until the new lord arrived. Refusing to accept their pathetic excuses, Recolette threatened to report their complete dereliction of duty directly to the Emperor and the Prime Minister. Finally cracking under the immense pressure, the terrified men screamed that the place was already doomed. They frantically confessed that they had been forced to burn the ravaged parts of the town and all the dead to prevent more monsters from gathering. Continuing their frantic explanation, the men revealed that a massive group of nearly 100 bandits had set up camp deep in the western forest. Linos instantly narrowed his eyes and pressed them for any actionable intelligence they had gathered on the enemy. The cowardly commander completely ignored the question, crying about how sorry he felt for the suffering townsfolk instead. Shifting the blame entirely, he desperately argued that it was now Linos's problem since the monster-infested forest made it impossible to send their army in. Seizing a momentary opening, the two spineless officials sprinted down the hallway, shouting that they were leaving immediately and dumping the rest of the work on Linos. Unfazed by the sudden abandonment, Linos calmly noted that the situation could have actually been much worse than he initially expected. Panicking at the realization, one of the retainers fearfully pointed out that the cowards were going to take the entire army with them when they fled. A dark, murderous aura erupted from Recolette as she furiously crushed a piece of paper in her fist. Quickly diffusing the tension, Linos loudly clapped his hands and ordered everyone to eat well and rest up for the busy days ahead. The capable retainers immediately snapped into action, bustling about to set up camp and handle the cooking while Linos watched with pride. Later that evening, a warm fire crackled in the town square as the exhausted group and local townsfolk finally enjoyed a peaceful, hearty meal together. Sitting quietly near the fire, Linos frowned at a map of Crumfle and complained that the documents left behind by the fleeing officials were completely useless. Recolette strictly chided him for reading while eating, prompting a sheepish apology from her chastised husband. Eyes shining with determination, Linos leaned over the table and warmly asked Recolette to help him formulate a plan, which she happily accepted. Staring intently at the glowing markers on the map, Linos grimly confirmed that the cowards hadn't lied about the massive enemy forces gathered deep in the forest. Acknowledging his inability to set up a barrier, Linos worries about dealing with the monsters. The girl deduces the enemy leader is either brilliant or overwhelmingly powerful, noting they would have already conquered the town otherwise. Asked if he has a plan, Linos cryptically mentions what will happen if everything goes well. Seizing an opportunity, she suggests heading to the forest since the Baron is leaving the next day. Linos confidently rides his horse through the dense forest while examining a map. Despite concerns about needing more preparation, questions arise about why they must act so quickly. Realizing their small numbers aren't enough to wipe out the bandits, Linos enthusiastically offers to protect everyone with a barrier. As the cheerful Baron departs with the army, Rico suggests this is the perfect time to strike. The group realizes the bandits will likely ambush the relaxed, departing army, presenting an opening to strike their base. To offset their numerical disadvantage, Linos reveals a bold plan to ambush the bandit ambush. While some question if these thrill-seekers really studied under Rico, the others gleefully embrace the chaotic plan. Watching from a cliff, the group confirms their prediction as the bandits move to rob the marching army. Spotting the approaching danger, the commanding officers frantically urge the troops to hurry. Chaos erupts as the terrified soldiers wail in panic while the bandits charge down the steep cliffside. The squad watches from their mounts as terrified screams echo through the valley. A tense silence falls over the group as they wait for the perfect moment to execute their counterattack. With a booming command for everyone's attention, Linos unleashes a surge of magical energy. As confusion spreads among the ranks, Linos casts a wide area barrier to engulf the battlefield in thick fog once the bandits strike. Blinded by the sudden mist, the bewildered bandits click their tongues in frustration as screams ring out. Linos instructs his color-coded allies to focus on exterminating the grunts while he frantically searches for the enemy leader. Driven into a corner, the desperate bandit boss rustles a vial and swallows a mysterious dark pill. The boss's face contorts in sheer agony as dark veins bulge across his expanding skull. A massive, hulking brute emerges from the smoke, his musculature grotesquely swollen from the pill's effects. The shocked squad turns to face the sudden threat, realizing the monstrous giant is actually the bandit leader. Ordering everyone to fall back, Linos bravely steps forward to deal with the hulking monstrosity himself. Horrified by the transformation, the group realizes this monster is the same being that destroyed an entire village. The mutated boss declares he will do whatever he wants before he dies, swinging his massive weapon with blinding speed. He violently announces the end of Crumful, his roaring voice echoing across the shattered battlefield. Dodging a lethal swing, Linos demands to know if the monster's goal is merely destroying the town and killing innocent people. The boss angrily justifies his rampage, claiming the town's fishermen hoarded their catch and abandoned his starving countrymen. Suddenly, Linos vanishes from sight, leaving the massive bandit boss bewildered as a blade arcs toward him. Regret washes over Linos as he realizes the tragedy might have been avoided if he hadn't waited for the king's permission to act. With a heavy thud, the monstrous boss is brought down as his panicked subordinates scream his name. The defeated, shirtless bandits are bound tightly with ropes and marched across the rugged landscape. Satisfied with a victory free of casualties, the group prepares to head back and call it a day. Someone notes that the cowardly Baron and commander have already fled the scene. Confusion ripples through the remaining group as they notice a surprisingly small companion standing among them. Sensing a strange reaction from the middle of the forest, Linos orders the others to head back first. A joyful voice suddenly calls out for Linos. Shocked to see Ferris, Linos groans as the cheerful Kurukan explains she snuck out because staying home was boring. Relenting, he allows her to stay but strictly orders her to fly away if things get dangerous. Back at the estate, the women confusedly wonder where Ferris disappeared to. Lifting the heavy bedsheets, the maids search the room but find the little girl completely missing. The dense, ancient trees of the forest loom silently, hiding whatever secrets lie within. Laughing nervously, Ferris remarks that the mountains back home are much steeper and hopes she never has to return there. Walking alongside a massive fallen log, Linos checks if she is tired, but she energetically denies it. Spotting a glowing reaction, Linos identifies it as the bandit hideout and plans to capture anyone left inside. Utilizing the terrain, he boosts her up, noting that traveling like this is much easier. They marvel at the impressive, mansion-like hideout, though Linos notes he cannot sense any people inside. Stepping into the creaking, opulent grand hall, they deduce the remaining bandits likely scattered after their leader's death. Inspecting a glowing magic circle on the floor, Linos murmurs that the presence seems to be around here but admits he cannot read the runes. With his fox companion resting on his shoulder, Linos and Ferris step into a grand, arched stone hallway. Hearing faint voices up ahead, Ferris pulls Linos aside and whispers that some bandits might still be lurking around. Linos cautiously peeks from behind a heavy wooden door to investigate the strange noise. To his surprise, he spots a succubus casually lounging on a bed, complaining about someone being late. Startled by his sudden appearance, the succubus hastily covers herself in shock as she notices him stepping into the room. Ferris frantically whispers a warning about the monster, but Linos dryly notes he already knows as the succubus greets him. Bounding over to them, the succubus curiously asks if Linos kidnapped the little girl from somewhere. After confirming he isn't one of the bandits, she nervously asks who he was talking about earlier. When Linos bluntly reveals the bandits have all been captured and aren't returning, the succubus shrieks in sheer panic. Realizing her food source is completely gone, she wails about how she's supposed to drain energy now while Linos prepares a barrier. With a sudden, aggressive leap, Ferris launches herself toward the succubus with a loud battle cry. A massive explosion erupts inside the room, sending thick smoke and debris flying everywhere. As the smoke clears from the violent crash, the succubus is revealed to be standing completely unharmed amidst the glowing destruction. Linos and his fox companions stare in stunned, sweat-dropping silence while Ferris looks on proudly. Clapping her hands together, Ferris cheerfully declares the strange monster dealt with and urges her, Tensei, to keep moving. Linos clarifies that the succubus wasn't the presence he originally sensed, revealing there are 2 more spots left to investigate. They arrive at an incredibly suspicious, spiraling outdoor stairwell leading deep underground. Descending the stone steps, they enter a cluttered storeroom filled with barrels, cages, and weapons. Holding up a glowing orb of light, Linos warns Ferris to flee immediately if the situation starts looking dangerous. A sudden clatter breaks the tense silence, making everyone scream in absolute terror. Peering closer, they realize the source of the terrifying noise is actually an adorable, winged cat-like creature. The little feline paws frantically at its cage bars, letting out distressed squeaks as the group recovers from their shock. Recognizing the creature as a rare genuine cub, Linos deduces the bandits kidnapped the powerful wind magic monster to sell it. Kneeling by the metal cage, Linos softly asks where it came from and promises to return it to its family. The cub continues to cry out from behind the bars, looking desperate and frightened. Wondering if the creature can even understand human speech, Linos watches as Ferris approaches the cage. Ferris solemnly translates the cub's cries, explaining that its mother was killed trying to save it during the kidnapping. Relieved that her Kurukan telepathy actually worked, Ferris explains her unique communication method to the surprised Linos. With a joyful leap, Ferris asks for permission to finally let the little cub out of its prison. After Linos agrees, the freed cub happily nuzzles against them as they focus on the final presence behind a nearby door. The tiny genuine cub immediately runs to the heavy wooden door and starts aggressively scratching at the base. Pushing the door open, Linos and Ferris gasp in shock at the sight of an unconscious girl in an elegant dress lying on the stone floor. Unsure of what to do next, the group nervously discusses their options. Realizing she must be another victim, Ferris suggests the strange girl was kidnapped by the bandits too. Linos immediately agrees, declaring that they cannot simply leave a kidnapped child behind and must bring her back to the estate. With no other presences left on his map, Linos scoops the unconscious girl onto his back to carry her to safety. Back at the estate, the succubus and the others welcome them, noting they were told Linos would return late. The estate residents are horrified to learn that such young children were kept locked underground in the bandit hideout. They grimly deduce the bandits intended to sell the rare captives to wealthy buyers as exhibits or exotic food. Someone nervously comments on the highly impressive souvenirs Linos managed to bring back from the raid. Looking down at the sleeping captive, they wonder if she is a normal beast folk like May. With a soft groan, the mysterious girl finally begins to stir from her deep slumber. Sitting up and rubbing her eye, the girl stretches lazily and remarks that she slept incredibly well. Linos gently introduces himself as the Lord of the Fief and explains that they rescued her from the bandits. Staring blankly at her savior, the girl bluntly demands to know who he is. The group awkwardly realizes that from her perspective, they might not seem like heroic rescuers at all. The haughty girl accuses them of being no different from the bandits since they took her without her explicit permission. Berating them for their lack of consideration, she angrily demands they fetch her something to eat immediately. Cracking her knuckles with a terrifying glare, Ferris abruptly cuts off the girl's tantrum and declares she will handle this. A heavy silence falls over the room as someone sweats nervously. Suddenly, a chaotic explosion of sound erupts as a terrified voice begs for forgiveness amidst cracking and banging. A young girl with fin-like ears nervously introduces herself as Ruara, the daughter of Poseidon, shocking the onlookers. The group struggles to process her royal lineage, questioning if her father is truly the king or god of the oceans. Seated formally in a wooden chair, Ruara looks tense as she prepares to explain her situation. Prompted about her presence at the hideout, Ruara clarifies that she wasn't kidnapped but simply ran into a succubus after venturing onto dry land. A curious man ponders her journey to the surface, while another woman wonders if visiting dry land is a royal family tradition. Letting out a sharp squeak, Ruara suddenly shifts the conversation by declaring her intense hunger. Pouting defensively, she stubbornly refuses to share any more information and tells them to figure it out themselves. A smiling woman begins squeezing Ruara's shoulders, sweetly threatening that things will go much easier if the princess confesses everything. Yielding slightly, they ask Ruara to start by explaining her exact relationship with the succubus. Sweating nervously, Ruara admits she only met the succubus by chance and was simply invited to tag along to the new hideout. Processing this, the group realizes the succubus was likely the mastermind who gathered the bandits and captured the small animal. The conversation shifts to a specific, aggressive schooling fish known for being delicious but spoiling rapidly. Ruara explains that the succubus saw her using a large school of Ezraharl to reach the surface and decided to put them to use. However, skepticism remains as to why a cunning succubus would casually share her schemes with a random child. An angry woman scolds the thoughtless princess, pointing out the massive chaos her fish caused when they suddenly invaded the port town. Slamming her fists defensively, Ruara shouts that those fish were her only transportation option and blames the succubus for weaponizing them. The man logically asks why she didn't just send the fish back once she reached the shore, causing Ruara to visibly flinch. Staring at the table in embarrassed silence, the weeping princess admits she lacks the skill to properly control the school. A kind horned woman gently offers her tea, reassuring Ruara that everyone present has their own complicated reasons for being there. Returning to the main issue, they press the hesitant princess to finally reveal why she ran away from her royal home. Overwhelmed by the warm tea and kindness, a tearful Ruara looks up in awe and asks if her benefactor is a goddess. She confesses that exhaustion from her daily duties sparked a sudden desire to visit the surface world where her human mother originated. Despite being the absolute lowest-ranking 217th princess in a massive royal family, Ruara was still burdened with a strict aristocratic education and job. Pouting with flushed cheeks, she bluntly admits that she absolutely despised her royal occupation. Astonished by her irresponsibility, the group questions what kind of grueling job could push a royal to abandon her duties. Ruara furiously confirms she ran away, upset that her dramatic escape story didn't sound as touching as she had hoped. Trying to understand, someone notes that her role sounds like a heavy burden despite their ignorance of oceanic religious customs. Looking solemn, Ruara reveals she served as a sacred priestess tasked with offering ceremonial songs and dances to the ocean god. Suddenly sweating under their curious gazes, she awkwardly hints that there was another, more embarrassing reason for her departure. Taking a deep breath, her face contorts as she prepares to shout her darkest secret. The onlookers lean in with utter confusion, unable to catch her muffled confession. Panting heavily, Ruara finally explodes and screams that she ran away because she is terrible at singing and absolutely hates it. A cheerful woman instantly declares them tone-deaf comrades, while Ruara angrily retorts that she didn't need to shout that embarrassing fact. As Ruara frantically denies being tone-deaf, the eager group starts demanding to hear her sing. Trapped by their intense, sparkling eyes and overwhelming pressure, Ruara lets out a distressed groan. After taking a deep, desperate breath, the defeated princess finally caves to their demands and begins to belt out a loud note. Despite the dreadful pitch, the listeners recognize the distinct style of Enka, leaving one man wondering why the tragic melody feels so familiar. Ruara passionately continues her dramatic, oceanic ballad about men lost in the midst of crashing waves. Intrigued by the style, the women excitedly turn to Linos and beg him to sing something similar, catching him completely off guard. Smiling thoughtfully, Linos agrees that the unique vocal style of Enka does sound remarkably similar to something he knows. Suddenly, Ruara slams her hands onto the table and lunges toward Linos with fiery determination. Looking him dead in the eye, the desperate princess begs him to become her master and teach her how to sing properly. Hesitating, The group reminds Ruara that her runaway fish are partly responsible for their current territorial crisis. Flashing a cunning smile, the blonde woman agrees that teaching her is fine, but only under certain strict conditions. Raising a finger, she proposes a mutually beneficial deal that immediately catches Linos's understanding. The blonde woman steps forward and officially promises to help Ruara practice her vocal skills. In exchange for the lessons, she orders the princess to march down to the ruined port town, apologize to the citizens, and assist with the massive rebuilding effort. Whining that the punishment is unfair, Ruara is firmly reminded that she must take full responsibility for the chaotic damage her fish caused. Linos casually rests his chin on his hand, directly asking the tense, sweating princess if she is going to accept the terms or not. Gritting her sharp teeth in sheer frustration, Ruara lets out a strained, angry groan. Shouting toward the wooden rafters, the exasperated princess finally cracks and aggressively agrees to do the job. A horned woman notes the carriage ride will take a few hours, prompting Rico to ask Linos if he knows anything about their destination. Linos flips through his documents and quickly confirms that the affected town is named Kekkaishi. Pointing to a specific detail, he reveals that the village chief is actually a member of the Sea Folk. Linos explains that this particular fact was the single piece of information he gathered about the town during his time in the Empire. The horned woman curiously asks if Ruara knows anything about the Sea Folk, catching the ocean princess completely off guard. Looking slightly distressed, Ruara admits she has never met or even heard of the Sea Folk before. Seeing her worry, a smiling woman reassures her that no one expects her to go apologize alone, looking to Linos for confirmation. Scratching his head over the misunderstanding, Linos firmly promises they would never make a child face the angry town all by herself. With a bright, determined smile, Linos rallies Ruara and Ferris, boldly declaring that it is time to depart for Kekkaishi.